This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. It's been a very dramatic day for Bangladesh, and that's putting it mildly. Their Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has been ousted from power. The army has taken over the country. Protesters stormed the Prime Minister's official residence. They have taken over the capital, Dhaka. Hasina has had to flee her own country, a country that her father helped liberate from Pakistan, a country that she helped build. Earlier today, she landed in India, in the northeastern Indian state of Tripura. Sheikh Hasina came with her sister. Then a few hours back, they arrived at an airport near New Delhi. India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has met Hasina there. You'd appreciate that this is an evolving situation, so there are new developments every minute. Hasina's plan is not clear at the moment. She's said to have applied for asylum in the UK. Until then, she might stay in India. Meanwhile, in Bangladesh, this is how the news of her exit was celebrated. What a turn of events. Not many would have seen this coming. Not very long ago, the same Sheikh Hasina was shuttling from New Delhi to Beijing, shaking hands and negotiating deals. The Bangladeshi Prime Minister appeared to be in complete control of her affairs, but all of it unraveled in the last few weeks. There was a student protest against job quotas. It morphed into a mass uprising and led to the collapse of her government. There's a lot to unpack here, and I think the best place to start with is today. Let's first tell you how the day unfolded. At around 10 a.m. today, 10 o'clock Monday morning local time, protesters started gathering on the streets. They'd planned a long march to Dhaka. And this was after yesterday's violence. The weekend was bloody. Bangladesh saw violent clashes over the weekend between members of Sheikh Hasina's party, that is the Awami League, and the protesters. They clashed. Some 100 people were killed over the last 2 days. You can imagine how bad it was. The army imposed a curfew. Security forces were deployed in large numbers, including the police and the military. They were all patrolling the streets, trying to enforce the curfew. But the protesters remained defiant and returned to demonstrate today.
Nobody can stop us from marching today. If we turn back and face them, once we will liberate Bangladesh. And I want to tell my armed forces brothers not to align with the autocrat. Either you be with the people or stay neutral.
The turnout was massive. At around 11:30 a.m. local time in Dhaka, the police tried to break up the protest. They fired tear gas shells and sound grenades. It did not help though. The crowd did not leave. Almost 30 minutes later at noon, the internet was shut down. This move was ordered by the government. The internet shut down. Your WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, all gone. Yesterday, curbs were placed on mobile internet in the country. This was done by the army. So there was no 4G connectivity on phones. Despite all of this, the protesters managed to get the word out and mobilize in large numbers. At around 1 p.m., there was fresh violence. Clashes erupted between protesters and members of the Chhatra League. That's the student wing of Sheikh Hasina's party, the Awami League. They clashed with the protesters. Today, they appeared weak and outmatched, though, because there were more protesters on the streets. People from all walks of life are said to have joined the student protest. Together, they occupied highways, and then the crowd started marching towards the capital, Dhaka. The police tried to stop them again. They opened fire. At least 6 protesters were killed. But the crowd was simply too big for the security officials to deal with. About an hour later, at 2 p.m., we started getting unconfirmed reports. They said Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina had left Dhaka. And this triggered speculation about her resignation. 30 minutes later, we received the first pictures. Hasina was seen taking off in a helicopter from Dhaka. Meanwhile, back in the capital, protesters had stormed her official residence. They caused a lot of damage. Even the statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was not spared. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was Sheikh Hasina's father. He was also the founding father of Bangladesh. Today, protesters vandalized his statue. By 3 p.m., the picture was clear. Hasina had been ousted. The Bangladesh Army chief made a rare appearance on television. That's General Wakar-uz-Rahman. He confirmed the Prime Minister's exit. He said that the army, along with other political parties, will form a government. The general said he'd met with all political parties, including the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, the Jatiya Party and the Jamaat-e-Islami. Hours later, the military named an interim government, mostly made up of retired generals and former judges. 2 noted Bangla writers could lead this government, Dr. Salimullah Khan and Dr. Asif Nazrul. There is no one from the Awami League. Sheikh Hasina's party has been completely removed from positions of power. In a statement, the army chief tried to reassure the protesters too. He said their demands will be met.
The Honorable Prime Minister of Bangladesh has resigned from her post, and we will form an interim government for now to run the country. Please keep faith and trust in the army. I take the responsibility and I promise to protect the lives and property of the people. Don't lose faith in the army.
Soon after that announcement, celebrations broke out. Protesters were seen taking off Hasina's portraits from walls. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, there was complete pandemonium. Protesters were seen taking selfies inside bedrooms. Some of them removed the furniture, the bedding, the clothes, even the crockery. Some were seen floating around in a boat. Others were helping themselves to a buffet. If you think you've seen this before, you're not wrong. Scenes like these played out in Sri Lanka 2 years ago when the Rajapaksas were ousted. A mass uprising demolished their political legacy. Now it's happening to Sheikh Hasina in Bangladesh. At this point, we usually ask a question. What does all of this mean for India? Then we lay out the positives and the negatives. Not this time, though, because there are no positives here. This is a major setback for New Delhi. Sheikh Hasina wasn't just an ally, she was the foundation of India's entire Bangladesh policy. So her exit is a big deal. The question is, how will India navigate this? Well, there are three factors to consider here. One, possible spillovers. Two, public goodwill. And three, geopolitical realignment. Let's go one by one. India and Bangladesh have a long border. It's more than 4,000 kilometers long. Almost half of it is with northeast India, a region that has been troubled by insurgency. Now, Sheikh Hasina helped India with that. She did not tolerate these anti-India insurgents. But with her gone, who knows? The next regime may not be so accommodating. Another problem is refugees. Most of Bangladesh is Muslim, but nearly 10% of the population is made up of minorities like Hindus and Christians. They make up almost 17 million people. And what happens to them? Bangladesh's army and the opposition have radical Islamist tendencies. They have a history of targeting minorities. Sheikh Hasina kept them in check. But with her gone, will they revert to default? If they do, India will be under pressure, maybe to lobby on behalf of these minorities or even host some of them. New Delhi is preparing for such spillovers. The Border Security Force has sounded an alert. The government has also issued an advisory. Indian citizens have been asked to not travel to Bangladesh. Those already there have been asked to be careful and not move around. Which brings us to the second factor, public goodwill. Indian soldiers fought for Bangladesh's independence. This relationship was forged on the battlefield. So goodwill was never an issue. But recently, that appears to have changed. India was seen as propping up Sheikh Hasina's government. We saw reports of election rigging, crackdowns on the opposition, human rights violations. But New Delhi never criticized any of it. India called it an internal issue for Dhaka. Perhaps that rubbed people the wrong way. Plus, there is a generational change happening. You see, the average age of Bangladesh is 27 years. The liberation war happened more than 50 years ago. So young Bangladeshis see India differently. As a liberator, yes, but also as a big brother. And we saw evidence of that earlier this year. Anti-Hasina protesters started a boycott India movement. They told Bangladeshis, don't buy Indian products. In hindsight, maybe that was a warning sign that protesters see Hasina and India as synonymous. In fact, one video sums it up best. Protesters climbing up a statue of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. He's Sheikh Hasina's father, the founder of Bangladesh, and a great friend of India's. Look at what they did to his statue. That is the new Bangladesh. So New Delhi has a long project ahead. It must repair its image and regain the goodwill. Now to the last factor, and that is geopolitics. A lot depends on the dynamics in Dhaka. The army is setting up an interim government. But those are two things that never go well together, army and interim government. especially in Bangladesh. The country was under military rule from 1975 to 1991. Even now, the army there is quite powerful. So will they give up this power or will they cling on? That's the first worry for India. But let's assume that the army will step down. Naturally, new elections will have to be held. Chances are the opposition will win. That's the Bangladesh Nationalist Party and the Jamaat-e-Islami. This is the opposition. Both parties are bad news for India. Look at the BNP's record, Bangladesh Nationalist Party. Look at their record. In 1972, India and Bangladesh signed a friendship treaty. The BNP later called it a treaty of slavery. In 1996, the Ganges Water Sharing Treaty was signed. Again, the BNP called it slavery. In 2013, then Indian President Pranab Mukherjee was in Dhaka. He was slated to meet BNP leader Khalida Zia, but Zia cancelled the meeting. Even the recent boycott campaign was backed by the BNP. So what happens if this party comes to power? India could face constant pushback, whether it's signing new deals or settling river disputes or containing China's influence. All of it will be a challenge. New Delhi may have to deal with an unhelpful regime in Dhaka. It's becoming a trend in this part of the world. Afghanistan used to have a pro-India government. Now it is ruled by the Taliban. The Maldives also had a pro-India government. Their new president says India out. In Nepal, the new Prime Minister is KP Sharma Oli, a leader who stirred up a border dispute with India. And of course, Pakistan was never helpful. So Bangladesh was the last regime standing, India's only reliable neighbor, you could say. Sheikh Hasina's exit will require a diplomatic reset. We told you that Prime Minister Modi must focus on the neighborhood in his third term. Well, now he doesn't have any other option. There's another factor that we haven't discussed, and that is Pakistan. They have a role to play here. Before 1971, you see, there was no Bangladesh. You had East Pakistan and West Pakistan. The East Wing broke away to become the country of Bangladesh. So relations are frayed between Bangladesh and Pakistan. Sheikh Hasina was completely anti-Pakistan, and she had good reason to be. Pakistan's army jailed her father. They also slaughtered thousands of Bangladeshis, and the feeling was mutual. Pakistan's military was no fan of Hasina. They've criticized her on multiple occasions, especially on the 1971 war. But could they have plotted her ouster? Could Pakistan have done it? Well, Sheikh Hasina's party says yes. It has blamed two groups for the violent protests. One is Pakistan, the other is the United States. We get Pakistan. But why the US? Because Washington has been critical of Sheikh Hasina. They questioned her recent re-election. They said it wasn't free or fair. Now, just to be clear, this wasn't about ideology or strategy. Joe Biden saw a convenient target in Bangladesh, a training ground for a so-called democratic experiment. So he gave Pakistan a free pass, but he went hard against Sheikh Hasina. Again, the sentiment was mutual. Sheikh Hasina accused the United States of plotting a regime change in Dhaka, of trying to topple her. But are either of these claims true? Well, the US is no stranger to regime changes. In Pakistan, Imran Khan accused them of toppling his government. So are they capable of it? Yes, very much. But did they do it? Well, evidence is a bit sketchy, but we say worth looking at. Look at this report. It analyzes BNP social media posts against Sheikh Hasina. Apparently, most of these accounts were based in the US. Hasina's supporters say this is evidence of meddling. But it's hardly a smoking gun because many opposition leaders live in exile. Hasina herself is heading to the UK. So the whole US meddling angle has to be proven, and it won't be easy. But the Pakistan bit is even more complicated. Let's look at the two main opposition groups in Bangladesh again. The first is the Jamaat-e-Islami. It's an Islamist group formed before partition. The Jamaat opposed Bangladesh's liberation in 1971. They wanted to retain Muslim unity. To this end, they even collaborated with Pakistan's army. Basically, they wanted to prevent the creation of Bangladesh. So how did such a party survive? Well, at first it did not. Many Jamaat leaders were jailed for war crimes. The group struggled to remain relevant. But by the late 1970s, they started turning it around. How? By focusing on religion. You see, Bangladesh was founded on secular lines, but the Jamaat sought to radicalize the people. They emphasized on Muslim identity. So for them, Pakistan was not an enemy, it was a fellow Muslim country. Same with the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, or BNP. It was founded by military ruler Ziaur Rahman. He removed secularism from Bangladesh's constitution. Instead, he emphasized on Islamic identity. Some BNP leaders have also been accused of war crimes. Today, the BNP and Jamaat are allies. So the broad takeaway is this. Both these parties are soft on Pakistan. Reports say they have ties to Pakistan's deep state. Look at this report from 2012. The BNP was accused of taking money from the ISI, that's the Inter-Services Intelligence, Pakistan's spy agency and Dirty Works Department. They've also been accused of plotting terror attacks, most notably the Dhaka cafe blast of 2016. So could they have plotted Hasina's ouster? Her supporters say yes. They accuse Pakistan's mission in Dhaka of meddling, of encouraging violent protests. But again, there is no evidence. We cannot definitively say that Pakistan or the US was involved. But here's what we can say. One, Pakistan would welcome this regime change. We haven't heard from Islamabad yet, but rest assured, the generals are celebrating. And two, the US policy did not help. Sheikh Hasina may have had her problems, but she delivered growth and stability. She kept the radical Islamists at bay. But that wasn't enough for Joe Biden. He gave free passes to the likes of Pakistan, Saudi Arabia and Egypt, but he ramped up the pressure on Dhaka. I'm sure that did not help. Of course, these are all additional factors. The main driver was the people, and that's the message from Bangladesh today. Power flows from the people. They give you power, they can also take it away. In 1981, Bangladesh's streets are full of people. They were waiting for Sheikh Hasina. She was returning to the country. It was her first visit since her father's assassination. Crowds lined the streets. They followed her from the airport to her home. They celebrated her homecoming. Today, 43 years later, thousands lined the streets of Bangladesh again, but this time the reason was very different. They were celebrating Sheikh Hasina's exit from the country. How did it come to this? How did Sheikh Hasina go from being a democratic icon to Bangladesh's ousted prime minister? It's a fascinating story, one that should be told today. Sheikh Hasina once said that democracy is in her DNA. When she returned to Bangladesh, she joined hands with other political parties. She led marches. She held pro-democracy protests. She mobilized the people of her country. In 1990, Bangladesh's military leader was toppled from power. By then, Sheikh Hasina was a national icon. In 1996, she was elected as Prime Minister, but 5 years later, she lost power to Khalida Zia, her chief opponent and the leader of Bangladesh Nationalist Party. What followed was a decade-long power struggle, and it impacted Bangladesh in many ways. There was political unrest, social unrest, and military interventions. It was also a period of turmoil for Hasina. She endured multiple arrests. She survived assassination attempts. She battled corruption charges. But things took a turn in the year 2008. 2008, that's when elections were held again. Hasina secured a landslide victory. By 2009, she was back in power, and she remained there until this morning, in power. This was her longest stint as Prime Minister. It lasted for 15 years, and her legacy is a mixed bag. Let's look at the positives first. Obviously, on top of the list is economic progress. Bangladesh is a shining example. In 2007, their GDP was $71 billion. By 2022, it was $460 billion. Bangladesh is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Annual GDP growth has been more than 7%. In the last decade, per capita income has tripled. 25 million people were lifted out of poverty. Bangladesh forayed into high-tech manufacturing. Hasina also unveiled some mega infrastructure projects, including the flagship Padma Bridge. Those are not mean achievements. Her second big win is this: a reign of stability. That's what she achieved. Hasina knew what political turmoil looked like. She'd spent half of her life as a political survivor, so maintaining order was a top priority for her. And she did achieve it. She cracked down on extremists. She steered her country away from trouble. Sheikh Hasina is the world's longest-serving female head of state. You cannot deny Bangladesh's rise on her watch. But you can question her methods to achieve this growth. And that brings us to the negatives. What did she do wrong? Well, Hasina ruled Bangladesh with an iron grip. The opposition was under arrest. Parties were disqualified from contesting elections. Dissent was not tolerated. Institutions were captured. Media was controlled. Her rule took an authoritarian turn, and it became stark in the elections in January this year. Sheikh Hasina won, but she also had no competition. The opposition had boycotted the election. And that brings us to problem number 2, the same economy. Bangladesh's economic growth was fueled by one industry, and that is the garment sector. It took a hit during the pandemic. Then inflation skyrocketed. By November last year, it was close to 9.5%, the highest in decades. Foreign debt doubled, foreign exchange reserves dropped. This economic turmoil also led to anti-government sentiment. People blamed Hasina for all of it. Those cries became louder this summer. Dhaka plunged into turmoil over a job quota system because 56% of government jobs in the country were reserved. 56%. So thousands of people took to the streets, mostly students, protesting against this reservation. The Prime Minister called them traitors and terrorists. The protest spread. Last month, Bangladesh's top court scrapped the quota, most of it. So reservation was out. But the protest did not end, because it was no longer about the quotas now. It was about Sheikh Hasina and her government, and the way Hasina responded made it even worse. She remained defiant. She refused to engage and cracked down hard. Hundreds of people died. Many more were arrested. So then what happened today? How did she go from rigidity to resignation? What is it that tipped the scales today? The protest this weekend. That is what made the difference. It was the bloodiest in the country's history, especially yesterday. There were clashes between the police and the protesters. Close to 100 people were killed in a single day. Dhaka announced a nationwide curfew, but within hours, the people were back on the streets. They did not fear bullets anymore, and the military turned against the Prime Minister. They did not want to hold off civilians anymore. This left Sheikh Hasina with no choice, really. She could either flee and save herself or incur the wrath of her people. We all know what she chose, but it's hard to believe that she did not see it coming. In 1990, a student-led uprising ended military rule in Bangladesh, and Hasina was at the forefront of it. That's how she came to power. 3 decades later, Hasina is out of power, courtesy the students again. Which brings us to South Asia. In 2022, Sri Lanka witnessed a similar situation. Angry protesters stormed the presidential palace. The president had to flee. The government fell. It's like we're watching that on repeat again in Bangladesh. And South Asia, we could say, is no stranger to such protests. In Sri Lanka, it was over the economy. In Bangladesh, it's about Sheikh Hasina's iron rule. In Pakistan, it was against Imran Khan's arrest. In Nepal, it was against democracy altogether. In some countries, like Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, it brought change. In others, it was only symbolic. But while the reasons may be different, it's a lesson for governments. You can never ignore the will of the people. Our next report tells you more.
It was called Aragalaya, or in other words, the people's struggle. It was a months-long struggle, but it ended with a cool dip in the swimming pool of the presidential palace. Sri Lanka's economy has long struggled, but things got worse in 2019. Then President Gotabaya Rajapaksa slashed taxes. It deprived the country of a much-needed source of income. Then came a global pandemic. Income from tourism dried up. Remittances fell and debt grew. By 2022, inflation was at 55%. Food was becoming unaffordable. Fuel was in short supply. On top of that, there were rolling blackouts. It was the country's worst economic crisis since independence. The people were angry, so they took to the streets. They blamed the government of economic mismanagement. What started off as small demonstrations soon engulfed the entire country. Protests continued day and night. The rallying cry was "Gota, go home." It was aimed against President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. This continued for some time, but soon the protesters had had enough. The government wasn't doing anything and the anger was boiling over. It resulted in this. Protesters stormed the presidential palace. People took selfies, broke the furniture, lounged on a 4-poster bed, and even enjoyed the swimming pool. Soon, Rajapaksa was forced out of power. He had to flee the country, and 5 days later, he resigned. It was a win for the people. They wanted the Rajapaksas out, and it finally happened. Not very far away from Sri Lanka, a different story was playing out. In 2023, Pakistan witnessed similar scenes, people out on the streets protesting. But this wasn't against a leader, it was for a leader, for ousted Prime Minister Imran Khan. After he was arrested, the country plunged into violence. There were riots, vandalism, clashes with police, even attacks on military establishments. Unlike Sri Lanka, nothing changed. The army still runs the nation and Imran Khan is still in jail. Elsewhere in the region, the anger wasn't against just one leader, it was against the whole democratic system. In April this year, Nepal's citizens took to the streets. Why? Because they wanted the monarchy back. And it's because of the country's political crisis, where government was reduced to playing musical chairs. In the last 16 years, Nepal has seen 14 governments. That's a different government almost every year. So the protesters had had enough. They wanted the king back. Three different countries, three very different protests, but one clear message. People's anger is often unstoppable, even in the face of brute force. In Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, it worked out in favor of the people. Not so much in Pakistan and Nepal. But it's a lesson for governments across the region.
Let's talk about the other big story today, the meltdown in global markets from Japan to India and the United States. All major markets were in the red today. Investors worldwide have lost billions, including those in India. Going by one claim, 17 lakh crores were wiped off from the Indian markets today. That's more than $20 billion gone in a day. It was a bloodbath. For months, Indian markets have been on a high. Investors have witnessed a record-breaking bull run. The Nifty alone hit record highs more than 45 times this year. The Nifty is an index of India's top 50 companies. Its boom was thanks to big bets by investors. They were sold on India's growth story. So have they lost confidence now? What caused the sell-off today? Well, broadly, there are three reasons. Number one, recession fears in the US. They've returned. We told you about this last week, about how rising unemployment claims and a slowdown in the manufacturing sector have raised fears of an American recession. The US has released its latest unemployment data, and here's what it says. 4.3% of all Americans are unemployed. This is close to a 3-year high. In April last year, unemployment was a little more than 3%. So the US is witnessing an increase in joblessness. And this is making American banks nervous, banks like Goldman Sachs. They say that there's a higher probability of recession in the US. Earlier, they'd said that there was a 15% chance of recession in 2025. Now they say there's a 25% chance of recession. So that's one reason for the investor panic, the state of jobs and its potential impact on the economy. Reason number two is the situation in West Asia. It's going from bad to worse. There is fear of a wider regional conflict. Iran and its proxies could target Israel this week. In fact, they could launch an attack in the next 24 hours.
The Islamic Republic of Iran will definitely take serious and deterrent action with strength, determination, and firmness in ensuring its security and punishing the aggressor. Iran cannot be indifferent towards its security, its friends' and allies' security, and the security of the region.
Both the Hezbollah and Iran want revenge. Hezbollah for the death of one of their top commanders. He was taken out by an Israeli airstrike. And Iran wants to hit back at Israel for the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, the political chief of Hamas. Both attacks happened on the same day last month. Now, reports say Iran and its proxies want to respond to strike targets deep inside Israel. If that happens, Netanyahu has vowed to hit back. So you know where this is going. And it's making the stock markets even more nervous. Reason number three is India Inc. and the tepid first quarter results. So far, 30 out of India's top 50 companies have reported their numbers and their business is growing by just about 0.7%. This is on a year-on-year basis. And what about profits? They've declined by almost 10% quarter on quarter. So a mix of external and internal factors led to today's mass sell-off. And it's not just the stock markets. The Indian rupee is feeling the pressure too. It touched an all-time low against the US dollar. $1 was trading at almost 84 rupees. And like I said at the beginning, this is not limited to India. Other parts of the global economy are also facing headwinds, like the oil markets. The price of Brent crude is down. Global prices are close to an 8-month low. Even cryptocurrencies are in free fall. In the last 24 hours, there has been a sell-off. Crypto assets worth over $1 billion were liquidated. So overall, the sentiment is negative. And will it lead to long-term pain? Honestly, it's hard to say at the moment. There's volatility in more ways than one, so we'll have to wait to see what shape this takes. Now let's focus on Iran. The whole world is watching it, waiting for its next move. A move that everyone is certain is coming, perhaps as soon as today. At least that's what the US believes. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has reportedly sent a warning to the G7 or Group of 7 nations. He told them that an attack could take place as soon as Monday. And he wanted them to apply diplomatic pressure on Iran to minimize their retaliation. But will that really work? Last week, Iran was humiliated. Ismail Haniyeh, the chief of Hamas, was assassinated on Iranian soil. He was killed in the capital, Tehran, just hours after attending the inauguration ceremony of Iran's new president, Masoud Pezeshkian. It was a slap in the face for the Iranian regime. Their honored guest was killed just hours after hugging their new president and Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Tehran blames Israel for this assassination. Israel has not accepted or rejected the accusation, but that doesn't really matter to Iran now. It doesn't plan to leave that insult unanswered.
Israel targeted the revolutionary leader of a freedom-fighting movement who was after the right to his people's destiny and his occupied lands in another country. They think by doing this, they have reached some success that helps them survive. They are digging their own grave, and they will gradually get themselves buried in these swamps and holes.
That was General Hossein Salami, the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. He issued that threat today. Salami is the latest Iranian leader to threaten Israel, and his word carries weight. The Revolutionary Guards are Iran's special forces, and they also exercise some control over Iran's proxies, groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Any attack on Israel will likely involve all these factions. So Iran's Revolutionary Guard will be at the forefront of the battle, and the head of the guard seems to be spoiling for a fight. Tehran is also flexing its muscle. It has issued a warning to aviation authorities. It has warned pilots to avoid its airspace, which indicates that an attack is imminent. But will there really be an all-out war? Perhaps not. Listen to this.
Iran does not seek to escalate tensions in the region. If Iran talks about its right to punish the aggressor, this is an action to help consolidate security and stability in the region.
Iran says it has the right to punish Israel. But it also says it doesn't want to escalate tensions in the region. That's a tough balancing act. Iran will have to retaliate in a way that doesn't invite more attacks from Israel or its biggest backer, the United States. I mentioned earlier that the US is looking for a diplomatic intervention, but that is not all. The US is also preparing for the worst-case scenario. President Joe Biden is meeting his national security team today. The US has already deployed more assets to West Asia. The USS Abraham Lincoln is on its way to the region, along with another squadron of fighter planes. So the stakes are high. Iran cannot afford to look weak, so it has to respond. But if it goes overboard, it may end up in a war it cannot handle. And Tehran is aware of this, so it seems to be taking precautions by asking an old friend for help. That's Russia. Sergei Shoigu landed in Tehran today. He's currently the Secretary of Russia's Security Council. But before this, he was Russia's defense minister. And he oversaw Russia's invasion of Ukraine for more than 2 years. The same Shoigu is currently in Tehran. He's meeting Iran's President Pezeshkian. He will also meet other senior officials. The visit is symbolic. It shows that Iran has powerful friends too. So that's the situation at the moment. All the pieces seem to be in place. Both sides are preparing for the next move. The only question is, how soon will Iran attack? In West Africa, Nigeria remains in the grip of deadly protests. Since the 1st of August, tens of thousands of people have taken to the streets against what they call bad governance and the soaring cost of living. So far, about a dozen people have died. On Saturday, protests turned more hostile and the security crackdown intensified. So on Sunday, Nigerian President Bola Tinubu finally spoke up. He said that he understands the people's pain and frustration, and he urged Nigerians to end the protest. But will they? Our next report tells you.
Day 5. Nigeria remains on edge, as the West African nation is only halfway through the designated 10 days of rage. The protest began on August 1st against bad governance and the soaring cost of living in Africa's most populous nation. Hundreds of thousands of people have taken to the streets across the nation, including in the capital, Abuja, and Lagos, the country's commercial hub. Since the protest began, 700 people have been arrested nationwide, including at least 50 journalists, according to Amnesty International, and at least 13 people have been killed, according to the same source. But the police have put the death toll at 7. They're not taking responsibility for the deaths. Instead, they are blaming accidents and the quote-unquote hoodlums for the violence. Over the weekend, as anger spiked, the protest became more hostile, and the crackdown by authorities intensified. So finally, Nigerian President Bola Tinubu spoke up. He addressed the nation on Sunday.
My dear Nigerians, especially our youths, I have heard you loud and clear. I understand the pain and the frustration that drive this protest, and I want to assure you that our government is committed to listening and addressing the concerns of our citizens. But we must not let violence and destruction tear our nation apart.
Tinubu also urged Nigerians to end the protest.
Suspend any further protest and create room for dialogue, which I have always acceded to at the slightest opportunity. Nigeria requires all hands on deck and need us all. regardless of age, party, tribe, religion, or other divides.
But then he went on to defend his economic reforms, which are at the core of the protests. The president came to office in May 2023. Since then, he has devalued the Nigerian currency, the naira. He has ended fuel and electricity subsidies. And now, Nigeria is suffering its worst economic crisis in decades. The inflation has hit a 28-year high. Sure, this didn't happen in a bubble. Nigeria has seen years of economic mismanagement. But Tinubu placed the cherry on top, and Nigerians blame him for their hardships. So, an apology sandwich with consolations and sorries is not cutting it for them.
We are going nowhere. What the president said this morning means nothing. It means nothing.
From the speech that the president has made so far, if he doesn't address the needs of the Nigerian people by reducing the fuel price back to 200, bringing back subsidy, reducing the cost of education, opening the borders, then he has not spoken.
So this is where Nigeria is at, bubbling with anger, only to be snubbed by police action, and the president's call for a protest pause. Which side will win? The answer should become clear this week. But if early indications hold any weight, brute force and empty words will not do much to assuage the anger of young Nigerians.
Now let's turn to the UK, which is also seeing massive unrest. Riots have broken out in all corners of the country: Belfast in Northern Ireland, Liverpool in Merseyside, Sunderland in northeast England, Bristol in the southwest. Riots have broken out in all these places. Mobs have been setting cars and buildings ablaze. They've been attacking the police and leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Take a look. Britain's new Prime Minister Keir Starmer has a crisis on his hands. He held a so-called Cobra meeting today. Cobra short for Cabinet Office Briefing Room A meeting. Now, this is when ministers, civil servants, police and intelligence officials gather during an emergency and they try and find a way to respond. His goal is simple: find the rioters and punish them.
People in this country have a right to be safe. And yet, we've seen Muslim communities targeted, attacks on mosques, other minority communities singled out, Nazi salutes in the street, attacks on the police, wanton violence alongside racist rhetoric. So no, I won't shy away from calling it what it is: far-right thuggery. If you target people because of the colour of their skin or their faith, then that is far right, and I'm prepared to say so.
Starmer says the rioters are far-right thugs, bigots who were waiting for an excuse to attack Muslims and immigrants, and they got their excuse last week. Last Monday, a 17-year-old boy went on a rampage in the town of Southport. He stabbed multiple children at a dance studio. 3 young girls were killed. 8 other children and 2 adults are in hospital. It was a brutal attack. The suspect was arrested at the scene of the crime, and since he was a minor, his identity was initially withheld. But rumors about the attacker's identity spread online. A large number of people believed that he was a Muslim immigrant, and that was the excuse that they were looking for. A riot started in Southport last Tuesday when a vigil for the slain children was taking place. Hundreds of people from out of town decided to attack a mosque in Southport. Then the riot started spreading. The British government warned people against believing the misinformation. A judge even made the minor suspect's identity public. The attacker is Axel Ruda Kubana. He's a British citizen born in Wales to Rwandan parents. The British police say that he has no known links to Islam, but none of this mattered to the rioters. They were out for blood. The riots spread to Manchester and Hartlepool on Wednesday, Sunderland and Liverpool on Friday, Blackpool, Bolton and Belfast on Saturday. And then yesterday, we saw this. Mobs attacking 2 Holiday Inn Express hotels. One in Rotherham and another in Tamworth. Now, these hotels were targeted for a reason. They're being used to house asylum seekers. These are refugees who escaped their home countries, somehow made it to the UK and are looking for a new beginning. Their asylum requests are still being processed. Some of them will have genuine cases and they will be allowed to take refuge. The others will be rejected. That's how asylum requests usually go. But it seems the rioters do not want any of them. No matter their story, the rioters want all the refugees out, so they attacked these hotels. What does all of this tell you? There are a number of people in Britain who hate immigrants and a number of people who hate Islam. Muslim immigrants are hated twice as much. It's so bad that a stabbing by a British citizen of Rwandan descent has led to anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant riots across the country. Think about the number of riots and their geographical spread. It can't be the same people traveling cross-country to incite violence. This means that anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant rioters are everywhere. They lurk in every corner of the UK, waiting for an excuse to burn a mosque or a hotel housing refugees. Now, does this sound like a secular, liberal, holier-than-thou Western nation to you? Does this sound like some pinnacle of humanity and civilization? Or does this sound like a bigoted place, a place where minorities are under threat, where some outsiders are unwelcome, and where multiculturalism is met with violence? The West loves to talk about inclusivity. It loves to preach humanity and tolerance and all that jazz, but scratch the surface, and the same rot lies underneath. Our last story tonight is about Cindy Ngamba. She is a 25-year-old boxer. On Sunday, she defeated France's Davina Michel at an Olympic boxing quarterfinal. It was a fierce bout and it has secured Ngamba an Olympic medal. Now, this may not seem like big news, but Ngamba has made history because she is not representing a country at the Olympics. Ngamba is competing as part of the Refugee Olympic team, and she has won the team its first ever Olympic medal. So what is the Refugee Olympic team and why does Ngamba's win matter? Here's our report.
Have you ever watched an Olympic game? What do you usually see? Obviously the players and their extraordinary sporting skills, but also a grand display of national pride. You see a collage of different flags, cheering crowds wearing their country's colours and national anthems playing for every gold medal winner. But on Sunday, when boxer Cindy Ngamba beat France's Davina Michel at the Olympic boxing women's middleweight quarterfinal, no country's flag was waved. Instead, Ngamba held up her vest and pointed to the crest on it, which said Refugee Olympic Team. Ngamba was born in Cameroon, a country in Central Africa. She moved to the UK when she was 11 years old. She took up boxing when she was 15 and quickly became a world-class prospect. At the age of 18, she came out as gay, meaning if she returned to Cameroon, she could be sent to prison because homosexuality is banned in the country. So Ngamba chose to stay back in the UK. She continues to live in the country as a refugee. She signs papers every week to fight for this protected status. She has endured arrests. She has been taken to detention camps in the UK. Yet Ngamba has refused to give up boxing. But when she wanted to compete in the Olympics, the problem was obvious. She couldn't have represented the UK. She couldn't have represented Cameroon either. So she decided to compete as a refugee. She joined the Refugee Olympic team. With her recent win, Ngamba has guaranteed herself an Olympic bronze medal, and she has created history by winning the Refugee Olympic team's first ever medal. The team was born ahead of the 2016 Rio de Janeiro Olympics. The International Olympics Committee created it as a symbol of hope for displaced athletes and migrants to participate in the Olympics. These athletes speak different languages. They come from different parts of the world. They have different awe-inspiring stories, but they compete under the same flag. And today, this flag is flying high with pride. Because Ngamba's win is also a win for those who came before her, like swimmer Yusra Mardini. She fled Syria during the civil war. She was smuggled into Europe on a boat with 18 other people. During the near-death journey, the boat's motor failed, so Mardini swam for hours in the ocean, all the while pulling the boat to safety as well. Eventually, she made it to Germany, where she joined the very first refugee team to become an Olympic athlete. Then there's track athlete Yik Purbil. He fled the civil war in Sudan, he ran away to save his life, and honed that skill at the 2016 Olympics. Similarly, Maniza Talash escaped Afghanistan's Taliban rule, and this year she's competing in Olympic breakdancing. The refugee Olympic team started with 10 athletes. This year the number has nearly quadrupled to 37. Its members have escaped some of life's worst atrocities. For them, the journey to the Paris Olympics is a victory in itself. So, Ngamba's win only makes this even sweeter.
Not many light-hearted moments today, but let's end on a funny note. What do you think every politician needs? Every expert will tell you different things, but one quality is constant, and that is communication skills. You must explain complicated things to your voters. You must break it down for them. Or, if you're Kamala Harris, confuse them. That's right. We've been listening to some of her speeches, and explainers are not really her thing. So tonight we are bringing you Kamala GPT, our very own AI experiment where the US Vice President answers questions like, what is inflation? How important is diplomacy? And how crucial is time management? Be ready to be dazzled by the power of AI.
So you're now no longer are you necessarily keeping those private files in some file cabinet that's locked in the basement of the house. It's on your laptop, and it's then therefore up here in this cloud that exists above us.
This is just an extraordinary testament to the importance of having a president who understands the power of diplomacy and understands the strength that rests in understanding the significance of diplomacy. Talk about our children. I know for this group, we all believe that when we talk about the children of the community, they are the children of the community. That bread costs more, that gas costs more. And we have to understand what that means. That's about the cost of living going up. The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there is such great significance to the passage of time.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Thousands gather across Venezuela to protest against President Nicolas Maduro's election victory. Farmers in Thailand race water buffaloes to kick off the rice cultivation season. And both dogs and humans escape the heat at a Spanish canine water park. Finally, we're taking you back in history on this day in 1963. The US, Soviet Union and the UK signed the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. It banned the testing of nukes anywhere except underground. The idea was to contain radioactive fallout from testing. In 2023, Russia withdrew from the treaty. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the United Kingdom, which is witnessing its worst riots in 13 years. Over the weekend, far-right demonstrators vandalized at least 2 hotels believed to be housing asylum seekers near the towns of Rotherham and Birmingham. A total of 10 mosques have also been targeted in Southport, Liverpool, and Hartlepool. The violence was triggered by the stabbing of 3 young girls in Southport, England last week. According to the police, disinformation spread online that the 17-year-old suspect in the knife attack was a Muslim immigrant. However, he was later named in court as Axel Rudabakana, born in Cardiff, Wales. And media reports say his faith is Christianity. But even revealing the attacker's identity did not stop anti-immigration demonstrators from carrying out racially motivated riots. They pelted chairs, bricks, and flares at police officers, looted shops, and torched several community facilities, including a library and Citizens Advice Bureau building. The rioters also shouted anti-Islamic slurs as they clashed with counter-protesters.
It's just an excuse to show the knuckle-dragging racism of them. And I'm here to say we don't all feel the same way.
Embarrassed before this morning, disgusted, and wanted to take some action, really, I suppose. Yeah, that's just it. Wanted to do something. As you can see, I've got a little boy. It's the world I want him to grow up in. So yeah, just come out, make a positive change, show people that this is Hull, not the crap you saw last night.
I think it was really important to show the people of Springbank, our black and Asian community, that, you know, if people are going to bring 200 people out to incite hate, we're going to bring 20,000 out to incite good.
Now, media reports are saying horrific racist incidents have also occurred all across England just last week. That includes a mob beating up a black man and an Asian man being stabbed at a train station. According to police, at least 300 people across the UK have been arrested in connection with the riots, with at least 100 detained in London alone. Moreover, at least 50 police officers have been injured so far. Liverpool City Mayor says the violent disorder is less about the murders in Southport and more about local youths stirred up by social media.
I'd say there's a differential between what happened on Tuesday in Southport and what happened here. Definitely on Tuesday there were people bussed in from all over the country, because we know that, because we see the travel patterns. This was more about local youths being stirred up by social media, by that communication of everybody, let's get together and all that, thinking it was a bit of fun and purposely trying to stir up some sort of criminality in this area. And you know, I've been the MP for this area and I'm very, very supportive of the people and the communities, but this was the community inflicting misery on the community.
Meanwhile, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has described the attack on hotels as far-right thuggery. Addressing the nation, the Prime Minister vowed to end the mayhem and take action against people inciting the riots online and offline.
Utterly condemn the far-right thuggery we've seen this weekend. Be in no doubt, those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law. The police will be making arrests, individuals will be held on remand, charges will follow, and convictions will follow. I guarantee you will regret taking part in this disorder, whether directly or those whipping up this action online and then running away themselves. This is not protest. It is organised, violent thuggery, and it has no place on our streets or online. if you target people because of the colour of their skin or their faith, then that is far right, and I'm prepared to say so. But it doesn't matter what apparent motivation there is. This is violence, it is not protest. It doesn't matter what the motivation is. The motivation for the vast majority of people in this country is to see their streets safe. And that's what I'm determined that we will deliver. Thank you.
Now the Labour government will hold an emergency meeting on Monday over the violent riots as the rioters appear to be undeterred as they announce more protests. Shifting focus to the Middle East, Secretary of State Antony Blinken has reportedly told his counterparts from the G7 nations that Iran could attack Israel any time now. Secretary Blinken further said that both Tehran and its Lebanon-based proxy Hezbollah will retaliate together. The attack will be in response to the killing of Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh in Iran and Hezbollah commander Fouad Shukr in Lebanon last week. Israel has only claimed responsibility for the strike in Lebanon and has refused to comment on Haniyeh's killing. Now the foreign ministers of the G7 countries have tried to apply diplomatic pressure on Iran, Hezbollah, and Israel by urging them to lower tensions and engage constructively towards de-escalation. Meanwhile, another media report says Israel may consider launching a preemptive strike to deter Iran and prevent an attack on Israeli soil. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is uncertain what to expect from Iran and its proxies. He's asked Israel's top intelligence agencies to work with U.S. intelligence to confirm if Tehran will in fact launch an attack on its own.
Iran and its proxies seek to surround us with a stranglehold of terror on 7 fronts. Their visible aggression is insatiable, but Israel is not helpless. We are determined to stand against them on every front, in every arena, far and near. Anyone who murders our citizens, anyone who harms our country will be held accountable. He will pay a very heavy price.
U.S. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said the Iranian threat is serious and Washington will stand up to defend Israel.
When the Supreme Leader says he's going to avenge, we have to take that seriously. Now, I don't know what they're going to do or when they're going to do it, but we got to make darn sure that we're ready and that we have the capabilities in the region to be able to help Israel defend itself and, quite frankly, defend our own people, our own facilities, our own national security interests. We've been very, very consistent about not wanting to see this war escalate and get broader. We've also been very, very consistent about proving, not just with words, but with action, that we're going to stand up and defend Israel.
Now, President Joe Biden is convening his national security team in the Situation Room of the White House today to discuss the developments in the Middle East. The White House says the president will also speak with Jordan's King Abdullah. This comes a day after Jordan's foreign minister made a rare visit to Tehran to find a diplomatic solution amid tensions growing in the region. Now, with the Pentagon deploying additional fighter jets and warships in the Middle East and Israel preparing for every possibility, the world is bracing as Iran and Hezbollah prepare to retaliate against Israel. And from the war in the Middle East to the war in Europe, in a major blow to Vladimir Putin, Ukraine claims to have sunk a Russian submarine in the Black Sea over the weekend. The diesel-electric attack submarine was sunk while it was docked at the Sevastopol Black Sea port in the Crimean Peninsula. Kyiv says that the long-range precision missiles were used to hit the warship while it was anchored. The submarine, named the Rostov-on-Don, was inducted into Russia's Black Sea Fleet back in 2014. It was reportedly one of the 4 submarines operated by the Russian Navy in the Crimean Peninsula that would launch cruise missiles at Ukrainian cities. Moscow is yet to comment on the Ukrainian attack. However, if true, this would be the biggest loss for the Russian Navy since Putin's forces invaded Ukraine back in 2022. Additionally, Ukrainian generals say that a Russian airbase was also damaged in the strike, including a fortified complex that houses Russia's most advanced S-400 attack aircraft missile system. Now, Kyiv says the air defense systems were tasked with protecting the Kerch Strait Bridge, which is an important logistics and transport hub for the Russian forces in occupied Crimea. Meanwhile, Ukraine also struck a major oil refinery in southern Russia using long-range precision drones. The uptick in attacks against Russia comes after allies gave Ukraine the green light to use Western-made weapons for strikes inside Russia. And now, in a span of less than a month, Ukraine has launched a barrage of long-range attacks using drones, cruise missiles, and heavy artillery as it targets Russia's military infrastructure and oil depots. However, Moscow accuses Kyiv of targeting civilians by deliberately shelling residential areas. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has promised allies that his troops would turn the tide of the war before the winter sets in. And the latest successes by the Ukrainian armed forces show that President Zelensky and his troops are looking to build on this momentum against the Russian forces. And moving away from war, in the Canadian city of Montreal, it is now on the cusp of a nightlife revolution that will transform the city into a 24-hour metropolis, with plans for all-night drinking district, as well as the city aiming to redefine what it means to stay up late. From economic boost to cultural growth, Montreal's nocturnal transformation looks to be captivating as well as controversial. Here's our report with details.
In the quiet hours when most cities wind down, a new rhythm is emerging, reshaping urban landscapes around the globe. And it isn't just about nightlife, it's about creating a vibrant 24-hour economy that boosts local culture, safety, and economic growth. And at the forefront of this movement is Canada's second-largest city, Montreal. Poised to join the ranks of cities like Germany's capital Berlin and Japan's capital Tokyo by implementing an all-night district in its city. As the city's skyline grows against the night sky, Montreal's downtown is already a hub of activity. Bars and restaurants hum with energy, and wide pedestrian streets are filled with people enjoying the warm evening. But City Councillor Erica Alnios sees even greater potential. We are trying to be trailblazers, she says, passionate about her vision for a Montreal that thrives around the clock. Currently, Montreal's nightlife contributes an impressive $1.6 billion annually, with over $87 million flowing into government coffers through taxes. The city councillor is convinced these figures will soar once the city allows bars and clubs to remain open past the current 3 a.m. closing time. Her vision for Montreal is twofold: economic growth and cultural enrichment. This is an opportunity for economic growth, she emphasizes, but it's also to present and reinforce the cultural scene. Yet not everyone shares her enthusiasm. Concerns about security and infrastructure are top of mind for many. Owners of local clubs voice their concerns, pointing out to the lack of 24-hour public transport services and additional security measures. Without these, they believe the plan could backfire. However, few other bar and restaurant owners believe that extending operating hours could reduce problems, and their idea isn't without precedent. The Dutch city of Amsterdam became the first to appoint a night mayor back in 2012. It has seen positive results from spreading out closing times. Mirik Milan, who served as Amsterdam's night mayor for 6 years, oversaw a 20% drop in alcohol-related violence and a 30% reduction in nuisance reports. These improvements helped gain political and public support for nighttime policies. Berlin offers another model of successful nighttime management. With no restrictions on when alcohol can be sold and 24-hour public transportation on weekends, the city has embraced a round-the-clock lifestyle. So, while Montreal's initiative is not solely about nightlife, an advocacy group highlights the broader benefits, such as providing essential services for night shift workers and creating a more inclusive city. Part of the plan also includes grants for soundproofing smaller performance venues, balancing the needs of residents and businesses. Despite these challenges, the economic and cultural potential of a robust nighttime economy is undeniable. In New York, nightlife generates $35.1 billion annually, supporting nearly 300,000 jobs. Berlin's techno-tourism attracts millions, driving substantial economic activity. these successes illustrate the possibilities for cities like Montreal. So, as winter approaches, the city is poised for a transformative leap. While the city's nights may become longer, they also promise to be filled with greater cultural vibrancy and economic opportunity. Whether Montreal can truly become the next city that never sleeps remains to be seen. But its nights are undoubtedly about to get much more interesting.
We've often heard people say that a 24-hour day is not enough time. Well, how about 25 hours? Well, it could be a possibility thanks to the moon gradually drifting away from the Earth. This surprising finding was uncovered during a study of ancient rocks. But will the 25-hour day happen in our lifetime? And how will this celestial drift reshape our planet's future? Our final report has all the answers.
In a time long before human footprints marked the lunar surface, the moon hung high in the sky, casting its silver light on the world below. It was more than just a satellite. It was a muse for artists, poets, and dreamers, a constant presence that inspired awe and wonders across generations. Yet, within this beacon of the night lay a secret known only to the most meticulous scientists. The moon was slowly drifting away from the Earth. This astonishing discovery, which sounds like something from a science fiction tale, emerged from the dedicated work of a team at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Led by Professor Stephen Mayers, these researchers embarked on a journey through time, examining ancient rocks formed 90 million years ago to uncover the moon's gradual separation from Earth and its profound implications. Their findings were nothing short of remarkable. Through careful analysis, the team determined that the moon is receding from Earth at a rate of approximately 3.8 centimeters per year. Though this distance may seem minuscule, its impact is far from insignificant. As the moon moves farther away, Earth's rotation also slows. The consequences of this cosmic dance are staggering. As the moon continues its slow retreat, the length of days on Earth will grow longer. In about 200 million years, a single day on our planet will last a full 25 hours. This gradual shift, though imperceptible in our daily lives, marks a significant transformation over geological timescales. The study also revealed that 1.4 billion years ago, a day on Earth was just over 18 hours long. Professor Mayers and his team used a technique called astrochronology to peer back into this distant past. Their goal was ambitious: to create a geological timescale that could accurately tell the story of Earth's ancient history. The research not only sheds light on the moon's drift, but also opens a window into the dynamic history of our planet. It tells a tale of change and adaptation, of a world that has continually evolved in response to the cosmic forces around it. As we gaze up at the moon, it's humbling to realize that our celestial companion is on a slow but inevitable journey away from us. So the next time you look up at the night sky and see the moon shining brightly, remember the relevance it holds. As the moon drifts apart, days will grow longer, and eventually there will be 25 hours in a single day here on Earth.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with Nigeria, where tensions continue to simmer as protests against the government continue. Nigerian security forces continued an intensive crackdown on rallies over the weekend as thousands continued to take to the streets. Nigerian authorities fired bullets and tear gas at protesters and even at journalists covering the protests against the economic crisis. According to Amnesty International, at least 50 journalists were arrested in Abuja over the weekend. Addressing the nation for the first time since the protests erupted, President Bola Tinubu urged citizens to suspend the rallies and for the bloodshed to end. He also called on young activists to hold dialogue.
As the president of this country, I must ensure public order in line with the constitutional oath to protect the lives and property of every citizen. Our government will not stand idly by and allow a few with a clear political agenda to tear this nation apart. Under the circumstances, I hereby enjoin protesters and the organizers to suspend any further protest and create room for dialogue.
President Tinubu said that he understands the pain and frustration driving these protests and listed out the measures his government is implementing to tackle the crisis. However, Nigerian activists were not satisfied with the president's assurance. They have resisted his plea to end the protests.
From the speech that the president has made so far, if he doesn't address the needs of the Nigerian people by reducing the fuel price back to 200, bringing back subsidy, reducing the cost of education, opening the borders, then he has not spoken.
We are still going for protest today. Maybe with his cabal, we can make another sitting round table to make a good decision and good movement. That's what we do. Today, we are making ground. We are doing shared service here today. Tomorrow, we are still going. That 10 days, I'm sure that 10 days, if you don't answer, we will move further.
In his address, Tinubu blamed people with a clear political agenda behind the violence and said they would be resisted by security forces. At least 13 people were killed in clashes with security forces on the first day of protests on Thursday. As per reports, 3 people were killed in a rally in Nigeria's second largest city of Kano on Saturday. Nigerian police, however, deny using excessive force and say only 7 people have died so far. As per the police breakdown on the death toll, 4 have been killed by an explosive device during a march in northeast Borno State. 2 were hit by a car and another was shot by a guard when protesters looted a shop. Police have blamed the Islamic movement of Nigeria of infiltrating the protest, while around 700 people have been arrested in the first 2 days of demonstrations and have been accused of armed robbery arson, mischief, and destroying property. Protesters have meanwhile blamed the authorities for turning their peaceful protests deadly.
The two-pronged approach of violence and propaganda has failed. The violence and repressions are just attempts to silence and control us, and the propaganda cannot sway or fool us. The struggle for a new and better Nigeria continues. We must not be tired. The future of Nigerians depend on our determination at this moment.
Africa's most populous country, Nigeria, is suffering its worst economic crisis in a generation. The inflation is at a 28-year high of over 34%. The crisis emerged after President Tinubu ended a fuel subsidy and currency controls more than a year ago. These measures were supported by the US-based World Bank and International Monetary Fund to revive the economy. However, the measures have dealt a heavy blow to Nigerians. Food prices have soared and hunger is worsening. Protesters have vowed to push ahead with the rallies, which are planned to run until the 10th of August. How will President Tinubu deal with the challenge? Now, for more on this, we have with us David Otto, a security and political expert who is joining us live from Abuja. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, the hashtag End Bad Governance protests continue in Nigeria, and the protests have turned deadly. What systemic issues have contributed to the persistence of the protests against the bad governance in Nigeria? How do these protests connect to the broader socio-economic challenges?
Well, as you rightly said, the protest was tagged bad governance, ending it, of course, because a lot of Nigerians today believe that the fundamental socio-economic issues that they are experiencing, especially the hyperinflation, the high level of cost, the ending of the fuel subsidy cost, when the president announced on the 29th of May during his inauguration that a fuel subsidy was dead on arrival when he got into power, that had a ripple effect. Of course, the economy was already bad, but the increase in the price of fuel then led to a ripple effect where the prices of goods, the cost of transportation, the daily lives of Nigerians, became extremely difficult, for people to survive, on a daily basis. So this decision, this policy and fiscal decision that was made by the president, he gave very good reasons why he thought the fuel subsidy had to be ended. He talked about the level of corruption that existed within that sector. Yeah. He talked about renewed hope, trying to revive the economy as per the last administration. Mind you well, the last administration is the same political party, the All Progressive Congress, which the current president inherited. Yeah. He has continuously blamed the situation on the previous government. But as we speak, Nigerians are experiencing a very high level of hyperinflation, and the cost of everything has become so expensive and unbearable.
Right. Now, David, who are the key organizers behind the End Bad Governance movement? Is it mainly driven by Gen Z? And what strategies are they employing to sustain momentum and to mobilize supporters and also maintain peaceful demonstrations?
I think one of the biggest challenges that this government has had is to be able to determine who are actually the organizers of this protest. This seems more or less a protest that, some have claimed the organizers are hunger, the organizers are bad governance. So they've listed some of the fundamental issues and said these are the organizers of this protest. We don't have any leaders. The people that are leading us are the economic and social issues that they are experiencing. So a lot of the protesters are claiming that there is no actual leadership, but what has actually propagated the protest to this point is that the social media, the TikTok, Facebook, X, Instagram, all these, Internet of Things, has spread around the country, and a lot of people, are generally angered, by the situation that they are experiencing on a daily basis. So these mediums have just acted, as some kind of a forum to spread the information around. But remember that the government was given enough time to think about what responses that it could give, to the people of Nigeria. But it did focus a lot on trying to persuade or to dissuade, Nigerians from going out in the street. I mean, the government acknowledged that protest is a constitutional right, but they kept insisting that these protests will be hijacked and they will turn into riots. People are going to hijack the protests, and hoodlums are going to make it look like what happened in Lekki, in the previous protest and SARS. So the government has been trying to dissuade people rather than trying to make sure that it could respond to the fundamental issues which have been propagated on social media.
Yes, absolutely, David. And on that, how has the Nigerian government reacted to the protests? We have seen some kind of sign of dialogue, willingness to address the protesters' demands. What actions have been taken to address the demands and to prevent violence or further clashes?
Well, there has been two dimensions, actually three dimensions that the government has taken. The first dimension is that the government has tried, to propagate the narrative that the protest is not actually a genuine protest, that there are some individuals who are bent on actually taking advantage of the protest. We've seen young people that are carrying what looks like a Russian flag, but it is actually a military flag, insinuating in the part of the north that they do want the military to take over. So the government has used this narrative to say, listen, people are not really going out in the streets, to protest against hunger. Of course, there are people that are hungry, but they're saying that, people are taking advantage of this, especially talking about, IED, improvised explosive devices, exploding in the part of the north. But from, moving away from that narrative, which the government has painted out very strongly, that, people shouldn't follow the protest, the government has also deployed a lot of military personnel, police officers, that have been very clear that these officers are there to protect, they are there to ensure that this protest is not being hijacked. I mean, remember that the government had actually come up with a report by the Department of State Security saying very clearly that they had identified individuals who were bent on, infiltrating the protest. And that has been demonstrated in some areas in the north where, places have been looted and clashes have occurred between the military and the protesters. The last measure that the government has done is the speech which the president actually made. And in that speech, he talked about the pursuit of dialogue, that he wants, the protesters to resort to dialogue rather than, go on the streets to protest. But one fundamental issue that a lot of Nigerians are saying is that he did not actually address the underlying issues and propose any solutions that would make the protesters to retire.
Absolutely. David, thank you very much for your valued insights there and bringing us all the latest on the protests in Nigeria.
Thank you.
Shifting focus to Mali, the junta-led West African nation has cut diplomatic ties with Ukraine after Kiev claimed its role in the heavy defeat suffered by Mali's army and the Wagner troops last month. Ethnic Tuareg-led separatists claimed a major victory over Mali junta and its Russian allies on the 25th of July, after 3 days of intense fighting erupted in Mali's north near the Algerian border. Separatists said that they had killed 84 fighters from the Wagner group and 47 Malian soldiers, while Russian mercenary group Wagner and the Malian army admitted their heavy loss. Days after the fighting, Ukraine's military intelligence agency spokesperson said that Kiev provided the separatists necessary data that allowed them to carry out their operation against the Russian war criminals. Mali's military government says it is shocked to learn of remarks by Ukraine's military intelligence agency spokesperson. While announcing the cutting of ties on Sunday, it said that Ukraine's actions had violated Malian sovereignty and constituted unacceptable foreign interference and support for international terrorism. This follows a move by Senegal, which on Saturday summoned the Ukrainian ambassador for publishing a video in support of the deadly attacks against the Malian army and the Wagner group. Despite the heavy losses, Russian Foreign Affairs Minister Sergei Lavrov reaffirmed his support for the junta in a telephone call with his Malian counterpart this week. Russia's Wagner group is present in Mali since 2021 after the military coup. It is helping the army in its fight against the separatists and the Islamist insurgents. Now, Mali, along with the junta-led neighbors Niger and Burkina Faso, has grown closer to Moscow and drifted away from traditional Western allies like France and the US. Meanwhile, Ukraine has also attempted to counter Russia's growing influence in Africa. It has opened several new embassies in the continent as it's forging military and economic ties with nations. Ukraine troops are also believed to be active in the ongoing Sudan war, operating against the Wagner troops who are accused of supporting the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. Kiev is yet to respond to Mali's move to cut its diplomatic ties, but from what it appears, the battlefield of the Russia-Ukraine war has expanded from Europe all the way to Africa. From Mali, we move to its eastern neighbor in Niger. Al-Qaeda-linked terrorists have taken 2 Russian nationals hostage. In a video released on the terrorist group's media platform, 2 Russian nationals say that they were taken captive by Al-Qaeda-linked terrorists while working in the Mbanga in northeastern Niger. The 2 men were seen in traditional local clothing, speaking in front of a backdrop made out of traditional West African cloth. The video did not include a ransom demand. Now, reports say the 2 were taken prisoner a week ago while visiting gold mines in Mbanga, an area around 60 kilometers west of the capital Niamey. It is located in the gold-rich Tillaberi region, where terrorists linked to Al-Qaeda and Islamic State are active. If their account is confirmed, they would be the first Russians in Sahel believed to be kidnapped by Islamist terrorists. Now, despite a strong and growing Russian presence in West Africa, in June of 2021, armed men abducted 2 Chinese nationals in Mbanga. They were freed 9 months later. In May of 2022, 3 Italians were abducted by the regime and were released in February of this year. Now, the Islamist groups have been abducting hostages for ransom to fund their operations and to expand their presence in the region. At least 25 foreigners and an untold number of locals have been kidnapped in the Sahel since 2015. Last month, Russia advised its citizens against traveling to Niger and Mali, citing the security situation there. The junta-led states have sought assistance from Russia for security, as their ties with the West, especially France and the United States, have deteriorated. Russia has sent shadow mercenary group Wagner to the Sahel region to assert its influence. Wagner troops profit from seized mineral riches in exchange for their security services. Niger, like its junta-ruled neighbors Mali and Burkina Faso, has been fighting a deadly jihadist insurgency for years now. All these juntas justify the coups by the need to restore order. but they have been failing to contain the attacks by the Islamist terrorist groups. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Imagine a place where carpets aren't just floor coverings, but symbols of economic revival and community empowerment. Welcome to the Beira, Egypt, where the carpet industry is doing more than just weaving silk threads. It's weaving a brighter future for its residents. Our final report gets you all the details about how the community is being uplifted, one silk thread at a time.
No business is inherently big or small. It's the intention and sweat behind it that counts. After all, in a world where no one can predict what will soar and what will crash, why not give it a go? Business ventures are like high-wire acts without a net. As the old saying holds true, no job is too small or too big. Take, for instance, a charming business in Egypt's Beira region that's turning lives around one silk thread at a time. This isn't just any carpet business, it's like a silk carpet extravaganza. Forget those soulless machine-made rugs, these beauties are handcrafted using homegrown silk. Beira's silk carpet industry is the ultimate do-it-yourself operation. Tiny workshops buzz with activity as workers breed silkworms. They manage cocoons and extract silk threads. These threads are then woven into carpets so magical that even Aladdin would be jealous.
We are a town of Beira City. The project started a while ago, and now this project has become the main industry in this town.
But unlike Aladdin's instant magic carpet, this process is far from instant. Workers coddle silkworms for 35 days until they spin cocoons. Each cocoon coughs up around 900 to 1,000 meters of silk thread.
We boil the water, put the silk in it, and it takes around 10 to 15 minutes. Then we take it out of the hot water, put it here to extract the silk threads with the machine.
It is then painstakingly woven into carpets. The final masterpieces are flaunted at fairs, exhibitions, and even shipped off to international buyers. In the past 5 years, this silk carpet venture has become an economic game changer. By cutting out the middlemen, locals are pocketing more cash and securing their financial futures. Women in particular have found employment and empowerment through this industry.
We are simple people in the town. The role of women was so marginal in the community. Now if you check the carpet-making workshop, you'll find that 95% of the workers are women. Women used to stay at homes and be housewives, but now they are creators, producers, and outstanding because now they produce carpets that are exported. This is the message we want to deliver to the society, that we make a living with dignity and honor.
If this silk success story spreads to other towns which are in desperate need of jobs and economic revival, it could become a shining beacon of hope. The skilled artisans of Beira could share their magic touch by helping other communities weave their way to prosperity. Beira's silk carpet industry is proof that with a bit of passion and a lot of hard work, small businesses can make a huge impact. Local initiatives can spark broader economic and social benefits, offering a roadmap for other communities to follow.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We continue to track the latest from Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina is no longer in power. Bangladesh is under military rule. It's a country in flux. The violence has subsided, but tension still lingers in the air. The situation is precarious. The international airport in Dhaka was shut yesterday. Multiple airlines had cancelled flights. By this evening, some carriers resumed flying to Dhaka, but not everyone is free to leave. 2 former ministers were detained at the airport. They served under Sheikh Hasina. They were trying to leave the country, they could not. Meanwhile, in Dhaka, the police and army are still patrolling the streets. Yesterday was the deadliest day of the protest. More than 100 people were killed in a single day. This was despite Sheikh Hasina's decision to step down. The rioting continued even after her resignation. So who were the victims and who were the perpetrators? Well, it's not clear yet. All that we can say for sure is this. There was major loss of life and public property. And what caused so much damage? Local media says it was a combination of police firing, mob violence and arson. There was widespread destruction. Clearly, the police and army failed to control the mob. The protesters stormed the Parliament building. They set several police stations on fire. They also targeted multiple offices of the Awami League. That is the party of Sheikh Hasina, the Awami League. A mob torched a hotel yesterday in the Jessore district. It was owned by a leader of the Awami League. 24 people were burnt alive there. 24 people. Even important landmarks have not been spared, like the Bangabandhu Museum in Dhaka. It was set on fire by the mob. The museum was dedicated to Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. He was Sheikh Hasina's father, the man who liberated Bangladesh, the country's founding father. Yesterday, he became a target for the angry mobs. At several locations across the country, statues of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman were vandalized. Many were even taken down. These are some of the most powerful images from Bangladesh. When a revered founding father is treated as a public enemy, it tells you how much has changed. Protesters were celebrating Sheikh Hasina's exit, but this celebration turned into vandalism and led to violence. Even the Prime Minister's official residence was not spared. We showed you these pictures yesterday. Apparently, Sheikh Hasina narrowly avoided these hooligans. Until yesterday morning, she was pushing the army. She wanted the generals to stand up to the protesters, use lethal force and crack down hard. That is what she wanted the army to do. But the army is said to have refused. They chose not to follow the Prime Minister's orders. They decided to not fire bullets on protesters. And that is when Sheikh Hasina ran out of options. She had no choice but to leave. Going by one claim, she had barely 45 minutes to leave Dhaka. She couldn't even pack a bag. That's how dangerous and close it was. Within minutes, the mob stormed her residence. It was really a narrow escape. They looted her belongings. They were spotted outside the Prime Minister's residence with furniture, with house plants, with her clothes, her saris, which apparently belonged to Sheikh Hasina, a Dior bag, even chickens. The focus is now on the army. The generals are in charge of Bangladesh. The president of the country has dissolved the parliament. His name is Mohammad Shahabuddin. Yesterday, he delivered a late-night address. Bangladeshi soldiers were standing behind him, as you can see, and it shows you who is pulling the strings here. Some key announcements were made. All protesters sitting in jails are being released. Even Khalida Zia has been freed. She's a former prime minister and an opposition leader. Khalida Zia has been an arch rival of Sheikh Hasina. The president said elections will be held as soon as possible, but the student protesters are not satisfied. They want someone else to be in charge.
We will form an interim government headed by Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus. Dr. Muhammad Yunus has also accepted this responsibility to protect the people of Bangladesh. We want to present this proposal to the president in the morning itself to form an interim government under the leadership of Dr. Muhammad Yunus.
They were talking about this man, Dr. Muhammad Yunus, a Nobel laureate. Yunus won the Peace Prize in 2006. This was for his micro-loans program in Bangladesh. It pulled millions of people out of poverty. The program earned him a nickname, the banker to the poor. Now, reports say he could serve as a chief advisor to the government. We'll tell you more about him later in the show. Meanwhile, the army met with the student protesters today. The Bangladeshi president was also present in this meeting. The army chief is the man in charge right now. His name is General Wakar-uz-Zaman. Yesterday, General Zaman promised an interim government. He is yet to announce who will lead this government, though. The decision should be made soon. Bangladesh needs new leadership as soon as possible, or it risks plunging into more chaos. We'll tell you why. Today, the Bangladeshi police went on strike. The strike was called by the Police Association. They are worried about their security, and it tells you how bad things are. The police are meant to secure people, to maintain law and order. But here, the police are worried about their own security and safety, and they are the ones who say that they need protection. You need effective leadership to steer Bangladesh out of this mess.
I expect the new government will run the country with honesty. Therefore, the people can live and sleep in peace. This is my only request and desire.
I think what has happened yesterday, the vandalism, it was not at all appreciated. The palace belongs to the people like us. We will have to pay for its reconstruction.
Can the army bring normalcy now? Or will they make a bad situation worse? The world is watching, including the Americans, who were unsparing in their criticism of Sheikh Hasina. Washington has issued a statement, and they've commented cautiously on Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's exit.
We welcome the announcement of an interim government and urge any transition be conducted in accordance with Bangladesh's laws. Finally, we are deeply saddened about the reports of human rights abuses, casualties, and injuries over the weekend and past weeks. We share our deepest condolences with those who lost loved ones and those who are suffering.
Bangladesh is facing a significant challenge. It needs peace and stability, and for that, it needs a government that is effective and acceptable to all. Right now, their options do not look great. So things are yet to stabilize in Bangladesh. There is a lot of confusion, a lot of outrage, a lot of violence, and caught in the middle of all of this are minorities. We talked about this yesterday. Around 10% of Bangladesh's population is made up of minorities. That's around 17 million people. Out of these 17 million, more than 13 million are Hindus, and right now they are the soft targets. We've been seeing a lot of videos on social media, temples being attacked, Hindu homes being targeted, and properties being set on fire. Now, just a disclaimer here, not everything that you see on social media may be true. A lot of old and fake videos are also circulating. So we have compiled the verified ones for you. Take a look at this first. Those are heartbreaking scenes. An ISKCON temple in Meherpur was torched. Even the idols inside were completely burnt. In Rangpur, a Hindu politician was reportedly lynched. Plus, a councillor was killed by a mob. It's hard to keep an exact count of these attacks. One minority group is trying to do so. And they say 54 temples and Hindu establishments have been targeted so far. And where are these attacks happening? Well, Bangladesh has 64 districts. Attacks have been reported in at least 27 of them, which means it is pretty widespread. Of course, there is another side too. Many Bangladeshis are standing guard outside Hindu temples. They're also sheltering Hindu neighbors. The question now is, what happens next? Such situations can evolve in two ways. One, the security forces get a grip on the situation. The army has already called for peace, so maybe the violence will subside. That is one possibility. The other one is that the state joins in. Now, we haven't seen indications of this yet, but the track record does not inspire. Just look at the numbers. In 1951, East Pakistan had 22% Hindu population. 22% Hindu population. East Pakistan later became Bangladesh. Today, the country has just 8% Hindus. So where did the rest of them go? Most of them migrated to India. Reports say because of religious persecution, they left Bangladesh. Which brings us to the Jamaat-e-Islami, the radical political group in Bangladesh. They are ruling the streets now, and their ideology is quite clear. It is not secularism, it is Islamism. A Bangladesh only for Muslims, that is what they want, and we've seen evidence of that in the last few days. Protesters have vandalized statues of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the man who founded Bangladesh, the man who gave Bangladesh secularism. He's being targeted. So this movement is not just against Sheikh Hasina. It's also against what she stood for, a secular Bangladesh. But will these radical elements succeed? We say a lot will depend on the army. They're trying to cool the tensions. They've also released special helpline numbers for Hindus. If they crack down, things should be fine, things should get better. But if they turn a blind eye to all of this, the violence may continue, and India is concerned about that. Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar spoke about it in Parliament today.
What was particularly worrying was that minorities, their businesses and temples also came under attack at multiple locations. The full extent of this is still not clear. We are also monitoring the situation with regard to the status of minorities. There are reports of initiatives by various groups and organizations to ensure their protection and well-being. We welcome that.
So the situation is precarious. The current violence is mostly driven by different mobs, but the state is not complicit yet. We haven't seen soldiers or security forces joining in. Let's hope it remains that way. But what about the long run? What if Islamists capture power in Dhaka? What if they form the next government? Then things could turn even more serious. Some lawmakers of India's ruling party have raised alarms. They say Hindu refugees could flee to India. How many? One leader said 10 million refugees. So India will have to be on alert. But for Bangladesh, this is a major test. You wanted Sheikh Hasina out. Well, she's out now. But the rest is up to you. The students, the civil society and the army. Will you retain Bangladesh's secular identity, or will you let Islamists run riot? This choice may decide Bangladesh's future.
Concern about recent violence and instability there is shared across the political spectrum.
Times change, and so do relationships. Sheikh Hasina is learning this the hard way. Let me show you the contrast. Back in June, she was hosted by New Delhi, a full-fledged state visit. You name it, she got it. A red carpet welcome, a ceremonial reception, and a banquet hosted by the president. And why not? Hasina was the first bilateral guest of Prime Minister Modi's third term. But look at the scenes now. Sheikh Hasina is a leader on the run. She's holed up at the Hindon Air Base on the outskirts of Delhi. No cameras, no red carpets, no ceremonial welcomes. It's a contrast that sums up geopolitics. You may rule for years or decades, but you will never be more important than your country. I guess that's the message from India too. This whole thing is complicated for New Delhi. Yes, Sheikh Hasina is a friend, but she's also public enemy #1 in Bangladesh today. How do you protect her without antagonizing Bangladeshis? That is the predicament. Maybe that's why India was slow to react. Hasina fled Dhaka at around 3 p.m. India time on Monday, but India did not issue a statement until today evening, almost 24 hours later. First, the foreign minister convened an all-party meeting. He briefed the opposition on the situation. Then he gave a statement in parliament. Now, all eyes were on Jaishankar. How would he describe the events in Bangladesh? Would he express sympathy for Sheikh Hasina? Listen to what he said.
Since the election in January 2024, there has been considerable tension, deep divides, and growing polarization in Bangladesh politics. This underlying foundation aggravated a student agitation that started in June this year. Throughout this period, we repeatedly counseled restraint and urged that the situation be diffused through dialogue. Similar urgings were made to various political parties, political forces with whom we were in touch. Speaker, sir, despite the Supreme Court judgment on 21 July, there was no let-up in the public agitation. Various decisions and actions taken thereafter only exacerbated the situation.
Let's break down what the minister said. First of all, what triggered this unrest? Not just the quota controversy. Jaishankar says it all began with the elections in January this year. He says it created tensions and divides. Secondly, how did India react to these developments? Well, in public, New Delhi did not say much. They called it an internal matter of Bangladesh. But privately, India was concerned. Jaishankar says that he counselled restraint and dialogue. Not just with Sheikh Hasina, he hinted that India was talking to other political groups as well. Which brings us to the final question. How did India handle those hours leading up to Hasina's escape? Listen to the minister again.
On 5th August, demonstrators converged in Dhaka despite the curfew. Our understanding is that after a meeting with leaders of the security establishment, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina apparently decided to resign. At very short notice, she requested approval to come for the moment to India. We simultaneously received a request for flight clearance from the Bangladesh authorities. She arrived yesterday evening in Delhi.
It sounds like India was caught by surprise. Perhaps New Delhi expected Hasina to survive this. Or maybe they underestimated the protests. Either way, Hasina fled. She is still at a safe house at the Hindon Air Base. But for how much longer? Hasina is seeking political asylum in the UK. India will be hoping that she gets it soon. If not, her stay here will have to be extended. What about other options? Well, Sheikh Hasina does have a US visa, but reports say that Washington has now cancelled it. I know it sounds unfair, but this is the harsh reality of geopolitics. Ousted leaders are political kryptonite. No one wants to touch them. Of course, the UK is an exception. They have a history of hosting toppled presidents and exiled spies. And if the UK also rejects her, what happens then? Then Dubai is reportedly another option. But let's come back to India for the moment. How is New Delhi bracing for the churn in Dhaka? Well, Jaishankar highlighted a couple of issues. One, treatment of minorities. He flagged the attacks on Hindu houses and temples. That is one concern. Two, the Indian community in Bangladesh. Around 19,000 citizens of India live in Bangladesh. Close to 9,000 of them are students. So their safety is top priority. And finally, issue number 3, the border. Minister Jaishankar says the border forces have been asked to be vigilant, so clearly he fears a spillover. But these are all short-term concerns. In the long run, India will have to recalibrate. We had an ally for 15 years in Dhaka, and now we don't. And that's a reality that India will have to accept. New Delhi is in contact with authorities in Dhaka, but do not expect meaningful conversations just yet, not until Sheikh Hasina leaves Indian soil. As crude as it sounds, this is the truth. The events in Bangladesh have unfolded almost like a gripping novel. Until 2 days ago, Sheikh Hasina dominated the story. She was the main character, but now she's gone. So who will take over? Who will write Bangladesh's story now? Let's look at the new faces. First on our list is Wakar-uz-Zaman, Bangladesh's army chief. We've been telling you about him. He addressed the nation after Hasina's departure. But who is he? Zaman was born in Dhaka in 1966. He studied in both Bangladesh and London. He married the daughter of Bangladesh's former army chief, and that made him family to Sheikh Hasina. He is her cousin-in-law. Zaman has had a 3-decade-long military career. He's helped modernize the army. He oversaw peacekeeping operations. He also received multiple medals. And amid all of this, he worked very closely with Sheikh Hasina. Until 6 months ago, he was the Chief of General Staff. But on the 23rd of June, Sheikh Hasina promoted him. She made him the army chief. Hasina thought it was a guarantee of loyalty, and that perhaps was her biggest mistake. On Monday, she wanted the army chief and the army to crack down on protesters, but Zaman refused. Insider details suggest that she reminded him of his appointment. She even asked him to return the favor. But Zaman did not budge. His officers wouldn't fire at the protesters, and that changed everything. It ended Sheikh Hasina's reign. But the army does not necessarily have a good reputation in Bangladesh. They were behind assassinations. They've staged coups. So what will it be this time? The army says it will meet student leaders. It will hold talks with political parties. It will help form the interim government. And who will be in this government? Now, one name has been doing the rounds. It stands out, and that is Khalida Zia. That's the second major character in this story. Khalida Zia is Bangladesh's first female prime minister. She was born in India. Her husband was a military officer. He served as Bangladesh's president. In 1981, he was assassinated. 3 years later, Zia became the head of her husband's party, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, or BNP. In 1991, she won the election. She failed to get a majority, though, so she joined hands with Jamaat-e-Islami. From 1991 to 2006, only 2 leaders ruled Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina and Khalida Zia. They took power one after the other, and they fought what was called the Battle of the Begums. But in 2007, Khalida Zia was arrested for corruption. In 2018, she got a 10-year prison term, and she spent most of this time in hospital because of her poor health. When Hasina fled Dhaka, Zia was under house arrest. Hours later, she was released. But she's unlikely to join politics, again because of her poor health. So there is the army on one side and the main opposition party, the BNP, on the other. Does Bangladesh want them? Not really. Which brings us to the third key character in this story, Nahid Islam. You may have never heard of him because until 2 months ago, he was a nobody in Bangladesh. He's a university student, a student at Dhaka University. He studies sociology. He's an activist. In the month of June, Bangladesh brought back the job quota system. It led to a student protest. They called it the Students Against Discrimination Movement. And Nahid Islam is one of their national coordinators. Since then, he's been vocal against Sheikh Hasina, but it was not easy for him. In July, he was kidnapped twice. He was tortured and even left unconscious under a bridge. Despite everything, he remained in the thick of things. He led protests against Sheikh Hasina until the very last day, and now she's gone. But Islam says he's not done yet. The students want an interim government, but they do not want the army or the BNP leading it. They want this man, Muhammad Yunus, Bangladesh's Nobel laureate, the fourth character in our story. Yunus was born in Chittagong. He got his PhD in the US. After 1971, he returned to Bangladesh. As the country struggled with poverty, Yunus came up with a plan, microcredit or small loans. For the people who do not qualify for bank loans, they get small loans. The first experiment worked, so Yunus launched the Grameen Bank. It gave loans worth $34 billion to 10 million people. The recovery rate was 97%. So it was a success. Yunus was awarded the Nobel Prize in 2006. He was called the banker to the poor. But soon the banker wanted to be a politician. Yunus wanted to form a political party. Sheikh Hasina did not like it. There was friction. In 2009, the government of Bangladesh started investigating Muhammad Yunus. He was accused of extorting rural women. Hasina said, and I'm quoting, he was sucking blood from the poor. In 2011, he was removed as head of the Grameen Bank and accused of corruption and embezzlement. Muhammad Yunus has more than 100 cases against him. In January this year, he was sentenced to prison. He hasn't been jailed yet. When Hasina fled Dhaka, Muhammad Yunus was in Paris. His spokesperson says he's agreed to the request of the students. He will be chief advisor to the interim government. Now the question is, who will call the shots? Will the BNP try to exploit the political vacuum now? Will the army rule Bangladesh, or will students have a say in government formation? At this point, all stakeholders remain adamant. All of them want their demands met. But the thing is, not everyone can rule the country. So we'll have to wait and see who makes the cut. So Bangladesh wants a new government. Who will it include? We don't know yet, but here is something we do know. The Awami League will not be part of this new government. The Awami League is Sheikh Hasina's party. Now, Hasina may be gone, but the members of a party, the members of Awami League, are still in Bangladesh, and they are being targeted by mobs. So what's next for them? Who is in charge now? And will the party be able to recover from this setback? Our next report explores.
Until yesterday, the anger was directed towards Sheikh Hasina. The protesters blamed her. They called her a dictator. They wanted her to resign. But things changed after she fled the country. Hasina was gone, but the protesters were still angry. So they shifted focus to her party, the Awami League. On Monday, one such mob entered the Zabir International Hotel. It set fire to the ground floor. 24 people died, including an Indonesian national. This hotel belonged to Shahin Chakladar. He was the District Awami League General Secretary. And it wasn't the only such incident. Mobs across the country targeted anything linked to the Awami League. Residences, business establishments, and even the party's central office in Dhaka. In other parts of the capital, demonstrators broke into the house of Asaduzzaman Khan. He was Bangladesh's home minister. Protesters also burnt down the house of Mashraf bin Murtaza. He's Bangladesh's former cricket captain. He was also an Awami League MP. Protesters also set fire to the District Awami League office. They even vandalized its president, Subhash Chandra Bose's house. In the eastern city of Sylhet, officers of the Deputy Police Commissioner and the Superintendent of Police were burnt down. Local councillors too were targeted. So while Hasina may have escaped violence, her party workers faced the wrath of the mobs. Some tried to escape, like Zunaid Ahmed Palak. He was Bangladesh's former IT minister, and he attempted to flee the country but was detained at the airport. So what happens to the Awami League now? Hasina is out. But who will replace her? Hasina's son was asked about it.
Nobody has ever imagined that Bangladesh would have such developments. Fair enough, what will happen to you after post-Sheikh Hasina regime? It is none of my concern, nor my family's anymore. You will realize.
The Awami League was founded in 1949 after breaking away from Pakistan's Muslim League. That makes it Bangladesh's oldest party. It soon gained massive support in then East Pakistan. Under the leadership of Sheikh Hasina's father, Awami League began its struggle for independence. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman led mass protests, even civil disobedience movements. After Bangladesh was formed, the Awami League won the first elections in 1973. But in 1975, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was assassinated. Party leaders were arrested. Some of them were killed. In 1981, Sheikh Hasina returned to Bangladesh. She became the Awami League's president. Since then, the party has only grown. It was lauded for its secular outlook. The Awami League has long been the principal player of Bangladeshi politics. 5 of its leaders have become the president of Bangladesh. 4 have become the prime minister of the country. So Awami League has seen it all: the birth of Bangladesh, the growth of Bangladesh, and its democratic backsliding. The Awami League may be persona non grata today, but it's impossible to wipe it out from Bangladesh's politics and history.
You can choose your friends, but you cannot choose your neighbors. Atal Bihari Vajpayee said this many years ago, and it still rings true. Good neighbors are like cheat codes in a game. They make your life a lot easier. No worries at the border, plenty of trade, and a friend that you can rely on. Unfortunately, India doesn't have that cheat code. Let me pull up the map for you. This is India's neighborhood. First, you have Afghanistan, ruled by a radical Islamist Taliban. They have a history of supporting anti-India groups. Then you have Pakistan, basically Afghanistan with nuclear weapons. It's a synonym for political instability. Not a single Pakistan Prime Minister has completed their term in office. Before that, the army steps in. Down south, you have Sri Lanka and the Maldives. Sri Lanka declared bankruptcy in 2022. The pictures were quite similar to Bangladesh. Protesters stormed the presidential palace, so the ruler had to flee. The Maldives used to be an Indian ally, but the new president is playing hardball. His campaign slogan was India out. Then you have Nepal. Their Prime Minister is KP Sharma Oli. But I suggest you check again by the end of this show because it keeps changing. Nepal has had 14 governments in 16 years. It is so bad that some people want to restore the monarchy. Further up north is China, an expansionist, undemocratic bully, a country that claims Indian territory as its own. Let's move to Bhutan now. Domestic politics is quite stable there. But Bhutan is looking to sign a border deal with China, a deal that India is worried about. Then there's Myanmar. The army holds power there. Most politicians are behind bars and a civil war is on. Which brings us to Bangladesh. It really was India's last reliable ally, someone New Delhi could count on. But with Sheikh Hasina gone, you can cross Dhaka off. Now take a final look at this map. What do you see? A very troubled neighborhood. You have Islamist radicals, you have military juntas, you have bankrupt economies, you have countries sinking because of climate change, and in the middle you have India, sort of like the last man standing. But what does this troubled neighborhood mean for India? How will it affect India's future? Broadly in 3 ways. 1, you must be vigilant at all times. Just look at the Bangladesh border. All the violence is unfolding inside Bangladesh, yet Indian border forces are on alert. Same with Pakistan and China. India cannot count on these countries to keep the peace, which means more troop deployment, more defense spending, and more border infrastructure. And secondly, it allows India's rivals to make inroads. We're mostly talking about China here. Just look at the pattern. Who capitalized on the Maldives' India out policy? China did. Who capitalized on Sri Lanka's bankruptcy? Again, China. And who is talking to Bhutan about settling the border? Again, China. You see, India won't work with undemocratic regimes like Afghanistan or Myanmar, but Beijing will. As a result, they have made gains in India's backyard. Which brings us to the final point. It shackles India's global agenda, this troubled neighborhood. We've heard the Prime Minister talk about it. He wants to turn India into a Vishwa Bandhu, meaning a friend to the world. But as they say, charity begins at home. You can't focus on the world when your region is up in flames. You need regional stability to think global. Now, I know what you're thinking. Can India really make a difference here? After all, these are all domestic problems in sovereign nations. Still, there is scope. You see, India looms large over this region. Let's keep China aside for the moment. Every other Indian neighbor has historic ties with India. Some of them were carved out of India, plus New Delhi is best placed to make a difference here. India's population is 1.4 billion. The neighbors put together are 500 million. Same with the economy. India's GDP is $3 trillion. The rest is around 1 trillion. So India has two options here. Either ignore the chaos around and push forward, basically hope that the region does not pull India down, or use its influence to steer things in the right direction. I know it's pointless with countries like Pakistan, but elsewhere there is hope. Now let's talk about the stock markets. After a bloody Monday, it was a patchy day of trading for major markets. Japan witnessed a big rebound, jumping by 10% after yesterday's crash. Markets in South Korea and Taiwan saw some recovery too. And what about the Indian markets? Well, they closed the day's trade in the red, but the losses were not too significant. Both the Sensex and the Nifty dropped by less than 1%. What about the United States? Remember, yesterday's crash was largely triggered by weak American economic data. And how are the American indices faring now? US stocks saw some tepid recovery in early trade. The investors are still nervous. As one expert described the situation, there are falling knives everywhere. Many stocks are trading at a discount, but traders are not sure if they should start buying again or wait for a bit. In the last 3 weeks alone, global markets have lost some $6.4 trillion, and yet traders do not know if this is the end. They don't know if the market has bottomed out or not. The US Fed is trying to reassure them. The Fed is the Federal Reserve. It's the Central Bank of America. One of the Fed officials said that they will fix any deterioration in the US economy. Another official says the US Fed will do whatever it takes.
The unemployment rate is still low by historical standards. The job growth is about at the rate that new entrants are entering the labor force. So I see an economy that has momentum, and we want to make sure we keep that, because the perfect economy is the one where you have price stability and you have sustainable growth.
The American Central Bank has a key role to play here. It controls the interest rates, the rate at which banks give you loans. The Fed controls it, and since March 2022, the Fed has steadily raised these interest rates. Today, they stand at between 5.25 and 5.5%, which is a 23-year high. Now, this hike was necessary. You see, America was facing its biggest inflation spike in 40 years, 4 decades. It had crossed 9%. So the Fed hiked interest rates to contain inflation. Here's how it works. When you hike interest rates, you make loans more expensive. So people don't take too many loans because they're expensive. And they limit big purchases. So people spend less, and this squeezes out the excess cash from the economy. As the demand falls, it also brings down prices, which in turn helps control the inflation. So the Fed has kept interest rates high to control inflation, but now they're promising a rate cut in September.
We are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal in support of a strong economy that benefits everyone. If we were to see, for example, inflation moving down quickly or more or less in line with expectations, growth remains, let's say, reasonably strong, and the labor market remains, consistent with its current condition, then I would think that a rate cut could be on the table at the September meeting.
So that is the Fed's plan. But some banks on the Wall Street are not happy with it, like Bank of America and UBS. They want the Federal Reserve to make an intervention now. They want a rate cut sooner. For the moment, the Fed does not look inclined to do that. They say no rate cut before September, but if the current sentiment around the US economy persists, the Federal Reserve may have no choice but to intervene. As it is, Americans are already feeling gloomy about the economy. Here's what a survey has found. 3 out of 5 Americans believe that there is a recession in the country and recovery might take another year or so. They're not feeling optimistic about the future. Moody's says most consumers in America feel that the job situation could deteriorate. So they're thinking twice before making purchases. They want to hold on to their savings. So Americans are feeling a recession, even though the numbers tell a different story. And despite all this data, the overall sentiment about the American economy is turning negative. Stock markets, as you know, run on sentiments. That should explain the swings. Our next story is from Africa, from Niger in the west. A military coup took place in Niger last year, and a lot has changed in the country since then. The biggest change is Niger's choice of security partners. The country is a hotbed for terrorist insurgencies. Niger's military has been fighting terrorists since 2015, and until last year, the West was helping them. France, Germany, and the US, all of these countries had their forces in Niger. But that changed with the coup. The military took over last July, and the first thing they did was expel the French. Once that was done, it was America's turn. And yesterday, that too was concluded. The US forces have packed up and gone home. They have relinquished both their military bases in Niger. There's now a security vacuum in the West African nation, which Russia is more than willing to fill. Here's our report.
This withdrawal started on May 19, 2024. And is coming to an end today with a ceremony to hand over installations in the presence of officials from both countries, marked by the departure of the last C-17 Globemaster III of the U.S. Air Force.
Niger's army chief made that announcement yesterday from Air Base 201, near the central Nigerian city of Agadez. This airbase was built by the Americans. They built it between 2016 and 2019 at a cost of over $100 million. All that American hard work and taxpayer money has now gone down the drain. Airbase 201 was built to combat terror in the Sahel. Niger is among several countries in the region that are facing a terrorist insurgency. Its neighbors, Burkina Faso and Mali, are also fighting the terrorists. Groups like the JNIM, which is affiliated with Al-Qaeda, and various offshoots of the Islamic State. Terrorists from these groups have been wreaking havoc in the Sahel for years. So the Americans built Air Base 201 to help in counter-insurgency operations.
Over the past decade, U.S. troops have trained Niger's forces and supported partner-led counterterrorism missions against the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda in the region.
Airbase 201 was a drone base built to house American MQ-9 Reaper drones. These drones were used for surveillance to support the Nigerian troops on the ground. But in March, Niger decided it could do without the American support. It ended a military agreement between the two nations, calling it profoundly unfair. That is what set the American exodus in motion. And this concluded yesterday. But even though the Americans were kicked out, Niger hasn't completely shut the door.
This withdrawal does not mean the end of military cooperation between the two countries. In fact, both parties are now committed to maintaining contact and working together to define the foundations of a new military cooperation.
Niger says that military cooperation is possible in the future, but on different, better terms. We'll see if the US comes back with a better offer. But in the meantime, there's another power eager to take America's place: Russia. Moscow has been working with Niger's junta for months. In May, it sent Russian forces to allegedly train the Nigerian military. These trainers started operating out of a different airbase, Airbase 101, located near Niger's capital, Niamey. The Russian trainers are likely to make good use of Airbase 201 as well. This entire saga demonstrates the changes in West Africa. The region is moving away from the West and embracing other partners, like Russia. The US and its Western allies need to look at why. Why are they so unpopular? And why are they being replaced? Unless they can figure out the answer to that, losing a $100 million airbase may just be the beginning of their West African woes.
Now let's turn our attention to the UK, where the riots show no sign of dying down. They began in the seaside town of Southport last week, after the brutal stabbing there left 3 young children dead. The children were murdered by a British national, a 17-year-old of Rwandan heritage who was born in Wales. But this attack sparked nationwide anti-Muslim riots. The police say that the attacker had no known links to Islam, but the British rioters do not believe that. They have chosen to believe the rumors that they heard online about the attacker being a Muslim migrant. And that is why the riots began. The rioters have been targeting mosques and hotels being used to house asylum seekers. Both these groups are terrified. They're afraid of being attacked.
The Muslim communities are terrorized. If I'm going to use the word, they are terrorized. They fear for their safety. They fear that they cannot go out. They fear that anything could happen. Like we saw that taxi drivers have been attacked. So people cannot really go and do their day-to-day job realistically, because Uber drivers have been attacked, taxi drivers attacked, women are threatened, mosques vandalized. And this is becoming the kind of, in the last few days, the activity that is happening on a daily basis across different regions.
I feel very stressed, and it's very distressing moment in our life. We've never seen this kind of far-right group active against anti-immigrant. So we are living fear and anxiety. This could be, anything could happen to us, and we are living fear.
The British police force has been trying to stop the rioters, but they don't seem to have the numbers, and now they're also dealing with counter-protesters. These were the scenes from Plymouth yesterday. It's a city in southwest England. The two groups faced off against each other. There were the anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant rioters on one side and the counter-protesters on the other. You can hear them chanting slogans of unity.
On immigration.
It's a valiant effort, but it hasn't stopped the violence in Britain. While this was going on in Plymouth, here's what was happening in Belfast, in Northern Ireland. Rioters set buildings and various objects on fire using petrol bombs. They were also throwing these bombs and other objects at the police. It's a massive failure of law and order. Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer is scrambling to come up with a solution.
First is we will have a standing army of specialist officers, public duty officers, so that we'll have enough officers to deal with this where we need them. We'll ramp up criminal justice. There have already been hundreds of arrests. Some have appeared in court this morning. I've asked for early consideration of the earliest naming and identification of those involved in the process, who will feel the full force of the law. And thirdly, I've been absolutely clear that the criminal law applies online as well as offline, and I'm assured that that's the approach that is being taken.
Starmer plans to set up a standing army of specialist officers. British courts will sit for all 24 hours of the day. They will work around the clock to sentence the rioters. About 400 people have been arrested so far. They could face up to 10 years in prison. Jail capacity in the UK has been increased to make room for all the rioters and for the people instigating the riots online. One man has already been charged for hateful Facebook posts. And that is what Starmer meant when he said that criminal law applies both online and offline. The British Prime Minister is trying to put an end to the violence. He's clearly struggling, though. And amid all of this, he's found himself in a war of words with Elon Musk, the billionaire owner of social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter. It started with this. Musk replied to a post about the riots saying, "Civil war is inevitable." That's what he said. Obviously, Keir Starmer did not take kindly to this. The British government called Musk, and I'm quoting, "deeply irresponsible and deplorable." But that has not stopped Musk. He has called the British police response one-sided. He has criticised the British Prime Minister's action plan and he opposes Starmer's crackdown on hate speech online. Basically, Elon Musk has become a thorn in Keir Starmer's side. Of course, none of this helps the situation, which remains tense. That is why several countries have issued advisories to their citizens. Australia is one of them. It says there's a threat of terrorism in the UK. Malaysia is another. It has warned its citizens to stay away from protests and remain vigilant. Nigeria too has issued a warning. It has asked people from the Nigerian community to avoid large gatherings. And rounding off the list of concerned former colonies is India. Indians visiting the UK have been asked to exercise due caution. These warnings and advisories are the need of the hour because the British rioters are clearly targeting people on the basis of race and religion. What's to stop them from attacking tourists next? Britain's racist genie is truly out of the bottle and it is spreading fires and hatred in all corners of the country. Even if Keir Starmer manages to quell the violence, how will he tackle the ingrained racism in British society? From Prada to Gucci, global luxury brands are tailing a new trend. We're talking about pet fashion. Now, Dolce & Gabbana has joined the club with a new offering that the world did not know it needed. A perfume for dogs. It costs more than $100 and it comes in a sleek bottle with a gold-plated paw. But animal experts are concerned. They say perfumes may harm dogs and this raises bigger questions. Today, pets are more popular than ever before and pet owners are sparing no expense to treat their animals with luxury collars and dog flights. The global pet industry stands at $320 billion. But how much is too much? Are we pampering our pets too much? Do they even like it? And is it healthy? Here's a report.
Italian fashion house Dolce & Gabbana has a new offering. For all those who love rolling in the lap of luxury, a new alcohol-free scented mist with a price tag to match. It costs $109, but this perfume is not for humans. It's made for hedonist hounds, and it's a product we didn't know we needed. Fefe comes in a sleek green glass bottle with a 24-carat gold-plated paw. It promises to leave pets smelling of warm notes of ylang-ylang, musk and sandalwood. For now, Fefe is available in Europe and the United States. With each purchase, D&G will throw in a dog collar as well. That's great news for the humans splurging over $100 on a dog perfume, a free dog collar. But this isn't the only absurd thing here. Believe it or not, the D&G perfume is no tailblazer here, pardon the pun. There is a big market for dog perfumes from L'Oreal to Harrods. Even the former Queen of England launched a dog cologne. But experts warn against such products. Dogs rely on their sense of smell to interact with their environment, so perfumes could hamper this ability. And the smell could even be unpleasant for the dogs, because what smells good to humans doesn't necessarily smell good to dogs. This raises bigger concerns. Today, pets are more popular than ever before. About 66% of American households have a pet, up from 56% in 1988. That's about 87 million homes. In Europe, 91 million households have a pet, an increase of 20 million over the past decade. In India, the pet population has hit 31 million, up from 10 million in 2011. Research shows that we are increasingly treating our pets as family members. We are more likely to buy them food and clothes that are similar to products we would buy for ourselves. The global pet industry stands at $320 billion. It's expected to increase to $500 billion by 2030. This includes vet care, pet food and pharmaceuticals, even dog bakeries, parlors, hotels and flights. If you just look at pet clothes, the market will be worth a whopping $7 billion by 2030. Sales of pet clothes have grown by 21% since 2019. The average money spent on pet clothes has increased by 9%, which is why luxury brands are tailing this trend, pun intended. From Gucci and Celine to Prada and Hugo Boss, numerous luxury fashion houses have launched ranges for pets. There are Prada dog coats, Gucci pet carriers, and even luxury dog poo bags. Be it a good or bad dog, pet owners are sparing no expense to treat their animals. But this may not be good for pets. Over-pampering can hamper a pet's health. It can change their relationship with their surroundings and put their mental health at risk. Experts say this is the modern pet paradox. Pet owners don't want their animals to act like animals. But the problem is, dogs and cats are not humans. They need to be able to express their own nature. So by all means, enjoy your pet's companionship. But for barking out loud, don't force your nature or your $109 scent on your pet.
There are two kinds of TV audience. One watches and appreciates the content in silence. The other makes fun of it. And it's no different for the Olympics. You could say the first group is the ideal fan base, but let's face it, the second one is a lot more interesting. The Paris Games have spawned a whole new genre of jokes. A lot of them focus on the Seine River. As you know, the triathlon is being held in the river and it's a great idea. Swimmers are racing against each other and the trash. You can test out your muscles and your immunity. So I guess it's a quadrathlon. But our favorite genre is not the Seine. It is videos of people explaining why they did not qualify for the Olympics. If you're expecting a serious excuse, you clearly haven't understood our new segment. Take a look at this. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Rare northern lights triggered by geomagnetic storms captivate citizens in northwestern China. Climate activists spray paint football superstar Lionel Messi's house in Ibiza. And talking about the GOAT, a new artwork by street artist Banksy appears in southwest London. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 1945, the United States dropped an atomic bomb on Japan's Hiroshima. The blast killed more than 80,000 people. It destroyed most of the city. 3 days later, Washington dropped another bomb on Nagasaki. It led to Japan's unconditional surrender in the Second World War. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Город Хиросима. О разрушении, причиненные атомной бомбой 6 августа.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East, where Russia is reportedly delivering advanced radar and air defense equipment to Iran amid fears of a full-blown war with Israel. The report comes as Russia's security chief Sergei Shoigu met Iran's new president Masoud Pezeshkian in Tehran on Monday. Iran is preparing to retaliate against Israel for the killing of Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh on its soil last week. While Israel has refused to comment on the incident, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has ordered a direct attack on Israel. Meanwhile, the Kremlin has condemned the killing of Haniyeh and called on all parties to prevent a wider regional war. Now on Monday, Pezeshkian told Shoigu that Russia is among the nations that have stood by Iran during difficult times. The Iranian president further said that Haniyeh's killing in Tehran and Israel's criminal actions in Gaza were examples of the violation of international laws and regulations. Meanwhile, Shoigu said Russia is ready for full cooperation with Iran on regional issues. The Russian official also met with the commander of Iran's armed forces, who said the relationship between the two countries was deep, long-term, and strategic. Now, reports say a large number of Russian Jews live in Israel, and both nations have economic and cultural ties. It's also important to note that Moscow relies heavily on Iranian drones for its war in Ukraine. Iran has also provided military drones to Russia since its invasion of Ukraine in 2022, and the two countries recently finalized a deal to expand their intelligence and military cooperation. And now, with Russia's involvement, this could certainly complicate efforts at diffusing tensions and staving off a wider war in the region. Here in the United States, Usha Vance has defended her husband, Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance, over his controversial remarks about childless cat ladies. The comments were made during a 2021 interview when Vance was a candidate for the U.S. Senate in Ohio. J.D. Vance said that the U.S. was being run by, quote, a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they have made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too, end quote. But he didn't stop there. He also dropped names of several high-profile Democrats, including Vice President Kamala Harris and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and questioned why they did not have children of their own. Now, defending these remarks in her first solo interview on Monday, Usha Vance argued that her husband made a quip that was being taken too seriously. She added that Vance's comments were about the challenges faced by parents and the role government plays in the lives of these parents. Vance also said she understands that a lot of people choose not to have kids, and many of their reasons are very good. Now, addressing the criticism that her husband's comments were insulting to those who have fertility problems, she said J.D. Vance would never say something to hurt someone who was trying to have a family or struggling to have one. Her defense of Vance draws eerie parallels to Melania Trump, who called the former president's derogatory comments on women as boys' locker room talk. Now, Vance's contentious remarks have garnered greater scrutiny since Donald Trump named him as his running mate last month. Several celebrities, including Hollywood actress Jennifer Aniston, have accused Vance of belittling women who can't have children. And not just celebrities, but the general public has also been offended by the Republicans' past comments.
I just feel like anyone that's running for like an official role shouldn't have to be judgment to certain people in their lives, and should be like supporting people generally and making them feel protected.
I think it's sad that he would make such a statement. I think that any time that you're spitting out vitriol and meanness, it's not helpful. And I believe that in my job as a counselor and in my being an aunt to nephews and nieces that I've touched the lives of lots of kids, even though I chose not to have any of my own. And having cats is lovely, whether you have children or not.
Now, J.D. Vance has defended himself, saying people were focusing on sarcasm and that his comments were meant to argue that Democrats promote anti-family values. Vance's comments have only led to greater recriminations for the vice presidential nominee, as his voting record and other remarks on women have come into greater focus. Reproductive rights will play heavily in this election, and so far, polls are showing Vance is not helping his party's ticket on the issue. Transitioning from casual remarks to monumental legacies, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has suggested that President Joe Biden should have a spot on Mount Rushmore. Rich. Pelosi said the 81-year-old is a Mount Rushmore kind of president. Surprising, considering reports indicate her fingertips were all over the push to oust Biden from the race for the White House. Now, Mount Rushmore is an iconic monument which features 4 former presidents, including George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt. Now, does Biden make the cut? Here's our report weighing in on the matter.
Nancy Pelosi has sparked a heated discussion with her suggestion to add current US President Joe Biden to Mount Rushmore. The iconic monument, which features the faces of former American presidents, including George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt, might soon see a new addition, at least according to Pelosi. During an appearance on a Sunday morning show, the former House Speaker praised the 81-year-old Biden as a consequential president of the United States. She called him a Mount Rushmore kind of president. The 84-year-old former House Speaker also expressed her admiration without proposing the removal of any existing figures. Here's what she said. "You have Teddy Roosevelt up there, and he's wonderful. I don't say take him down, but you can add Biden." Last month, in a surprising move, Joe Biden exited the US presidential race amid speculation that Pelosi had advised him to step aside to avoid harming the Democrats' chances in the upcoming elections. But despite these reports, Pelosi stood by Biden.
"I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States."
Politics is politics. People have their interest in terms of their own region and the rest. And so we are the Democratic Party, a party that is, shall we say, not lockstep. But this president has been a great president.
However, Pelosi's stance on Biden's candidacy has repeatedly evolved. Initially supportive, her opinions changed following his debate performance against Donald Trump. She later urged Biden to reconsider running for re-election, even as he reaffirmed his commitment to the race. On another morning show, Pelosi reiterated that the decision rested solely with Biden, acknowledging his firm commitment in a letter to Democratic members in early July.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short. I think overwhelming support of the caucus. It's not for me to say. I'm not the head of the caucus anymore, but he's beloved. He is respected, and people want him to make that decision.
Various reports speculated that Biden was displeased with Pelosi over her perceived role in undermining his re-election efforts. In response, Pelosi expressed her deep affection for Biden, stating, "He knows that I love him very much." She also clarified her discretion, asserting, "I have never shared any conversations with the President of the United States publicly." So as the political landscape shifts in the United States, Pelosi's controversial Mount Rushmore suggestion has sparked debate, with some drawing parallels to former President Donald Trump's previous suggestion that he too deserves to be on the monument.
In South America, Venezuelan opposition leaders are now calling on the country's armed forces to abandon their support for Nicolas Maduro, who continues to face accusations of election fraud. Opposition leaders Edmundo Gonzalez and Maria Corina Machado have urged military and police personnel to stand with the people rather than enforcing the regime's repressive tactics. Their call to abandon the newly re-elected president comes after the opposition claims that the election was marred by irregularities. According to their data, Gonzalez defeated Maduro by a significant margin, with records from over 80% of polling stations indicating Maduro's defeat. And even though Maduro is yet to provide concrete voting tallies, in the latest development, Venezuela's National Electoral Council has provided the Supreme Court with detailed records of the elections. Meanwhile, the Venezuelan government continues to crack down on protesters with severe measures, arresting around 2,000 opponents and reportedly causing the death of at least 20 during post-election protests. Relatives of people detained in Venezuela's post-election unrest demanded justice for their loved ones outside detention centers in Caracas.
Nobody wants their children to go through what those people are going through in there. I can't tell you that something bad is going on. My daughter tells me that she is fine, thank God, and that she is surrounded by good people in there. But being locked up is like when an animal is locked up without freedom, without being able to see anything. And in her letter, she says to me, look where I am for getting out to do something.
Now, international pressure continues to mount on the Venezuelan government to release a full breakdown of the election results. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva and Chilean President Gabriel Boric have both voiced concerns. Meanwhile, allies of Maduro, including Russia, China, Cuba, and Iran, have endorsed his victory and condemned foreign interference. Now, in response to mounting domestic and international pressure, Venezuela's top attorney general has launched a criminal investigation against opposition leaders Gonzalez and Machado and accused them of inciting disobedience and spreading false information. Meanwhile, Maduro urged citizens to leave social media messaging platform WhatsApp, saying the app was being used to threaten the families of soldiers and police officers.
I'm going to break relations with WhatsApp because WhatsApp is being used to threaten Venezuela. Therefore, I'm going to delete WhatsApp from my phone forever. Little by little, I'll migrate my contacts to Telegram and WeChat. Do you understand me? We must do it. Say no to WhatsApp. WhatsApp out of Venezuela. Because there, criminals threaten the youth, popular leaders.
With Gonzalez and Machado in hiding and the opposition's calls for military defection intensifying, the question looms large. Will the armed forces remain loyal to Maduro, or will they heed the call and side with the people? And finally, while the holiday is a welcome break for some, for so many others, it's a bleak reminder of their desperate financial situation. New data reveals that at least 40 million workers in Europe are too poor to afford a holiday, either in their own country or abroad. So what are the implications of this trend of all work and no play? Our final report finds out.
In Europe, the dream of a holiday has turned into a distant hope for millions. Once seen as a vital antidote to stress, a week away has become a luxury that many cannot afford. This stark reality exposes a deep socio-economic divide. Holiday poverty, or the inability to afford a week's break, now affects nearly 40 million people. That's 15% of Europe's working population. France saw the most significant rise in holiday poverty, with around 1 million workers unable to go on vacation. That's almost 12% of the country's workforce. Ireland experienced the highest percentage point increase at 3.8%, taking their tally to almost 15%. 13 countries reported worsening conditions, with Romania, Cyprus and Greece being the hardest hit, with almost 25% of their workers unable to afford vacations. This crisis is not new. Since the 2008 financial crisis, the number of Europeans unable to afford a week's holiday has surged. At its peak, about 39% of Europeans faced this struggle. The ETUC study examined income and living standards for EU residents aged 18 to 64 during 2021 and 2022, a period marked by high inflation and rising global living costs. Workers found it harder to save for holidays as housing, food and transportation prices soared. Low-wage workers in particular struggled to cover basic necessities, leaving little room for leisure travel. Workplace stress is prevalent in Europe, with about half of European workers citing it as a common issue. The ability of working-class families to afford holidays was one of Europe's great social advances in the 20th century, contributing to health, well-being, and a sense of progress and optimism. Yet the figures tell a story of regression driven by increased economic inequality. While wealthy CEOs relax in luxury resorts, a single week's holiday remains out of reach for 40 million hardworking people struggling to make ends meet. The ETUC has urged member states to implement the Minimum Wage Directive by November 2024 to address this widening gap. According to a new Eurofound report, concrete actions to promote collective bargaining remain limited. Nonetheless, the need for equitable policies is clear. A holiday is more than just a break. It's a crucial element of a balanced life, contributing to overall well-being and social cohesion. As Europe grapples with economic challenges, ensuring that all workers can afford a holiday is a step towards a more inclusive and fair society.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America.
First Post reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections, to climate change, to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with a focus on Nigeria. Before the protest began on the 1st of August, the Nigerian government blamed foreign entities for instigating people and for trying to sow unrest in the country. Now, with the protests underway, the government's concerns over foreign interference have heightened further. This after some protesters in northern Nigeria were spotted waving the Russian flag and chanting slogans for Russian President Vladimir Putin, saying, "Welcome Russia." But Russia was quick to distance itself from Nigerian protesters waving Russian flags, saying that neither the Russian Federation nor its officials are involved in these activities and do not coordinate them in any way. Russian embassy in Nigeria said that Russia does not interfere in the domestic affairs of foreign states. It added that intentions of some protesters to wave the Russian flags were personal choices and do not reflect any official position or policy of the Russian government. Russia also expressed respect for Nigeria's democracy, acknowledging peaceful protests as a right. However, the Russian embassy condemned any political disruptions or acts of violence. The Nigerian government has said it will not tolerate calls for coups or protesters waving foreign flags. Nigeria's military chief also called waving Russian flags a treasonable offence and said those found guilty will be prosecuted. Authorities have arrested a number of people in the Kano city in connection with the incidents of waving Russian flags during the protests. In recent years, Africa, especially the West, has been witnessing an increase in Russian influence. Junta-ruled states of Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger rejected the West and pushed out their troops, favoring Russia for its security. Nigeria's End Bad Governance protests were launched nationwide on the 1st of August and have been led mostly by the youth. The protesters are calling on President Bola Tinubu to step down over the economic hardships and systematic corruption in the country.
Over the next 5 days, if the government, if the president refuses to address the demands of Nigerians, of protesters, we would re-strategize and will sustain this protest across Nigeria. And that is not a threat, that is a promise.
It did not address the removal of fuel subsidy that has seen prices of goods and food increase across the country. The president did not even empathize with protesters who have been killed by security forces across the country. So we think that this is unempathetic. We do not think that the president really understands us.
According to rights groups, the protests have left at least 13 people dead nationwide. But the Nigerian police insist that only 7 have died, while also blaming the deaths on terrorists, a local vigilante and a reckless driver who ran his car into a crowd. Over 700 people, including journalists, have been arrested by the Nigerian military. On Monday, only a few hundred people turned out in major cities. This after Nigerian security forces launched a deadly crackdown over the weekend. The commercial hub of Lagos, where demonstrations have been largely peaceful, saw about 100 people at the protest venue.
Experience and see what happened at the NSAS. We were there, it was a peaceful protest until governments ordered the military men to open the firearms. It was only God that saved me. We were many there. Do you tell me the same governor, the government that doesn't care about the masses? Is it the same governor you want me to go and endanger my life again in this process?
To spoil something is very easy, but to repair it is very hard. It's not what you can just, if you spoil something within 3 days, 3 months you are still repairing it, you have not yet through with it. So since the president has spoken with them, let them wait. Let's see the outcome, and we'll back it up with prayer.
The capital, Abuja, saw no signs of protest. Curfews have also been imposed in parts of the north, which has seen some of the largest and fiercest protests. A tough police response and a call for a protest pause by the president appear to have dampened the demonstrations. Now, for more, we have with us Inibehe Effiong, an activist and a human rights lawyer, who is joining us live from Abuja. Thank you for being with us on this broadcast. I'll jump right in. There are reports that Russian flags were waved and chants for Putin were raised by some protesters at the ongoing demonstrations. What are your thoughts on this? Is there a Russian influence or agenda in the protest?
No, not at all. I don't necessarily agree with the conclusion or the suggestion that because some persons are waving the Russian flag or carrying the Russian flag, that in itself indicates Russian involvement in the protest. I do not think Russia has any interest in the protest that is going on in our country. This is a national matter. This is a matter that is limited to our country. There is no international dimension to it. The protesters are not protesting against any foreign policy of the government, really. The people are basically complaining about hunger. People are basically complaining about corruption, the cost of governance, and several other issues that Nigeria has been grappling with over the years. The high, rate of inflation, which has only gotten worse under the current government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I think those who are carrying the flag are either misinformed or mistaken. I don't think they have any link with Russia. However, the military have said that doing so amounts to treason. As a lawyer, I don't know how that is treasonous, because if you say treason under a law, that will imply that a person is waging war against the state with the intention of overhauling or intimidating the president or a governor. I don't think that is the intention of these individuals. But calling for a coup is condemnable. We're against it. And we also do not support the carrying of the Russian flag. It is actually quite ironic that it is Russian flag that is being carried, right? In fact, if they carried an Indian flag, I'll feel more comfortable, because Indian is a democratic country. Russia is not. Russia, you have Putin calling the shot. There is no allowance for freedom of expression. There is no allowance for political participation. So to now carry Russian flag, I think Russia is the United States or Britain or some other democratic country is actually ridiculous to me. I do not see any point in that, and I hope that will stop. And if this is being sponsored by some by some mischievous elements, we hope that that is going to end, so that the protesters are not distracted from the real message that they're trying to convey to the government.
I want to get back onto that real message, but first, there is a lot of Russian influence in the region. Is there a legitimate concern that Russia could be promoting the demonstrations with the aim of destabilizing Nigeria? I know we have seen that denial of any involvement by Russia, but what are your thoughts on that?
I think that would be difficult to prove, really. Yes, I concede that Russian influence in Africa, West Africa in particular, has been growing. We have seen that in Mali. We have seen that in Niger. We have seen that in Burkina Faso and the Sahel generally. But you have to also look at the context of this Russian involvement, country by country. For example, in Mali, right, where we have the Al-Qaeda-linked terrorist group holding the country to ransom, killing people, and causing mayhem and destruction. The French forces, in particular, have not been able, and the same thing for Niger. They have not been able to stop the insurgency. The French forces have not been able to stop the killings. So people are basically fed up. And that explains why when the coup took place in these countries, you saw the general populace celebrate those coups. Because for them, what was being experienced in those countries were not really democracies. So that explains why the civilian population has been a bit enthusiastic about the involvement of Russia. I don't think that scenario applies in Nigeria because in the first place, currently Boko Haram influence has a bit whittled down. We don't have suicide bombings. We don't have mass killings by Boko Haram like we've had in the past, even though we still have killings going on in the country by those that they call bandits. So I agree that Russia is trying to expand its influence, but I want Africans to be careful. Because it is very easy to complain about Western imperialism, but Russia is also an imperialistic nation.
And Inibehe, going back to the issues in Nigeria, how is the Nigerian government reacting to the protests? And we saw none of the efforts made by Bola Tinubu in an effort to avoid the protests were effective. The people have pushed forward. What are the protesters' demands and the issues that need to be addressed?
Quite unfortunately, President Tinubu has not yet come to terms with the gravity of the matter. He has chosen to trivialize this. He has chosen to view this as an agenda by his political opponents to push him out of power. But the international community must realize that that is not what this protest is about. This protest is specifically about Nigerians who are hungry. People are demanding that the government should reverse its very terrible economic policies. Top on the list is fuel subsidy, right?
Yes.
The IMF and the World Bank have been pushing this policy that subsidies should be removed. But guess what? Even in very advanced democracies, governments still subsidize certain things. So what do Nigerians really benefit from their government? We have fuel in excess in our country, but the oil boom has only become a disaster. It has not brought prosperity to our country. So this argument about removing subsidy does not really persuade the general population. And when this current president came in on the 29th of May, he announced an end to subsidy. Immediately, the prices of goods, prices of transportation and services went up exponentially. Until date, the economy has not been able to recover from that shock. And that explains why people are demanding an end to subsidy.
Absolutely.
Electricity tariff is also another one. We are also demanding electoral reform. We are also asking the president to cut the size of governance. You must know that Tinubu had about 47 to 48 ministers, the highest in the history of our country. And this is taking place at a time that inflation is very high, there are no jobs, people don't have what to eat, and the government is still wasting money, to fund their very irresponsible lifestyle. That is why people are protesting. That is why people are demanding an end to bad governance. That is what this protest is about. But President Tinubu, quite sadly, has not deemed fit to speak to the issues, to address the demands of the protesters. And people have also been killed in the course of this protest. Many people have been killed, unprovoked, have been killed. There has been no attempt at investigation, no attempt at holding the security forces accountable, no attempt at giving some sort of solace to those who have lost their loved ones in the course of this protest. That explains why the country is so angry, why people are so upset that this is going on. Because I should stress that the current president himself has participated and sponsored protests in the past against former administrations, right? So for him to now be against protests is actually, an historical irony that this man is now saying anybody who protests against him is trying to push him out of power. Democracy can only be useful to Africans if it translates to good governance.
Yes. Inibehe, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa and for all your valued insights. Great to speak to you, as always.
Thank you. My pleasure speaking with you. Thank you.
Shifting focus to Niger, the United States has pulled out its remaining troops from the West African nation. The U.S. handed over its last military base, the Air Base 201, to the authorities in Niger. The large base, located in the city of Agadez in northern Niger, was a crucial hub for American counter-terrorism operations in the country. It was a drone base that cost up to $110 million to the U.S. It was one of the largest U.S. drone bases in Africa and of high strategic importance. It enabled Washington to conduct intelligence and surveillance covering almost the entire Sahel region. In Niger, U.S. troops were helping Mali to counter extremism. They were first deployed in the country in 2013. More than a decade later marks their complete exit.
Over the past decade, U.S. troops have trained Niger's forces and supported partner-led counterterrorism missions against Islamic State and Al-Qaeda in the region. The U.S. Department of Defense and the Nigerian Ministry of National Defense recognize the sacrifices made by both nations' forces.
The U.S. and France had more than 2,500 military personnel in the region. However, after the military coup in Niger in July of last year, the junta regime drifted away from the traditional Western allies and has now grown closer to Russia, Turkey, and Iran. While France completed its withdrawal from Niger in December last year, the U.S. was asked to do so in March of this year. The U.S. was given a deadline of mid-September for the withdrawal. The U.S. military officials said they would do it by early August. Nearly 800 soldiers pulled out of a base in the capital of Niamey in early July. Around 200 had remained at the Agadez base, which they have now exited. Around less than 24 U.S. officials still remain in Niger for the administrative work. A joint statement from Niger's defense ministry and the U.S. military said coordination would continue over the coming weeks to make sure the pullout is complete. Now, just like Niger, Western troops are also exiting neighboring Mali and Burkina Faso. They are also junta-led states, and they have all forged better ties with Moscow. Russian mercenary forces are now assisting in the battle against the extremists. The three military-led nations have formed the Confederation of Sahel States after exiting the regional bloc ECOWAS. Meanwhile, the U.S. has also begun withdrawing troops from Chad, a country in Central Africa. The Sahel nations are also hit by armed insurgency. A big reason behind the Western troops' withdrawal from the region is that even after decades-long presence, terrorism in the Sahel has not been suppressed, while anti-West sentiment has only grown. Niger junta said the troops' presence violated their sovereignty and cited the lack of proper diplomatic etiquette and arrogance displayed by U.S. officials during their visit, as they warned Niamey of closer ties with Moscow. The troops' withdrawal is a major setback for the US in Africa, which is trying to engage and create influence in the region. And now shifting focus to Somalia, the East African nation is reeling from a suicide attack that killed at least 37 people at a popular beach on Friday. The Somali government has vowed to eliminate terrorists as it strengthens security to counter more attacks. And Islamic veils have come under fire as a part of the crackdown. In Somalia's southern city of Kismayo, authorities have seized hundreds of Islamic face veils, also known as niqab, from female residents. A niqab is a veil worn by some Muslim women in public, covering all of the face apart from the eyes. Authorities fear that terrorists could be using niqabs to conceal their identity and carry out attacks. They have begun an operation to fight veils. Women in Kismayo are being forced to remove the garment by officers on the streets, and if they do not do so, they could face jail or a fine. Now, most Somali women prefer to wear hijab, which does not cover the face, but the niqab has reportedly gained popularity among Somali women recently. This is not the first time such crackdown has taken place. Somalia has been fighting terrorism for decades. Initially introduced the niqab ban in 2013, but it was rarely enforced. And now Friday's attack has forced the authorities to uphold the ban. An Al-Shabaab suicide bomber and gunman attacked the busy Lido beach in the Somali capital of Mogadishu. The death toll has risen to 37, while more than 60 are injured and many of them critical. The attack marks one of the deadliest in the Horn of Africa in recent months. Security forces say they ended the attack and killed 5 gunmen, while a 6th member of the group blew himself up at the beach. Al-Shabaab is an offshoot of Al-Qaeda. It has been waging insurgency against the Somali government for more than 17 years. It gained control of most of southern Somalia, but has been pushed back in government counteroffensives since 2022. However, the militants remain capable of launching significant attacks. In another recent attack that took place last month in Mogadishu, 9 people were killed in a car bombing at a cafe during the Euro 2024 football final. The Lido beach area has also been targeted in the past, and hundreds of people marched across the beach on Monday, protesting against the Al-Shabaab.
I came here to show solidarity and mourn for the precious lives lost at Lido Beach, the youths and mothers who were there to make a living for their families, and all Somalis who were directly or indirectly affected by this tragedy. My condolences go out to all of them.
The attack has also been condemned internationally. Somali authorities say it comes in response to the recent killings of dozens of Al-Shabaab fighters at the hands of security forces, and they have warned that more reprisal attacks could take place over the coming days. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. In a significant leap towards modernizing its transportation infrastructure, Tanzania unveiled a new electrified commuter railway line. And now linking the bustling commercial hub of Dar es Salaam with the nation's capital, Dodoma. This state-of-the-art rail service promises to revolutionize travel in the East African nation by slashing journey times and offering a green alternative to the country's traffic-clogged roads. Our final report gets you all the details.
Trains have long been a vital artery in the economy of any country. They provide an efficient and reliable means of moving people and goods, thus alleviating the pressure on road networks and reducing traffic congestion. In developing countries, the significance of a robust railway system is even more pronounced. these nations often face challenges such as limited road infrastructure, high traffic congestion, and the dependence on older, less efficient modes of transport. Trains can bridge the gap, offering a cost-effective, reliable, and sustainable mode of transport. Now, Tanzania has taken a significant step towards modernizing its transport infrastructure. It has launched a new electrified commuter railway. This line stretches between the commercial hub of Dar es Salaam and the capital city of Dodoma. It aims to alleviate the heavy traffic woes that plague the country.
I am so happy with this service since it will bring big contributions, especially by creating employment for many teenagers. It will increase the number of tourists who will be visiting out country. But above all, it has really helped make transport smoother.
For Tanzanians and the foreigners or anyone who's visiting Tanzania, I think this is the right time to do business within the country, because we see growth in terms of economic activities. We see demand in terms of products. Perishable goods can now be transported within the same day. So this is very interesting.
Constructed by a Turkish company, the 440-kilometer railway is a key part of Tanzania's ambitious 2,561-kilometer standard gauge railway network. This extensive network is designed to connect the northern and western regions of the country to Dar es Salaam. A vital port city on the Indian Ocean, it's set to play a pivotal role in enhancing the nation's connectivity and boosting its economic growth. The new railway line boasts modern amenities, including air-conditioned carriages from South Korea equipped with built-in Wi-Fi. These features have already won the favor of travelers who have grown weary of the outdated diesel-powered buses that dominate Tanzania's public transport. The new trains not only promise a more pleasant travel experience, but also represent a significant upgrade in the nation's public transportation infrastructure. According to the Tanzania Railway Corporation, the service will operate daily trips between Dodoma and Dar es Salaam, significantly reducing the travel time from the usual lengthy bus journey to approximately 3.5 hours. This new rail system is expected to provide a safer and more reliable travel option for Tanzania's growing population. Moreover, it will help reduce carbon emissions and curb noise and air pollution, contributing to the country's environmental conservation efforts. The benefits of the new railway system extend far beyond Tanzania's borders. In December 2022, the country signed a $2.2 billion contract with a Chinese company to construct the final section of the railway line. This extension is intended to link Tanzania's main port with neighboring countries, helping in enhancing regional trade and cooperation. The new electrified commuter railway represents a transformative shift in Tanzania's transportation landscape. It offers a modern, efficient and environmentally friendly alternative to traditional road transport, benefiting both the economy and the environment.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Day 3 after Sheikh Hasina's exit, how is Bangladesh faring? Who is going to lead the country and have the protests ended? We've been tracking all the developments and here's what we can tell you tonight. A new caretaker government is preparing to take charge. In the last 24 hours, there has been a big shake-up. The police chief has been removed. There's been a reshuffle in the army. Top officials have been fired. A total of 6 posts have new faces now. And the protest is not over. The demonstrators plan to return to the streets. They've called for a nationwide shutdown tomorrow, so all establishments will remain closed. Only hospitals and emergency services will be allowed to operate. Now, all eyes are on the military. What will they do? What role will they play? Will the next government just be a facade with the army running the show from behind, or will the army play the role of a mediator between the protesters, the civil society and the politicians? We're still waiting to see how it plays out. As of today, as of now, the army seems to be facilitating the transition of power. Yesterday, they met with the protesters. The president of Bangladesh was also present in that meeting. After the meeting, a leader was named. Muhammad Yunus will serve as a caretaker leader of Bangladesh. He's a Nobel laureate. When Hasina's regime fell, he was in Paris for a medical procedure. Today, he returned to Dhaka.
My God. Please. Well, I'm looking. Ambassador. That's a thing. Just I'm looking forward to going back home and see what's happening there and how we can organize ourselves to get out of the trouble that we are in. Thank you very much.
We've been telling you about Muhammad Yunus on the show. He pioneered the microloans program of Bangladesh. He was called the banker to the poor. His initiative helped millions of people, and for this he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Later, he was accused in almost 100 cases for embezzlement and extortion, and earlier this year he was sentenced to jail for labor law violations. He was out on bail. Today, a Bangladeshi court has overturned the conviction. So Muhammad Yunus has been acquitted of the labor charges today. The protesters wanted him to take over. They firmly rejected the idea of a government appointed by the military.
We primarily proposed internationally renowned and universally accepted Nobel laureate Dr. Muhammad Yunus as the chief advisor of our interim government. Today, the Honorable President has given his consent, confirming that the interim government will be formed quickly with Dr. Muhammad Yunus as the chief advisor.
So for the moment, it appears that the army has yielded to the protesters. They also played a part in persuading Sheikh Hasina to leave. More stories have been coming out. This is what we learned today about what happened in the final hours before Hasina fled Dhaka. On Sunday night, the army chief held a meeting. That's General Wakar-uz-Zaman. He is the army chief. He met with his top officers. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina was putting pressure on them. She wanted them to enforce the curfew, to use force to stop the protesters. But General Zaman decided against it. After speaking to his team, he reached out to Sheikh Hasina's office and he conveyed their decision. The army would not fire at civilians. That's what he told her. They will not resort to force. They will not curb the protest. Then on Monday morning, General Zaman went to Sheikh Hasina's residence, where he apparently tried to reason with her. Reports say that the general was quite straightforward in sharing his assessment. He told then Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina that the situation was out of control, that the army could no longer stop the crowd. They could not prevent the mobs from reaching her residence, so she must leave. That was his assessment. Hasina was told that she had 1 hour to leave. But apparently she wasn't convinced. She still wanted to hold on to power. General Zaman then asked the family to intervene. Now remember, the army chief, General Zaman, is Sheikh Hasina's relative. He is married to her cousin, so he has a close relationship with the family. He first reached out to Rehana Siddiq, that's Sheikh Hasina's sister. Calls were also made to her children. And then it was the family that convinced Hasina to leave. General Zaman was there throughout. Ultimately, Sheikh Hasina relented. She left the country with her sister Rehana. A few hours after their departure, in fact, the army chief was live on television announcing the Prime Minister's resignation. He also promised a peaceful transition of power. But that's proving to be easier said than done. The situation is still fragile. Maintaining law and order will be a challenge. Today, the police chief of Bangladesh was removed. Yesterday, a large number of police personnel went on strike. Do you know why? Because they were worried about their safety. And that should tell you something about how bad things are. The police need safety assurances. Cops abandoned their posts. They refused to report for duty at multiple locations. So students took their place at many traffic intersections. Take a look at this. A new police chief has now taken over and he has issued an ultimatum. He wants all personnel to return to their posts within the next 24 hours. The opposition is making moves as well. They're trying to fill the political vacuum. The Bangladesh Nationalist Party, or the BNP, called a rally today. That's the party of Khalida Zia. Thousands of their supporters gathered. Khalida Zia addressed this rally virtually from a hospital.
This victory has brought new opportunities for us. The corruption which has been going on in the country for so many days was ignored by the government. Amid all this, we must make Bangladesh prosperous again. For the students who gave up on their dreams by getting involved in bloodshed, we will fulfill those dreams. Students have shown great intellect, courage and bravery while fighting, which will help us in making Bangladesh a republic.
Khalida Zia was Sheikh Hasina's main political rival. When Hasina was in power, Zia and her party faced a fierce crackdown. Until a week ago, it was hard to imagine a comeback for Khalida Zia. She may still not be able to return to active politics given her health, but clearly the tables have turned. It's the ultimate reversal of fortune. Sheikh Hasina was once synonymous with Bangladesh. Today, she is a leader without a country. I know a lot of you have questions like where is she now, where will she go, and how long will India host her? We'll try to answer some of them. First of all, where is Sheikh Hasina? She is still in India at an undisclosed location. She had landed at the Hindon Air Base on the outskirts of Delhi. Later, she was taken to a safe house. Question number 2, where will she go? Well, her options have certainly reduced. At first, Hasina was seeking asylum in the United Kingdom. Her niece is a British lawmaker from the Labour Party. She is also a secretary at the Treasury, so she's quite an influential leader. Yet, London is not welcoming Sheikh Hasina. Their officials say you cannot apply for asylum from outside the UK. You must seek asylum from the first safe country. In this case, that is India, the first safe country for her. Her second option is the United States. Her son works as a lawyer there, Sheikh Hasina's son. He's in the US. But since Hasina has resigned as Prime Minister, her official visa is not valid anymore. A third option is Finland. Again, she has family there. Hasina's nephew works in Helsinki and is married to a Finnish national. But their government is silent. And what about West Asia? Reports say that Hasina could also seek refuge in Saudi Arabia or the UAE, but again, nothing concrete here. At this point, it's all reports and speculation. But why not India? Why can't she remain in India? Her daughter lives in New Delhi after all. The Indian government hosted Hasina 50 years back when her family was killed. So why not now? Because the equation has changed. You see, there is public anger against Sheikh Hasina in Dhaka. So you can't be seen as helping or hosting her. It's also consistent with Indian policy. When the Afghan government fell, many officials sought asylum in India, but New Delhi said no. When Gotabaya Rajapaksa resigned in Sri Lanka, he too reached out to India. New Delhi reportedly said no. I guess Sheikh Hasina is no different in this case. And right now, this is the biggest concern for India. Bangladesh is moving ahead with government formation. Soon, India will have to resume business with Dhaka. How do you do that with Sheikh Hasina still in Delhi? Plus, there are calls to arrest her. Bangladesh's Supreme Court Bar Association has sent a message to India. Arrest Hasina and send her to Bangladesh. That's what they've said. Now, you can ignore the Bar Association. But what if the new government has the same demand? What if the Supreme Court orders her arrest? That's the first concern for India. The second concern is about Hindus in Bangladesh. We told you about this yesterday. Many temples and Hindu homes were targeted. But the chaos seems to have subsided now. We haven't seen fresh reports of violence against Hindus. So the focus now is on due process. Holding those mobs and rioters accountable, we're yet to see that. Bangladeshi courts are handing out mass bail orders. More than 2,200 people got bail on Tuesday. Most of them are from the Jamaat and the BNP, the two main political groups now. So who answers for the destruction? Let me show you an example. This is what the Indira Gandhi Cultural Center in Dhaka looks like, completely torched now. It was inaugurated back in 2010. This center promoted cultural exchanges between India and Bangladesh. Look at how it looks today. Will the mob that targeted this building be punished? Or will these crimes be forgotten? India will be keeping a close eye on all of that, which brings us to the final concern, making sure that enemies do not capitalize on this chaos. Take a look at this report. It says Pakistan's spy agency could be spreading anti-India sentiment in Bangladesh. Now, just to be clear, there is no evidence to back these claims. All you have is an allegation. But even if Pakistan is not involved, someone is. Just look at these social media posts. They claim that Indian spies are operating in Dhaka, that Indian soldiers are on the ground. Needless to say, this is all fake news. But it could create anti-India sentiments among the people there, and New Delhi must be wary of that. It must push back against this misinformation. It must also lobby for justice. India has respected the internal churn in Dhaka. There has been no undue criticism or meddling from New Delhi. So it's Dhaka's turn now to return the favor. Sheikh Hasina is Bangladesh's past. But who will be the future? By all accounts, it could be the Jamaat-e-Islami, the radical Islamist organization. Their supporters played a key role in Sheikh Hasina's ouster. Thousands of them joined the student protests. Thousands of Jamaatis joined the student protests, and they turned it into a nationwide revolt. Now, reports say the Jamaat is the largest opposition party in Bangladesh, even bigger than the BNP or the Bangladesh Nationalist Party. So let's take a closer look at this group. What do they stand for? What is their platform, and how will they shape Bangladesh? The Jamaat was founded before India's partition. They opposed Bangladesh's liberation in 1971. Many of their leaders collaborated with Pakistan's army, and it tells you what they really stand for. Not secularism, not Bengali nationalism. They stand for Islamism. Just look at what the Jamaat website says, and I'm quoting, "Since its inception, the Jamaat-e-Islami has been working to implement the Islamic code of life. To establish Islam in its entirety, the Jamaat-e-Islami strives to present the real picture of Islam to all citizens." They do not talk about human rights. They do rather talk about human rights and democracy, but their track record is pretty bad. Look at this report submitted to the United Nations. Look at how it describes the Jamaat as an Islamo-fascist group. Those tendencies were clear from the very start. After 1971, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman banned the Jamaat. He accused them of atrocities against Hindus. But as Bangladesh lurched towards Islamism, the Jamaat revived itself. They allied with the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, BNP, that's Khalida Zia's party, and the BNP gave them a free hand. A major turning point was in 2013. Massive protests were underway in Bangladesh. They wanted capital punishment for war criminals in 1971. And guess who opposed this? The Jamaat. They organized counter-protests in Dhaka. So in 2013, the Jamaat lost its political status. They could not contest elections anymore. Another round of crackdown came this year. Sheikh Hasina accused them of escalating the student protests. So the group, the Jamaat, was outrightly banned. Of course, all of that has changed now. On Monday, the army chief convened an all-party meeting in Dhaka. Sheikh Hasina's party, the Awami League, was not there, but the Jamaat was present. So the takeaway is pretty clear. Jamaat-e-Islami now has a seat at the table. The question is, how will they shape Bangladesh's future? Well, the Jamaat held a press conference yesterday. Listen to what they said.
We as a society must work together with the criminal system. Those who committed crimes should be held responsible, and when the country gets back its justice system, they should be put on trial. If we let them go, they will wreak havoc in society again. This is our country. If the country survives, we will survive.
We must look ahead. We must hold the mobs accountable. Basically, the Jamaat is trying to say that we have changed. We are not the old Islamo-fascists. Does any of this sound familiar? A civilian leader toppled, followed by promises of reform by a radical Islamist group. We saw the same thing in Afghanistan. We were promised Taliban 2.0, and we all know how that played out. So this is a crucial moment in Bangladesh's history. I know the students are calling it a revolution, and for them maybe it is, but not for the Jamaat. For the Jamaat-e-Islami, this is an opportunity of a lifetime, a chance to reset Bangladesh's identity from secularism and progress to Islamism and conservative thought. It looks inevitable right now, especially because of how weak the BNP is. They must take a huge part of the blame, though, because the BNP legitimized the Jamaat. Khalida Zia gave them a cabinet post in the year 2001. She turned a fringe group into a political partner. But now the equation has flipped. The BNP appears rudderless. Khalida Zia is terminally ill. Her son is the acting chairman of the party, but he lives in London. He's been there for more than a decade. Other leaders are either in jail or they keep a low profile. But more importantly, the BNP lacks an agenda. We know what Hasina stood for. We know what Jamaat stands for. But what does the BNP stand for? Nobody knows. Thus, the BNP vacated its political space in Bangladesh and the Jamaat has stepped in. What happens next is very crucial. Elections will be held soon. The Jamaat will probably campaign on reform and change. But let's hope the people of Bangladesh see through all of it. This is a party that helped Pakistan slaughter Bangladeshis. That sort of hatred never really changes.
Listen, I want you to do this with me. Let's do this together. Would you be my running mate and let's get this thing on the road?
I would be honored.
Let's talk about the US elections now. The Democrats have chosen, it's official now, Kamala Harris is the Democratic presidential candidate. There were no doubts about it, but she had to formally secure the nomination, and now she has. And that makes her the first woman of color to lead the party ticket.
Good evening, Philadelphia! Oh, it is good to be back in Pennsylvania. I stand before you today to proudly announce I am now officially the Democratic nominee for President of the United States.
You saw how she was welcomed with loud cheers in Philadelphia. And who's that man with her? It's Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota. Yesterday, Kamala Harris picked him as her running mate. So he is the Democratic vice presidential candidate.
Since the day that I announced my candidacy, I set out to find a partner who can help build this brighter future. A leader who will help unite our nation and move us forward. So, Pennsylvania, I'm here today because I found such a leader. Governor Tim Walz of the great state of Minnesota.
If you don't track US politics closely, you may have never heard of Walz. Even if you are in America, you may not have come across his name. Look at this poll. 70% registered voters say they do not know Walz. 70% have no opinion about him. So he's mostly unknown. Why then did Kamala Harris choose him of all people? We could list a number of reasons, but here's the biggest one perhaps. An interview that took place last month. Tim Walz went on TV. He was talking about Donald Trump, and he called him, and I'm quoting, just weird. Soon that phrase, just weird, took a life of its own. Gen Z loved it. The Democrats latched onto it. They used it to attack the Republicans. So Walz became viral, and that helped boost his chance. Yesterday, he repeated his now famous words.
I got to tell you, pointing out just an observation of mine that I made. I just have to say it. You know it, you feel it. These guys are creepy and yes, just weird as hell. That's what you see. That's what you see.
The Democrats won't stop milking it, and we get why. It's short, it's effective, and the youth are connecting to it. But a catchphrase alone cannot make you the VP pick. You have to have more to offer. So we made a list of 5 things you must know about Tim Walz. Number 1, his resume is packed. Walz was a military veteran. He was a public high school teacher, and he was a football coach. So he appeals to blue-collar America. In 2006, he flipped a Republican-leaning district. In 2019, he left the U.S. House. He ran for governor in Minnesota, and he won. But his first term was almost like a dumpster fire. There was the pandemic and the killing of George Floyd in his state. Walz governed through all of this, and he was re-elected in 2022.
Tim Walz is a good moral man. He's got a good background. He's got a good sense of humor. I think he's a perfect match for Kamala Harris. I'm just delighted.
I'm not sure how much an effect it'll have. I don't know how much the public knows about Walz outside of those that live in Minnesota.
Number 2. While Walz is from rural America, he is a liberal favorite. He's pushed multiple progressive policies. He enshrined abortion rights in his state. He funded universal free school meals. He legalized recreational marijuana. Labor unions love him. So for Democrats, he's the man for the job. But he's not your typical progressive. Which brings us to point number 3, Walz's gun policy. Guns have always been central to his life. He used to be a hunting enthusiast. He spent 24 years in the National Guard. In 2006, he was endorsed by the NRA. That's the National Rifle Association. They gave him an A rating. They even endorsed him in elections. But all this changed in 2017. Walz had a change of heart after a Las Vegas festival shooting. He spoke in favor of a ban on assault weapons. He strengthened gun laws in his state. So he's now a changed man, he says. But there's something else in his resume that raises questions. And that's his connect with China, his China connect. That's point number 4. Walz taught in China for a year. It was in 1989, the same year as the Tiananmen Square massacre. Later in 1994, he and his wife honeymooned there. He speaks Mandarin. He has even arranged summer trips for students to the country, and this has raised eyebrows in Beijing. Weibo users, social media users in Beijing are asking if Tim Walz is a CIA operative, and the Trump camp is going to town with a China link.
My view on it is it just highlights how radical Kamala Harris is. This is a person who listened to the Hamas wing of her own party and selecting a nominee. This is a guy who's proposed shipping more manufacturing jobs to China, who wants to make the American people more reliant on garbage energy instead of good American energy, and has proposed defunding the police just as Kamala Harris does.
Point number 5, Walz's appointment is making Republicans very mad, and you can understand why. He's popular among the progressives, but he still appeals to rural America, which is a good balance. Though the Trump campaign is calling him a hard left liberal. They're bringing up his handling of the Floyd protests. They're thrashing his policies. And when that's not working, they're targeting his age, which is a bit tricky. Walz is 60 years old, almost the same age as Kamala Harris, but the Republicans insist that he's older. Guess the age debate never really leaves American politics. But now the race is clearly heating up. Both sides have their candidates, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz on one side, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance on the other. They're pouring in money. The Republicans have spent $181 million on ads. The Democrats have spent around $325 million. They're outspending Trump and team. But will it work? We'll find out soon enough. Staying with the United States, it has charged a Pakistani man over a plot to assassinate American officials. His name is Asif Merchant. He has links to Iran. The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, is handling this case. The FBI is America's domestic intelligence and security service. And the FBI calls this, and I'm quoting, a dangerous murder for hire plot. They say Asif Merchant was hiring hitmen. The plan was to kill American politicians, and one of his targets was Donald Trump. Now we know the former US president was shot at in July. Was Merchant part of that plot? Our next report tells you.
In April, Merchant came to New York City. He was a Pakistani citizen. He had spent some time in Iran, but in America, he had a simple goal: to assassinate US officials. So Merchant went looking for a hitman. He contacted someone for leads. That man became his new confidant. In June, Merchant met him. He set out a list of demands. He needed around 30 men and women to do 3 things. 1. Steal documents or USB drives from the house of one person. 2. Plan protests at political rallies. And 3. Carry out assassinations. The meeting went on for some time. Merchant plotted possible scenarios on ways to kill a person who has a lot of security around him. But what Merchant didn't know was that his confidential source had ratted him out. He had already dialed the FBI. He was working as a double agent for them. So later that month, Merchant met what he thought were hitmen, but they were actually law enforcement officers. He paid them $5,000 in advance. He said he wanted them to kill a political person sometime in late August or early September. He even gave the hitmen codes. T-shirt meant protests, flannel shirts stood for stealing, and fleece jackets meant assassination. Of course, his plan was to leave the country before the assassination, but he was arrested soon after. So who was Merchant trying to kill? It was Donald Trump. Merchant has now been charged in the foiled assassination plot of the former president. This plot is, however, unrelated to his actual shooting, which took place on the 13th of July. Trump was shot at by a 20-year-old man named Thomas Crooks. The attacker was killed on sight by a US sniper. Back to Merchant's plan to kill Trump. How is this assassination attempt linked to Iran? In 2020, Qasem Soleimani was killed by a United States airstrike in Baghdad. He was an Iranian military general and one of the country's most powerful and celebrated men. That strike was ordered by Donald Trump when he was the US president. That made him enemy number 1 in Iran. Trump and his officials have since been on Tehran's radar, so an Iranian plot to kill him doesn't sound hard to believe. This plot also prompted the US government to beef up Trump's security. And not just Trump, they did it for a dozen other top officials. Trump got more agents, more snipers, and even drones. All this was done before the former president was shot at during a rally last month. But the irony of the matter is, even then, they couldn't prevent a lone shooter from taking aim at Trump.
What makes a champion? Is it a gold medal around the neck? Or a number 1 ranking? Or a victory at the World Championships? We say it's a lot more. Champions are not just defined by victories, they're defined by their actions, their courage, their perseverance, and their honor. And tonight we're talking about one such champion, Indian wrestler Vinesh Phogat. If you're watching us from India, you know this story already. You've probably read a dozen articles, scrolled through hundreds of tweets, and talked to your friends about it. Nonetheless, bear with me. Vinesh Phogat was competing at the Paris Olympics. Her event, the 50 kg women's wrestling. She had a fabulous day on the mat yesterday. She scored 3 consecutive wins to reach the final. One of them against Yui Sasaki. Now, Sasaki is a bit of a legend. She was unbeaten in 82 wrestling bouts, but yesterday Vinesh Phogat bested her. She ended the day after qualifying for the finals. I'm guessing most fans went to sleep with a smile on their face. But this morning, the bad news came in. Vinesh Phogat had been disqualified, not just from the gold medal match, but from the whole tournament. She wouldn't even get the bronze medal. The reason? Her weight. You see, wrestling has weight classes. Suppose you're taking part in the 50 kg event. then your weight must be under 50 kilograms. If you're over, you cannot participate. And how is that checked? Through weigh-ins. Wrestlers have to prove their weight twice, once on the morning of the preliminary event and then before the final rounds. Now, Vinesh was fine on the first test. She came in at around 49 kilograms. But today, she weighed 50.1 kilograms. That's just 100 grams extra. 100 grams, basically the weight of a bar of soap. But the organizers disqualified her. Now, I know what you're thinking. How does something like this even happen? After all, this is the Olympics. Don't we have trainers? Don't we have coaches looking after this sort of thing? Well, we do. But weight management for wrestlers is quite complicated. Vinesh Phogat's natural weight is around 56 kilograms. So she cut a lot of mass to remain under 50. We're talking extreme measures here. Very little food, long sauna sessions, virtually no fluids, and continuous exercise. The idea is to drain every ounce of weight from the body. But here's the problem. You have to refuel while competing. Vinesh had 3 grueling bouts on Tuesday, so she had to take some food and fluids. But since the body is so famished, that little food adds quickly to your weight. And that's what happened to Vinesh Phogat. By the end of Tuesday, she weighed just above 52 kilograms. So her team got cracking. She spent the whole night trying to bring her weight down. No food, no water, constant exercise. They even shortened her hair and tried to draw her blood. But no luck. Losing more weight was just not possible, which brings us to this morning. Her team tried to ask for more time from the organizers, but they refused. Thus, Vinesh Phogat's Olympic dreams were dashed, and all of India was heartbroken. I know a lot of you are hurting right now. We've also seen a lot of conspiracy theories online, but spare a thought for Vinesh Phogat. She was so drained that she had to be taken to a clinic. She needed medical help after that brutal night. So if there was a conspiracy, trust me, she will talk about it. Because Vinesh Phogat is not just a fighter on the mat, she's a fighter in real life too. Look at everything that she's been through. Her 2016 Olympics campaign ended in heartbreak. She was injured in the quarterfinal. At the Tokyo Games, she faced a different challenge. Vinesh was taking part in the 53 kg weight class, but again, the weight cut was brutal. She suffered from a neurological condition. It left her dazed on the mat. Even her eyesight was affected. As she was recovering from her injury, India found a new star in the 53 kg event, Antim Pangal. Only one wrestler could qualify from India, so Vinesh Phogat decided to focus on a different weight class, the 50 kg event, which meant even more weight cut. But her biggest challenge would come in 2023. Vinesh Phogat led a movement against the then chief of India's Wrestling Federation. She exposed him as a sexual predator. You may remember these scenes. At one point, Vinesh was pinned on the floor by Delhi police. She also faced a lot of online hate. But like I said, she's a fighter. She found redemption on the Olympic mat. Today, the whole country is cheering for her. The Indian Olympic Association is also standing behind Vinesh Phogat. They're planning to protest her disqualification.
We are providing Vinesh all medical and emotional support. The Wrestling Federation of India has filed an appeal to UWW to consider the decision to disqualify Vinesh, and IOA is following that up in the strongest possible manner.
We don't know what the future holds. Maybe the appeal will be successful, or maybe the decision will hold. Either way, India has gained a champion today, a role model for young girls, an inspiration for athletes, and a symbol of courage. Someone on social media summed it up best. Maybe the 100 grams was her invisible gold medal. Now let's look at the UK. Riots have broken out in almost every corner of the country, anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant riots, which were sparked by a horrific attack last week. A 17-year-old British citizen stabbed multiple children last Monday. At a dance studio in the city of Southport, 3 young girls were killed, leading to public fury, which has morphed into the ongoing riots. The attacker was born in the UK in Wales to parents of Rwandan origin. But the rioters don't seem to believe that. Many think that he is a Muslim migrant. Even though the police say that he has no known links to Islam, the rioters don't believe the police though. They've been targeting mosques and immigrant shelters to express their anger against those two communities. The riots began last Tuesday and have been taking place every day since. Today is supposed to be one of the worst days yet. The rioters are reportedly targeting more than 100 locations across Britain. 100. Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer is mobilising the police to protect these places.
We're doing everything we can to ensure that where a police response is needed, it's in place. Where support is needed for particular places, that is in space. Obviously, it's a difficult situation with disorder going on in a number of different places at the same time.
Starmer has raised what he calls a standing army of about 6,000 police officers. He will be hoping that it will be enough to protect all the known targets. But that doesn't mean that riots won't break out elsewhere. The rioters are also expanding their targets. It's not just mosques and immigrant shelters anymore. Today, they plan to attack legal firms and advisories, basically places that help refugees with their asylum applications. So the message is clear. The British rioters want an end to immigration. They want to end multiculturalism. And they don't seem to care who gets hurt in the process. The rioters are organizing online. They've been sending out instructions telling others to wear masks or hoodies and leave their phones at home so they won't be identified by security cameras. Their preparations have left British authorities worried. Prime Minister Starmer held an emergency meeting yesterday, his second so-called Cobra meeting in as many days, to find a way to stop the rioters. He seems to be hoping to scare them into submission.
Over 400 people now have been arrested, 100 have been charged, some in relation to online activity, and a number of them are already in court. And I'm now expecting substantive sentencing before the end of this week. But the message has to go to those who are involving themselves in this disorder, which is you're wrong, you shouldn't be doing it, and you will feel the full force of the law, as I hope we've been able to demonstrate with these swift prosecutions.
Yesterday, we told you how British courts are scheduled to stay open for 24 hours a day to fast-track the sentencing of those arrested. But that may not be enough to deter the rioters. That's what a majority of British citizens believe anyway. Here's a survey that was released yesterday. More than half of the country believes that the rioters will get away. And that may be why a wave of counter-protests is also underway. British Muslims and pro-immigrant demonstrators have also taken to the streets. And their plan is simple: outnumber the rioters, prevent them from carrying out the attacks. This, however, creates another headache for the British police, because they now have to place themselves between the two groups to prevent clashes from breaking out. So these counter-protesters are also a problem. But critics of the government say that the counter-protesters are being given a free pass. Critics like Elon Musk. Musk has been criticizing Keir Starmer over the last few days over these riots, and yesterday he took it up a notch. He called the British Prime Minister two-tier Keir. What does that mean? Critics say that there's a two-tier policing system in the UK where the far right is dealt with more harshly compared to the other protesters. So two different approaches for two different groups. That is the charge. British officials have denied this, of course.
It's complete nonsense. We have commentators from either end of the political spectrum who like to throw accusations of bias at the police, because we stand in the middle, we operate independently under the law without fear or favour. And if you've got crazy views over there, you don't like it, and if you've got crazy views from over there, you don't like it. We will continue to do that.
But will people buy this explanation? Right now, two-tier policing is becoming another flashpoint. It's fueling even more anger among the anti-immigrant crowd, making fresh riots even more likely. Will Prime Minister Keir Starmer and his police be able to stem the violence? We'll be tracking this story for you as it unfolds. Now let's turn our attention to Thailand. The Southeast Asian country is in the grip of a political crisis again. The Thai Supreme Court has passed an order dissolving the reformist political party called Move Forward. That's the name of the party, Move Forward. Now, this is the kingdom's most popular party. They secured a decisive win in last year's elections, but they were blocked from coming to power. And that's when the party leader, Peter Limjaroenrat, had resigned. Now, the court has banned Peter and 10 other senior party figures. They've been barred from politics for 10 years. This is a major blow to Thailand's eroding democracy. What does this verdict mean for the country and its people? And can the Move Forward party still rise from the ashes? Here's a report.
Tears of disappointment, rage, and sheer denial. These are the scenes from the headquarters of the Move Forward party. This is Thailand's popular anti-establishment party. It's the country's largest opposition party, but today the Thai court dissolved it.
The Constitutional Court unanimously decided to dissolve the Move Forward party, the respondent party, in accordance with the constitutional regulations regarding political parties.
If Thai democracy is a game, which it kind of seems to be, then lèse-majesté has earned a point, and Move Forward has received a fresh setback. It has lost the match. But what does this mean? And why does it matter? Let's break this down for you. Last year, Thailand held its elections. The Move Forward party defied expectations. It outperformed every other party. Clearly, the people wanted change. But the Move Forward party was not able to form a government. The military-appointed Senate blocked it. Why? Over its lèse-majesté proposals. Lèse-majesté, or royal defamation, is a notoriously harsh law in the Southeast Asian country. Criticizing the Thai monarchy is a serious offense. It can lead to decades in prison. Hundreds of people have been prosecuted in recent years. This year, an online activist was sentenced to a record 50 years in prison. Anyone can be sent to jail, and anyone can bring the charges on behalf of the king. The Move Forward party pledged to change this. But Thailand's powerful establishment didn't like it one bit. So despite its decisive win in the elections, the Move Forward party was sidelined. And its young and charismatic leader, Peter Limjaroenrat, was forced to resign. This January, the Thai Constitutional Court passed a ruling. It called the Move Forward party's campaign to change lèse-majesté unconstitutional. And now, the court ordered not only the dissolution of the party, but it has also banned Peter and 10 other senior party leaders from politics for 10 years.
Today, I came to support the Move Forward party. I am a suspect in a Section 112 case and a person with disabilities. I don't know what to say to the Constitutional Court for delivering the ruling to dissolve the party like this. I am at a loss for words.
It feels like we have hit rock bottom, truly hit rock bottom. It feels like we have no support left, none at all.
The verdict has pretty much disenfranchised 14 million people. It has unabashedly eroded the kingdom's democratic rights. This verdict is also a stark reminder of how far Thai institutions will go to preserve the monarchy's power. History is simply repeating itself. This is more or less what happened in 2020. Back then, Move Forward was called the Future Forward Party. It did unexpectedly well in the 2019 election. Then too, it was dissolved by the courts. But the party rose like a phoenix, renamed itself to the Move Forward Party, contested in the 2023 elections, and secured a bigger and better win, only to meet the same fate. As of now, the party has 142 surviving MPs. They are expected to transfer to another registered party and make sure that this ruling does not end the reformist movement in the country.
I did not expect that the result would be like this. I am sad, but I don't regret anything. Ultimately, we as people will keep on fighting.
The Move Forward party may have lost the match, but they are adamant that they won't quit the game.
Now let's turn our attention to Sri Lanka. Some big news came out of the island nation today. It's about the upcoming presidential elections slated for September. A new contender has thrown his hat in the ring. He's a young, fresh face, but with a very familiar name.
I am ready to take up the challenge. In a crisis, leaders and youth are needed. As a party, we believe in our supporters and our principles. The party will represent the aspirations of the youth.
Yes, Rajapaksa is once again vying to become Sri Lanka's president. That was Namal Rajapaksa, the son of Mahinda Rajapaksa, Sri Lanka's former president and prime minister. Namal is also the nephew of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, the president who was ousted in 2022, when the people rose up all over the country because of the economic crisis. So between them, Namal's father and uncle held Sri Lanka's presidency for almost 12 years. But now it seems that it's time for the next generation. Namal Rajapaksa is 38 years old. He will run in Sri Lanka's next presidential election, which is scheduled for the 21st of September. He was declared his party's candidate this morning in an elaborate Buddhist ceremony, re-emphasizing the Rajapaksa clan's Sinhalese Buddhist roots. Namal was also seen receiving blessings from his father, Mahinda Rajapaksa, signaling the change of guard. That may also be the need of the hour for the Rajapaksas. Remember, this is the family blamed for Sri Lanka's economic crisis. The 2022 crisis occurred due to unsustainable debt. Colombo could not repay its loans, so it defaulted on the debt. Who took these loans? Mahinda Rajapaksa, Namal's father. Who was in charge when the default took place? Gotabaya Rajapaksa, Namal's uncle. So the Rajapaksa clan is intrinsically linked with Sri Lanka's crisis. Will Namal Rajapaksa be able to overcome that baggage? Will he be able to stand apart from his family's legacy? It will require quite a bit of skill. And Namal Rajapaksa is not some greenhorn. He has been part of Sri Lankan politics for years. He first became a parliamentarian in the year 2010 at the age of just 24. He won from his father's old seat, Hambantota, which is a Rajapaksa stronghold and the site of the now infamous Chinese-built port. The people of Hambantota sent Namal to parliament, first in 2010 and in every election since then. But he wasn't just an MP. In 2020, he was made the sports minister of the country during the presidency of his uncle Gotabaya Rajapaksa. And sports was a good fit for Namal. After all, he was once the captain of Sri Lanka's national rugby team. He captained the national side while he was an MP between 2010 and 2014. Of course, that did lead to allegations of nepotism. And that's not all. In 2011, while he was a rugby-playing member of parliament, he also took oath as an attorney at law. That too was controversial. There were allegations that he cheated during the final exam, but nothing came out of it in the end. It was just an allegation, and Namal eventually became Sri Lanka's sports minister. But his ministerial tenure did not last long. Remember, he was part of his uncle's cabinet. When Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled Sri Lanka in 2022, the entire cabinet resigned. Namal remained an MP, but he has stayed away from government for the past 2 years. The entire Rajapaksa clan has. They've stayed away. For the last 2 years, this man has led Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe. Wickremesinghe has been working to repair his country's devastated economy, and he was expected to continue as president. He was seen as a front-runner in the September election. But that has changed now because of Namal's entry. You see, Wickremesinghe is in power mostly thanks to the Rajapaksa clan. The party led by the Rajapaksas supported him. But now that support has split. Some want Wickremesinghe to continue, others want to back Namal. So it is a contest, Ranil Wickremesinghe versus Namal Rajapaksa. Who will walk away with Sri Lanka's top job, and will another contender come up? All we know at this point is this: the Sri Lankan presidential election just got thrown wide open. And now some breaking news from the Olympics. Well, not in the literal sense of the word. We are talking about breaking, what many call break dancing. It is a dizzying mix of moves to hip-hop tunes, and it is making a debut at the Paris Olympics. But is breaking actually a sport? Why has it been added to the Olympics? We'll tell you. We'll also discuss how the games have evolved over the years with weird, wacky and even dangerous additions and deletions. Here's a report.
A whirl, a twist and a leap. These intense contortions are an art form, but they're also a sport, at least according to the Olympics. This is breaking, and it's witnessing a watershed moment, because more than 50 years since its inception, it's making its debut as an Olympic sport in Paris. B-boys and B-girls are vying for gold. But while they chase glory, they want to make two things clear. First, this is called breaking, not break dancing, which is a term coined by the media. And secondly, yes, breaking is a sport.
I'm dancing, and I see in the representation of my country at the Olympic stage is the mission for me.
Breaking started in the basements and parks of New York as simplistic party moves and dance battle essentials. Breaking was conceived by Black and Hispanic youth. Back then, it was a means of self-expression and even escapism and inclusivity. But over time, breaking has been cultivated into a serious physical performance with athletic moves and strict rules, from execution and musicality to originality and technique. So this year, breakers will face off on their biggest stage ever.
We came from the streets in Black and brown communities. Breaking has really kind of globalized, and now we have this extremely beautifully diverse world. Because breaking is a lot more accessible than a lot of other sports and art forms that are out there.
Going into something like the Olympics for the very first time, we are now the faces of breaking for a bigger audience and a bigger platform.
But this is not only exciting for the breaking athletes, it's also good news for the Olympics. The International Olympic Committee has been searching for ways to attract a younger audience. In recent years, they have added surfing, sport climbing and skateboarding to the list of competitions. And now, breaking is another addition because it's culturally relevant and it's a hit on social media. But the games have not only made additions over the years, they've made several deletions as well. Life-saving was once an Olympic sport. It had events like mannequin relays and rescue races. Tug-of-war lasted for 5 years. Painting and sculpture was considered a sport as well. But if you think this is absurd, the Olympics also had pigeon shooting. And for a while, they weren't just shooting birds, they were also shooting at each other with pistol dueling. They used wax pistols, but still. Many are glad that this competition was discontinued. Olympics forgotten sports is a long line. Anything that was too boring, weird or dangerous was discontinued to create space for newer sports like breaking. It may be tough to digest this as an Olympic sport, but with its debut, athletes are already breaking barriers.
By now, you must be familiar with our new segment, Joke of the Day. But I must confess, it's a lot harder than we thought because the world is so serious nowadays. There's a controversy everywhere, in politics, in elections, even in sports. So tonight, we're mixing the two. It's about a controversial leader who is objectively funny. Let me introduce you to Nicolas Maduro, President of Venezuela since 2013 and permanent brand ambassador of flashy overshirts. He is under a lot of pressure now. The opposition claims he rigged the recent election, but frankly, it's unfair. Maduro is willing to stake it all for democracy, even if it means fighting Elon Musk inside a cage. That is called real courage, and I really hope the fight happens. Because for the first time, fans will be hoping that both fighters get knocked out. But jokes aside, Maduro is slightly older than Musk, so chances are Musk has the edge here, unless of course it's a dance-off, in which case all bets are on Maduro. Take a look. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. India and Germany hold joint air defense exercise Tarang Shakti in Coimbatore. The world's biggest iceberg, twice the size of London, was caught spinning continuously in the Antarctic. And ice hockey reaches new heights, quite literally, with the world's highest game taking place in Switzerland. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in the year 1905, India began the Swadeshi movement against British rule. Indians were urged to boycott foreign goods and rely on domestic products. The movement led to a renewed sense of nationalism in India. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on First Post America. We begin in the United States. After much speculation, Kamala Harris introduced her running mate, Tim Walz, at a rally in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania yesterday. Casting their campaign as a fight for the future, Harris and Walz were greeted with loud, enthusiastic cheers and chants. Arriving on stage to Beyonce's Freedom, the Minnesota governor thanked Kamala Harris for choosing him as her running mate. And not long after addressing the crowd, Walz began verbally attacking Republican Donald Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance.
He drove our economy into the ground, and make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald Trump. That's not even counting the crimes he committed. I got to tell you, pointing out just an observation of mine that I made. I just have to say it. You know it, you feel it. These guys are creepy, and yes, just weird as hell. That's what you see.
Now supporters are ecstatic with Kamala Harris picking Tim Walz as her running mate. In fact, the Harris campaign announced raising a whopping $20 million in the hours just after announcing the selection.
I love the energy of everyone coming together and being joyful and just all being on the same page.
I think, it's also the energy, the crowd, the audience. I definitely think it was great,
I felt so happy being around so many supportive people. Kamala 24!
Additionally, senior Democrats, including former President Barack Obama and former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, also put their weight behind the Walz pick. Hailing from the Midwestern state of Minnesota, Tim Walz was a high school teacher and football coach before he began his political career back in 2004. He also served in the National Guard for over 2 decades and retired as a command sergeant major a year before entering politics. In 2006, Walz ran for office in Minnesota's 1st District, where only one Democrat had won in the last century. He went on to win 53% of the vote and held onto the rural district for 12 years before deciding to run for governor in 2018. In 2022, Walz was reelected for a second term, orchestrating a Democratic win in the state House and Senate for the first time in 8 years. Apart from his energetic and enthusiastic vibe, Walz also boasts an impressive record as governor, increasing funding for education, introducing free meals in schools, and creating a system of paid family leave. Now on foreign policy, Walz has been a staunch critic of Vladimir Putin for invading Ukraine, but has remained rather cautious on the war in Gaza. Of course, the first rule in picking a running mate is first do no harm, and Governor Walz certainly epitomizes that mantra, a dark horse pick that many thought had an outside chance of being selected by the vice president. However, endorsements from major union leaders and his recent media appearances saw him quickly gain a loyal following among rank-and-file Democrats. The Minnesota governor, who is just 6 months older than Kamala Harris, is widely seen as a jovial school teacher and football coach who brandishes a message to unite America. And staying in the United States, a Pakistani national has been charged with plotting to assassinate top political figures on American soil, including Donald Trump. 46-year-old Asif Marchant allegedly tried to hire hitmen who were in fact undercover FBI agents. The suspect is said to have ties with Iran, and he wanted to avenge the death of top Iranian commander Qasem Soleimani, who was killed on the orders of former President Donald Trump when he was in office in 2020. Our latest report gets you more details about the alleged murder-for-hire plot.
This is Asif Raza Merchant, a 46-year-old man from Pakistan. He arrived in the United States in April, only to land in a New York prison last month. Merchant is accused of seeking to hire a hitman to assassinate prominent American politicians and officials. Now he's formally charged over his alleged murder-for-hire plot. But hold on, Merchant's story has more twists than that. The US Federal Bureau of Investigation, or the FBI, says that the Pakistani national has alleged ties to the Iranian government. He reportedly spent some time in Iran before heading to the US from Pakistan in April. Merchant then contacted a person to help him with his assassination plans. He asked them to arrange a meeting with the would-be assassins. However, that person instead exposed him to undercover FBI agents. FBI Director Christopher Wray says Merchant's dangerous plans were straight out of the Iranian playbook. Court documents reveal that the Pakistani suspect wanted to target American citizens who were quote-unquote hurting Pakistan and the Muslim world. And his long list of targets allegedly included former President Donald Trump. The FBI foiled Merchant's plot in June, and this very same case prompted the US government to increase security of Trump, who survived an assassination attempt later in July. However, Merchant's plot was unrelated to the attack on the former president. The latest case adds to a growing list of detailed Iranian plans to allegedly kill Trump, who has been facing such threats for more than 4 years. In 2020, the former president ordered the killing of a top commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guards, Qasem Soleimani. He was assassinated by an American drone strike in Iraq's Baghdad. And now the US claims that Merchant was carrying out the plot to avenge the killing of the Iranian military officer. But the Iranian mission to the United Nations in New York has condemned these allegations, saying Tehran believes in legally prosecuting Soleimani's murderer. Though its response contradicts allegations leveled by the US, which has time and again thwarted its conspiracies to carry out political assassinations on the American soil.
And staying with Donald Trump, the former president has added fuel to a very wild conspiracy theory about Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. The former president recently appeared in an interview with online streamer Aiden Ross, where he said Justin Trudeau could be the son of former Cuban President Fidel Castro. Shown a photo of the Canadian leader, Donald Trump said, quote, "They say he is the son of Fidel Castro and could be. I mean, anything's possible in this world, you know," end quote. The baseless theory stems from the close relationship between Justin Trudeau's family and the late president of Cuba. His father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the former Prime Minister of Canada, first visited Castro in 1976 with his wife Margaret and their youngest son, Michael. Justin Trudeau, who is 4 years older than Michael, also visited Cuba as a child. Now, back in 2000, Castro served as an honorary pallbearer at Pierre Elliott Trudeau's funeral. And when the former Cuban president died in 2016, Prime Minister Trudeau called him a legendary revolutionary while avoiding commenting on his controversial life. Now, even though Donald Trump made questionable comments about Trudeau in the interview, he did claim to get along well with the Canadian leader. Donald Trump and the Prime Minister's relationship was a rocky one when the former U.S. president was in fact in office. In 2018, Donald Trump furiously left Canada after attending the G7 summit and later called the Canadian leader dishonest and very weak. At the 2019 NATO summit, the Prime Minister appeared to joke about Donald Trump in a hot mic moment with other world leaders, including French President Emmanuel Macron, then UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and Dutch leader Mark Rutte. Now, with Donald Trump running for president once again, it's unclear how the two leaders, in fact, might react to one another if Trump is reelected. The U.S. and Canada have maintained a very, very close and special relationship dating back over a century. One can only guess if it can hold should Donald Trump retake the White House in November. And moving to the Middle East, just a day after Hamas appointed Yahya Sinwar as their new political chief, the Russian president urged Iran to tread with caution. Vladimir Putin called on Tehran to show restraint in its retaliation against Israel following the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Now, this call for calm comes as the region braces for Iran's pledge to respond to Haniyeh's killing, which it blames squarely on Israel. Putin's top aide, Sergei Shoigu, conveyed the Russian president's message to top Iranian officials on Monday, advising against attacks on Israeli civilians. Now, despite this, Tehran has been pushing Moscow for more weapons, including air defense systems and fighter jets.
The issues that were discussed at the meeting with the newly elected president and with the Secretary of the Security Council. We covered the whole range of topics, all the questions, starting from Syria, undoubtedly alarming events on the border of Lebanon and Israel, and of course, the latest events that happened in Tehran, tragic events. This topic could not be bypassed.
Meanwhile, Iran-backed Hezbollah launched a fresh barrage of attack drones and missiles at Israeli military targets. Now, according to Israel's army, most of these projectiles were intercepted, while the remaining few fell in open areas, resulting in fires in some places. In response, the Israeli Air Force struck 2 Hezbollah facilities in southern Lebanon. In a televised speech on Tuesday, the leader of Hezbollah promised to respond to the killing of senior commander Fouad Shukr in Beirut just last week. The Hezbollah chief said the Lebanese militia group would wait for the right moment to strike Israel.
The region today faces real dangers. Everyone must understand the dimensions of the current battle and its dangers. Everyone must understand its dangers to Palestine. The goal of this battle is to prevent Israel from winning, to prevent Israel from eliminating the Palestinian resistance, to prevent Israel from eliminating the threatened Palestinian cause. This must be a goal, because if Israel succeeds in this goal, all the region, as I mentioned a while ago, will be in danger.
Now, as the talk of war ratchets up, President Joe Biden held urgent talks with the leaders of Egypt and Qatar, aiming to de-escalate regional tensions as well as push for an immediate ceasefire and hostage release. The Biden administration has warned of the severe risk of a major conflict, stressing the importance of Iran and Hezbollah's measured responses.
We continue to work intensely to de-escalate tensions in the Middle East and to prevent the spread of conflict. Over the past few days, we've been in constant contact with partners in the region and well beyond. In those conversations, we've heard a clear consensus. No one should escalate this conflict. We've been engaged in intense diplomacy with allies and partners, communicating that message directly to Iran. We've communicated that message directly to Israel. Our commitment to Israel's security is ironclad. We will continue to defend Israel against attacks from terrorist groups or their sponsors, just as we'll continue to defend our troops.
Now, despite these efforts, Iran has vowed severe retaliation. Additionally, Hezbollah has indicated that a retaliatory strike is inevitable, suggesting diplomacy is no longer an option. So as the region stands on the brink of a major conflict, one question looms large. Exactly how will Iran's response shape the future of the Middle East? And finally, have you ever wondered what happens to your old phones and laptops once you toss them away? Well, in the United Kingdom, the Royal Mint, known for its coins, has embarked on a groundbreaking journey to mine gold from electronic waste. Britain intends to retrieve gold worth $34 million from discarded electronic gadgets every single year. So how, in fact, are they turning trash into treasure? Our final report brings you all the details.
In the heart of Wales, the Royal Mint, the United Kingdom's official coin maker, has found a new way to shine. Known for crafting coins, the Mint has turned its attention to the mountain of discarded electronics. 4 hours away from London, the Royal Mint has built an e-waste recycling plant in Lantrizont, and this large industrial plant extracts gold from electronic waste. You see, e-waste is a growing problem, with the UN reporting that 62 million tons were thrown away in 2022. The pile of old phones, computers and TVs is expected to increase to 165 million tons by 2030. Seeing an opportunity amid this trash, the Royal Mint has stepped in to strike gold. The head of sustainability at the Royal Mint calls it urban mining. Piles of circuit boards are fed into the facility, where they are heated to remove various components. Coils, capacitors, pins and transistors are sieved and sorted, with anything containing gold set aside. The gold-laden pieces are then taken to an on-site chemical plant. Here, a revolutionary process unfolds. Instead of the traditional energy-intensive methods that use toxic chemicals, the Royal Mint employs a low-energy, recyclable chemical solution at room temperature. This solution then leaches the gold into a liquid, which is then filtered, leaving behind pure gold powder. This powder is then heated in a furnace, transforming it into gleaming nuggets. Leighton John, the operations director, highlights the importance of this innovation. He said traditional gold recovery processes are very energy intensive. Our method uses low energy and pulls gold really quick. With the UK being the second largest producer of tech trash per capita, the Royal Mint has no shortage of e-waste. Topping them is Norway, while third in line is Switzerland, followed by Denmark and Australia. To untrash the country from old electronic junk, the Royal Mint's goal is to process over 4,000 tons of e-waste annually, generating up to 450 kilograms of gold worth over $34 million. Beyond gold, the Royal Mint is also exploring uses for other materials extracted from circuit boards, like aluminum, copper, tin and steel. They are even considering using ground-up boards in the construction industry. The Royal Mint's venture into e-waste processing addresses a modern problem, turning yesterday's trash into tomorrow's treasure.
We certainly thank you for tuning in once again. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with a focus on Nigeria. President Bola Tinubu and the Nigerian military are concerned over the increasing Russian influence in the country, as Moscow's clout grows in West Africa. In the latest, Nigeria's military chief held security talks with President Tinubu after Russian flags were waved and slogans favoring Russian President Putin were raised at anti-government protests in Nigeria's northern states. Nigeria's military chief has termed the act treasonous to the country's sovereignty.
We don't have a leader, we are the leaders. Now we don't have a leader, someone is asking who gave us this flag. We sewed it ourselves. We don't like Tinubu, Tinubu must go, we want soldiers.
All of us have seen it, where some foreign flags have been flown within the sovereignty of Nigeria, and that is totally unacceptable. We are warning in clear terms, and the president has also said we should convey this, that we will not accept anybody, any individual flying any foreign flag in Nigeria. That is treasonable offense, and it will be viewed and treated as such. For those of them flying flags, If you see a lot of them are kids being pushed to do that. We're following up with those ones that are sponsoring them, those that are pushing them, because you know the flags were also made. We identified those areas and we're going to take serious action against that.
Now, Nigeria has arrested some tailors who allegedly made the Russian flags and also who the authorities call sponsors of foreign flags. Nigeria's Department of State Services is investigating the matter. It did not say how many tailors or sponsors had been detained. Russian embassy in Nigeria has already distanced itself from allegations that it is influencing the demonstrations in Nigeria. It denied responsibility, saying that the flags are personal choices of protesters and do not reflect any official position or policy of the Russian government. Pro-Russian sentiments have been growing in parts of West Africa. The junta-ruled states in the region, Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger, have already opened doors to Moscow for security partnership, severing ties with the West. Now the Nigerian government fears this influence in the region could spread in the country amid rising discontent among the people. On the 1st of August, Nigerian citizens launched the 10-day End Bad Governance protest against economic hardship and systematic corruption. These protests have mostly been led by the youth. The protesters have been calling on President Bola Tinubu to step down. The cost of living crisis in the West African country has been fueled by surging inflation, which is at a 28-year high. President Tinubu's economic policies have also pushed the local currency to record lows. According to rights groups, the protests have left at least 13 people dead nationwide. But the Nigerian police insist that only 7 died. Over 700 people, including journalists, have been arrested by the Nigerian military, and a curfew has been declared in at least 6 states in North Nigeria after reports of looting and violence. Nigerian security forces have been accused of using excessive force in the protests, and this seems to have dampened the protests. Few protesters showed up to mark the 6th day of protest. The protesters blamed this on fear of policemen who have outnumbered civilians.
People are afraid. They are afraid of the military personnel seen on ground. I guess a lot of protesters are still hanging out here. But me, I'm out here, I'm standing here, I'm here to pray. It's my right. It's my civic right. I'm here. And I've not ever received one dividend of democracy ever since I've gotten to know myself as a man in this country. And it's not done.
The police are not protecting us. The police are against us. Today I came to this place and I heard that the police is chasing people away from the protest ground. These are people that are trying to protect that are meant to protect our rights. Why are they chasing us away? We are not violent. This protest has been going on since Wednesday and it has been peaceful. Please, let everybody come outside. We are here. The police is more than even the masses that are around.
Despite President Tinubu's call for dialogue and suspension of the protests, Nigerians say he failed to address any of their demands. So they vow to continue protesting. But now the Nigerian government and the military stare at a bigger potential threat of Russian influence. Now for more on this, we have with us Chidi Ugwu, a professor at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, and he joins us live from Nsukka in Nigeria. Thank you for being with us, Professor. I'll jump right in. Nigeria's military chief held a security meeting with President Bola Tinubu after the Russian flags were waved at the protests. What details do you have about this meeting and also about the so-called sponsors who were involved in promoting the Russian flags during the demonstrations?
Okay, thank you very much for having me. I'll be lying to you if I say I have details of the security meeting that the president held with his security chiefs. Some of the briefs will be state secrets that they will guard. But what looks concerning to the president, if you ask me, is that the Russia influence of Russia lurking somewhere in a nearby country, Niger. I don't know how much you follow that story. Niger Republic and Mali and Burkina Faso when they revolted, there was a coup which was revolt against the influence of the French in those countries, and because they were resisting, and France was mobilizing, sponsoring all sorts of counter coups and mobilizing to stage a comeback. It was Russia that these countries beckoned to come and help them wage, push back against the French. So it looks like the success of that coup, that the coup leaders have not been replaced, is largely due to the influence of USSR, of Russia in that place. So, and it looks like the people who are waving the flags are coming, members of a particular section of Nigeria that borders Niger. From northern Nigeria, then you go to Niger Republic. From there, you step into other countries like Libya, and so it looks like they are drawing some vicarious inspiration from what has happened in that country. And because the news coming out of Niger and those areas look very cheering, since they regained freedom and pushed back against the French with the influence of Russia, it looks like the fortunes of those countries are beginning to turn around. And it looks like that's the kind of dream that these people are trying to pass across with the flag. Since the Russian authorities have denied this, it will be difficult for anyone to claim that Russia has a hand in this. But what I think the message they want to pass, what this says is two things. Two things. One is people are trying to draw inspiration from what Russia has done in neighboring countries. And secondly, to let Tinubu, the president, know that Nigeria is not alone. If he doesn't act carefully, that it is possible for what happened in those countries to happen in Nigeria, real or imagined. But this flag is just to pass that message, that things have consequences. That's the way I read it.
Right. And Professor, Bola Tinubu's administration had already, before the protests began, said that they were concerned about outside influence in these protests. Does this occurrence of the Russian flags and the slogans being chanted give credibility to these claims, or is it a distraction, as the protesters are saying that Tinubu is not listening to their demands?
Yeah, if you ask me, it is difficult to bet because Nigeria has surprised me in many ways. So it's difficult to bet on anything. But I think that to a very large extent, this is diversionary, right? Reference to that to the organization and mobilization that has led to this protest is referring to it as externally influenced, externally driven, is diversionary, because the demands of the people who are protesting are very clear. They are not demanding anything out of this world. It's just that people are hungry. Inflation started skyrocketing in Nigeria after Tinubu took over and they pronounced the removal of the fuel subsidy. And then the cost of fuel rose from about 300 naira, which is if you like, about 30 cents in today's dollar value, and then to something like in the neighborhood of about 70 cents or thereabouts. And because everything rises and falls on the cost of fuel, right? Everything, generators that people use to run their cottage industries, to produce small stuff, transportation that moves, goods around the country, everything tripled and quadrupled in cost. And because of that, the cost of food began to rise. Coupled with other security concerns, farmers have been waylaid and killed in their numbers in different sections of Nigeria where the food supply comes from, right? By the so-called herdsmen and people. There's some marauding bandits who are just going around killing farmers and chasing them away from their farms. Have conspired with the cost of transportation to shoot the prices of goods, of basic things that people need, over the roof. And so people, because of the difficulty in surviving this trend of things, it was easy to mobilize people to come out to protest. I don't think that external influence has any hand in this. It is the policies that Tinubu has championed, the policies that he pronounced immediately he took over, and the fact that they keep living large.
Right.
The president still maintains a retinue of jets and private jets for the presidential fleet, and the motorcade of the president is longer than 1,000 meters. The vice president's building
Yeah.
was reconstructed with an amount that is over $10
Right,
million.
Professor.
And all sorts of opulence that people have noticed. In the context of the rising hunger, rising inflation, rising unemployment. So that's why it was possible for people to be
Yes.
mobilized against all odds, because Nigerians have come to fear the security forces so much that calling people out to protest is like a death sentence.
Right.
But that
Just
people were able to go for broke and to
yes,
come
and
out to stage it is something. Sorry, go on.
And Professor, just quickly before we let you go, the protesters have pushed forward with this End Bad Governance demonstration. It's planned until the 10th of August. How will the Tinubu government be affected by these protests going forward in terms of the broader socio-economic challenges facing Nigeria as you've laid out there?
Yeah, I think that the Tinubu government will find it very difficult to wrap their heads around what is going on and to know how to come out of this. What has happened is that even the speech that Tinubu made doesn't show that he's running a government peopled by individuals that will sit down to think of the broader socio-economic and implications of what is going on.
Yes.
So what I think might begin to happen is that the protests will escalate, because people have been killed in parts of the country where people do not fear death. In the north of Nigeria, people have been socialized. A lot of them are Muslims who it's easy to mobilize them for mass action. So the cost of food, the cost of things will continue to increase. And I don't see Tinubu and his team coming up with any policy reactions that will be able to address these issues, because what I have heard from his speech and from pronouncement of members of his government is that they are trying to control the symptoms of this protest, instead of facing what led to the protest in the first place. I don't see any improvement. I don't see anything happening. It's difficult to predict how Nigeria will go from here.
Right. Professor, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights and analysis on the latest coming out of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. The pleasure is mine.
Staying on with updates from West Africa, days after Mali cut off ties with Ukraine over its role in the army and Russian allies' defeat, its neighbor Niger has also severed ties with the European nation. Niger said that it is cutting ties with Ukraine in solidarity with Mali and accused Ukraine of supporting terror groups. Niger said it would ask the UN Security Council to debate Ukraine's aggression. The decision to break relations with Ukraine comes in the wake of heavy losses suffered by the Malian army and Russia's mercenary Wagner group at the hands of separatist rebels last month. Ethnic Tuareg-led separatists claimed a major victory over Mali junta and its Russian allies on the 25th of July, after 3 days of intense fighting in Mali's north near the Algerian border. Separatists said that they had killed 84 fighters from Wagner and 47 Malian soldiers. The Russian mercenary group Wagner and the Malian army admitted that they have suffered heavy losses. In the aftermath, Ukraine's military intelligence agency spokesperson claimed that Kiev provided the separatists necessary data to carry out their operations. On Sunday, Mali announced it is cutting ties with Ukraine as it was shocked to learn about Kiev's role. It said that Ukraine's actions had violated Malian sovereignty and constituted unacceptable foreign interference and support for international terrorism. Ukraine rejected Mali's accusation and said that it unconditionally adheres to the norms of international law. Mali and the Niger are both junta-led nations, After the military coups, they ended defense agreements with France and forged ties with Russia. Now, Russia's Wagner Group has been helping the junta armies fight Islamist insurgents and separatists. Meanwhile, Ukraine has also attempted to expand its footprint in Africa. It has opened several new embassies in the continent as it forged military and economic ties with nations in a bid to counter Russia's growing influence in the region. Shifting focus to Tunisia, where ahead of the October elections, the crackdown on opposition and presidential candidates is intensifying. Key presidential hopefuls are being handed prison terms, raising fears that the race will be unfair and one-sided in favor of the incumbent Kais Saied. On Monday, Aber Moussi, a fierce critic of the Tunisian president Kais Saied, was given a 2-year jail sentence. The 49-year-old is the head of the Free Desturian Party and is a key opposition figure. She has already been in jail since October. She was found guilty of violating a controversial anti-fake news decree that outlaws spreading information that slanders or harms others. The law has been widely used to prosecute those who criticize authorities. Not just Moussi, but 4 more potential presidential election candidates were sentenced to 8 months in prison and have been banned from running for office on a charge of vote buying. While Moussi's lawyer said that she still intends to run in the October polls and has not been barred from running, if the sentencing is upheld on appeal or later proceedings, Moussi will also not be able to compete. This, as one of the candidacy criteria, is that presidential hopefuls must have a clean criminal record. While several opposition candidates are in jail, President Saied has submitted his official candidacy for the election on Monday. Upon registering his candidacy, he said that his candidacy was a part of a war of liberation and self-determination, aiming to establish a new republic. Critics have accused Saied of suppressing political dissent ahead of the 6th of October election. As per reports, over the past 18 months, more than 60 critical voices have been prosecuted, while several would-be candidates are either in prison or being prosecuted. A group of around 30 NGOs last week denounced the candidates' arbitrary detention, as well as the Electoral Authority, which they say has lost its independence. Saied has meanwhile denied the accusations, saying that whoever talks about restrictions is delusional. Kais Saied was elected in 2019. 2 years later, he dissolved parliament and began ruling by decree in a move the opposition described as a coup. He has said he will not hand over power to what he calls non-patriots. Critics fear that Saied will take Tunisia back to the years of dictatorship and farce elections, which was the norm before the Tunisian revolution in 2011 that spread into the Arab Spring. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is from Algeria, where a small act of humanity has saved the lives of around 300 flamingo chicks. Rising temperatures and worsening drought conditions have led to the disappearance of a salt lake in Algeria. This lake was home to thousands of flamingos who were driven away after it dried up. But they left behind their defenseless chicks who could not escape the misery. Our next report tells you how a group of volunteers has rescued them.
Around 450 kilometers away from Algeria's capital, Algiers, lies the Lake Tinselt. It is one of the largest wetlands in the country. But today, the lake has turned into a vast expanse of cracked earth. It is now all dried up. Locals say that barely a month ago there was water in the lake. However, high temperatures and a multi-year drought have resulted in its disappearance. The lake was once home to thousands of flamingos who migrated there each year to nest. But as the water dried up, many adult flamingos were driven away. They left behind their unhatched eggs and defenseless chicks. Dozens of them have died from hunger, thirst, poaching, and wolf attacks. But some of them were lucky enough to survive, or fortunate enough to have been rescued. Their saviors are these volunteers who took the responsibility to rescue the chicks. They saved around 300 pink flamingo chicks. The volunteers provided their cars and trucks to transfer the flamingos about 50 kilometers away to Lake Mahidia.
As you can see, this bird is injured. We hope it will join the 283 already rescued. We've kept it here to look after it and protect it. When it's better, it will be reunited with the 283 other birds. We hope this one will be the 284th.
The rescue operation was initiated by a local amateur wildlife photographer, Tarek Kawajlia. Kawajlia noticed the diminishing size of the lake and the decrease in the flight of birds. It was then that he realized that the flamingos needed help. He says that the operation has been successful and many parents were reunited with their little ones. However, he expressed regret that the group could not save all the birds. Even after rescuing them, the volunteers are taking time to monitor the chicks' recovery.
We brought 283 birds here, babies that had been evaluated from the Tinsilt pond, which has dried up. We make morning and evening rounds to monitor them until they recover. We want them to fly again so that next year they can return and life can get back to normal.
Lake Tinsilt is one of around 50 water bodies in Algeria that have been declared wetlands of international importance. This is under the Ramsar International Environment Treaty to protect wetlands. Last year, about 100 pink flamingos died at Lake Telemine in western Algeria's Oran province. This was due to wastewater pollution, according to environmental activists. It's almost certain that human activity and climate change are inflicting a crisis for animals in various ways and in all parts of the world, from habitat loss to species extinction. Amid the pain and suffering, the actions of these Algerian volunteers is the least that could be expected from humanity.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
مؤثرا فاعلا وبيننا وبينهم ما زالت الأيام.
It's a nervous countdown in West Asia, a countdown to an attack that feels inevitable. More military muscle is coming into the region, frantic diplomacy is underway and airlines are staying away from the skies. All classic signs of an impending attack. The only question is the time and scale. Iran had promised to attack Israel last week. US intelligence said they would attack on Monday, but so far it's all been silent. So tonight we're looking at Iran's impending attack. What explains the delay? How is the West preparing? And will Iran's proxies stay loyal? Because the indications are the axis is divided. And don't get us wrong here. We are not saying that Iran should launch an attack. If they're showing restraint, it's great. Maybe Israel and the US should learn from them. But logic says an attack will come. The only question is how and when. Let's look at what Tehran has been doing. First, they raised the issue at the United Nations Security Council. They made their intentions quite clear. A retaliation would come. Then they began speaking to allies. On Monday, a top Russian security official visited Tehran. He was carrying a message from Vladimir Putin. And what did the Russian president have to say? Avoid civilian casualties. That was Putin's message to Iran. I wish he would heed his own advice in Ukraine, but that's a different issue. Along with the message, Russia also gave some weapons, air defense systems and radars. You can't use these weapons to attack Israel, but you can defend against a response. So maybe Tehran was waiting for these weapons. Which brings us to the third step, diplomatic support. On Wednesday, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, held a meeting. The OIC is a group of 57 Islamic countries. They claim to represent all Muslims in the world. And look at their joint statement. This is what they said. We hold Israel fully responsible for the heinous attack on Ismail Haniyeh, which constitutes a crime of aggression and a serious infringement of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and national security of the Islamic Republic of Iran. That's what the OIC said. Their message is quite clear. Israel is completely at fault. They're not asking Iran to hold back, but Western countries are. They want Iran to de-escalate.
We don't want to see this conflict escalate. We certainly don't want to see any sort of all-out regional war. And there's not a whole lot of indications that other parties here want to see the same thing, which is why we're working really, really hard with intense diplomacy to try to avoid an escalation.
And it's not just words. The US is using military deterrence too. They have moved more assets to West Asia. One extra squadron of F-22 fighter jets, multiple Navy cruisers, naval destroyers, and land-based missile defense systems. The US is also sending a new aircraft carrier, the Abraham Lincoln. It is currently sailing in the Eastern Pacific. The US is routing it to West Asia. And don't forget, this is all additional deployment. The Americans already have a lot of assets in the region. Some 80 combat aircraft, 80. More than a dozen warships and 4,500 sailors. So Washington is ready to step in and defend Israel. Is that why Iran is delaying? Well, it is possible. But a bigger worry would be Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu has shown that he has no red lines whatsoever, whether it's in Gaza or Lebanon or Iran. So the response must be carefully calibrated. If it's too strong, Israel may hit back hard. If it's too weak, no one will take Iran seriously. And finding that balance is tough. Maybe Iran will take a few more days to find it. Or maybe they'll find it tonight, who knows? But their proxies could be running out of patience. Just look at the Hezbollah. Israel killed their top commander last month, that too in a suburb of Beirut. Since October last year, Israel has killed more than 300 Hezbollah fighters, so they are eager to hit back.
Our response is coming. This is the first, alone or with the axis of resistance, because these hypotheses exist. We can all respond at one time, or it will depend on the interest of the axis that everyone can respond according to his time, in his own way, and up to the goals that he chooses.
That was Hassan Nasrallah, the chief of Hezbollah, and what he said is very consequential. Nasrallah says he may attack Israel alone, meaning without Iranian support, and that is a big deal. Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy group in Lebanon. They're armed and funded by Iran. It's all part of their grand axis of resistance. That's what they call it. The Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, and the Hamas in Gaza. But is this so-called axis splintering? Just look at the Houthis. On Wednesday, they attacked 2 American warships in the region. Again, was this sanctioned by Iran, or are the proxies doing their own thing? It's a strategic concern for Tehran. Yes, they are godfather to these proxy groups, but godfathers are supposed to protect. Iran could not protect Ismail Haniya in their own capital. So why should other proxies trust them? It's a very complicated situation for the regime in Tehran. They must appease the public, they must reassure the proxies, establish deterrence, avoid escalation, and protect civilians. Which is why the retaliation is taking so long. The rest of the world will be watching closely. All we can do is prepare. Multiple airlines have started avoiding Iranian and Lebanese airspaces. Some US carriers have also stopped flights to Tel Aviv. So the signs are not looking good. We'll be tracking this story closely. Now let's talk about Bangladesh. A few minutes back, the interim government took charge. Nobel laureate Mohammad Yunus will lead it. He'll serve as the chief advisor of the country, sort of like a temporary prime minister. And what about his team? Well, along with Yunus, 16 other advisors took the oath of office today. They will have the same powers as a government minister, and none of them is a mainstream politician. These advisors come from diverse backgrounds. Some of them are professionals, others are members of the civil society. Reports say student protesters have also been inducted in this interim government. So it's quite a diverse and unlikely group to lead a country, and that too in this time of chaos. Mohammad Yunus and his team are staring at a significant challenge. Their KRA is to put Bangladesh back on track. Yunus landed in the country only this afternoon and he was given a warm reception. Yunus was greeted by both the students and the military. He had a meeting with them at the airport, and that's where the name of the other advisors were finalized, the names. So the military, the students, and Mohammad Yunus. That's the team Dhaka has got. Later in the day, they held a press conference, Yunus along with the students, and he looked quite moved. At one point, he was holding back tears.
I remember Abu Saeed today. An unbelievably courageous youth he was. His image is engraved in the hearts of every person in the country. The country has been liberated for the second time with this.
He was referring to Abu Saeed, one of the first student protesters who was killed by the police in the protests over the past month. They were violent. We saw clashes and brutal crackdowns. The police force used bullets to silence the protesters and ended up killing dozens of them. Now that the regime has fallen, the cops are missing in action. A large number of them went into hiding after Monday. Bangladesh has some 650 police stations. Local media reports say 450 stations were impacted by Monday's violence. In Dhaka alone, many police stations have been destroyed. Their windows are broken. Police vehicles and furniture have been torched. Basically, the Bangladesh police force has collapsed. So the job of policing has fallen to the army. As of this morning, Bangladeshi soldiers were guarding multiple government buildings. And Mohammad Yunus spoke about this today. He said restoring law and order was his first priority.
Our first order of business should be to restore law and order. Until that is taken care of, we will not be able to proceed to further improve the situation. You have shown faith in me, and the students here have reassured me to carry out that duty. I request the residents of Bangladesh to believe in me. If you do that, there will be not attacks at any locations in the country.
Stopping the attacks is the need of the hour, but Yunus will have to do a lot more to bring the country back on track. Look at the economy, for instance. The political chaos and churn hit Bangladeshi banks today. At least 6 banks faced protests from their own staff. And what do these officials want? They want punishment for corrupt bank owners and officials. The key target was the Bangladesh Bank. That's the central bank of the country, the Bangladesh Bank. Its governor's office was stormed today. Thankfully, the governor was not there when it happened. But the 5 other deputy governors were present, and they had to face the angry protesters. Later, the local press reported that these 5 deputy governors have resigned. This would further complicate the situation. The banking system was already showing signs of strain. Since Monday, banks have seen mass withdrawals in Bangladesh. Reports say large sums of cash have been taken out by politicians, by business owners, and by various other officials. There are no reports of bank run-ins yet, But the Bangladesh Bank is not taking chances. They've imposed limits on cash withdrawals today. At 100,000 takas, that's around $850, you cannot withdraw more than this sum. That is the limit. Officials say this restriction was only for today, but we must say that this is an evolving situation. It remains precarious, so we cannot really say what's coming tomorrow. Yunus and his team will have to monitor all of this closely. They also need to protect Bangladesh from external meddling. Sheikh Hasina's son has raised those concerns. His name is Sajib Wazid. He's a businessman living in the US. He says Pakistan is trying to meddle in Bangladesh, and the Pakistani spy agency ISI is fueling unrest in the country. So Wazid has made an appeal to New Delhi. He wants India to build international pressure and to ensure that democracy is restored in Bangladesh. More importantly, Wazid wants India's help in protecting the members of the Awami League. That's the party of Sheikh Hasina.
I had said my family will no longer be involved in politics, but the way our party leaders and workers are being attacked, we cannot give up.
Wazid had earlier said that Sheikh Hasina would never return to Bangladesh, but now he says she has changed her mind, that Sheikh Hasina has every intention to go back once democracy is restored in the country. That's how he put it. And will she return to active politics? Wazid says she has not decided yet. I'm sure she has more urgent matters to consider at the moment, like which country will give her asylum. It is safe to assume that Sheikh Hasina won't be able to return in a hurry if she returns at all. Bangladesh has taken a major turn. Chaos, conspiracy, revolution, whatever you call it, it has achieved the ouster of the Prime Minister. Now it is time to pick up the pieces and move forward. The world will be watching Yunus and his team. So Bangladesh has taken the first step. They have appointed an interim government. The next step is to restore normalcy. And India too is hoping for that, because unrest in Bangladesh is a worry for India, especially at the border. It's more than 4,000 kilometers long and very porous, the India-Bangladesh border, 4,000 kilometers. So India's border forces are on high alert, and with good reason. On Wednesday, India's Border Security Force, or BSF, thwarted an infiltration attempt. A group of 500 Bangladeshis gathered on the other side. They tried to cross over illegally, so the BSF pushed them back. However, questions remain. Why did this group try to breach the border? Were they fleeing persecution, or was it just another infiltration attempt? Well, the BSF has released a statement. Listen to what they've said. This is the Indian Border Force. Contrary to rumors, there is no widespread movement of the minority population from Bangladesh. Gatherings were due to local unrest fears. So there is no Hindu exodus to India, according to the BSF. Does that mean that minorities are safe again? We can't be sure yet. Bangladesh's army has released helpline numbers for Hindus. They were also seen guarding Hindu temples. The Indian government noted these measures by Dhaka, but it also called for more protection.
I would like to emphasize and tell you that as far as we are concerned, Government of India and the people of India are concerned, for us, the interest of the people of Bangladesh is foremost in our minds. With regard to the status of minorities, there are also reports that various initiatives have been taken by groups and organizations to ensure the protection and well-being of the minorities. I would like to reiterate what External Affairs Minister had said in the Parliament. We welcome these steps, but will naturally remain deeply concerned till law and order is visibly restored.
The status of Hindus is a big issue, but the conversation is a bit extreme. One group says there is a state-sponsored pogrom. The other group says it's 100% safe for Hindus. I'm afraid the truth is somewhere in between. Some Hindus and Hindu temples have been attacked. It is a fact. We brought you a report this week. We also showed you videos of those attacks, of destroyed temples and idols. Even caretaker leader Muhammad Yunus has admitted to this.
On our way here, we heard that the law and order of the area is not being maintained. People are hurting each other, houses and properties are being burned, officers are being attacked, minorities like Hindus, Buddhists, and Christians are facing attacks too.
So attacks on minorities are happening, and it is a matter of concern. But is it a nationwide cleansing campaign? Thankfully, it's not. Hindu leaders in Bangladesh have started speaking out. They say it is not a pogrom, but we can't take that for granted, especially in the age of social media. You see, all it takes is one post or one message to light a fire, and it doesn't even have to be true. Look at this video on X. It shows a woman gagged and bound to a railing. Now look at the caption. This is what is being done to Hindus in Bangladesh. Except this video is fake. It's a scene from an Indian college drama in 2021. The man who posted it is a British politician. He leads a fringe party in the UK. He's got around 200,000 followers. This is fake. I have another example for you. This video claims that cricketer Liton Das's home was attacked. Now, Das is a Hindu and he plays for Bangladesh, but his home was not attacked. It was another piece of fake news. Needless to say, such posts do not help India. The government is already on the job. It is asking the caretaker regime in Dhaka to protect minorities. Our border forces are also on alert. They will repel any attempts to illegally enter India. So now is the time to be careful. Do not deny the fact that Hindus are being attacked, but also do not spread fake news, because this is a delicate time. Sheikh Hasina is still at a safe house in New Delhi. Her quest for asylum has hit a roadblock. Even the Indian government is not aware of her plans now.
External Affairs Minister has already explained the approval for former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to come to India was given at a short notice. The situation, as you know, is still evolving as far as Bangladesh is concerned. It would not be appropriate for me to comment on her plans.
The caretakers are in charge. They have an army willing to restore order. So let's hope they do it fast. And let's also hope that there will be justice. Remember, minority homes and temples were destroyed in the last few days. The people who did that must be punished. If not, the state will be equally complicit. Now we turn to the United Kingdom. For a few days now, that name has seemed ironic, United Kingdom, because unity wasn't really on display. In fact, it was the opposite. You could only see hate and division, because riots were breaking out all over the country. Anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant riots, they began last week because of misinformation. A 17-year-old British citizen attacked a dance studio in Southport. He stabbed multiple children and 3 young girls died in the attack. The attacker was born in Wales to parents of Rwandan origin. But social media said that he was a Muslim immigrant, which was all it took to expose Britain's fault lines. Hundreds of people believed the rumors and they began targeting mosques and immigrant shelters. Ordinary people from both these communities are terrified.
I'm a Scouser, born and bred in the city of Liverpool, but seeing the events that have just taken place in the city of Liverpool, and not just the city of Liverpool, but in the UK as a whole, it's really scary seeing the people rioting, looting the shops.
People are really scared to come out. There are a lot of ethnic minority people whom I spoke to, and they're really scared to come out.
Not just Muslim?
Not just Muslim, not just Muslim. I'm from India. To be honest, I can't come out and tell to the protesters or the people who are running towards me, hundreds of crowds, that, oh no, I'm not a Muslim, I'm from India, please don't spare me. That's not possible. So everyone is scared about it.
People from every minority community have been scared all over the UK. The riots began in Southport, the city where the stabbings took place, and then they spread all over the country. From Belfast in Northern Ireland to Sunderland in northeast England to Plymouth in the southwest. Almost every major city saw riots, and more were expected yesterday. About 100 locations were facing quote-unquote credible threats. 6,000 British police officers were mobilized. They were preparing for the worst. But then this happened.
If we don't get no justice, then you don't get no peace. Can we hear? Stand up, fight back. Together be defeated. Our strength. Our strength.
Thousands of counter-protesters took to the streets yesterday. These are people who oppose the recent violence, people who oppose the rioters. And what do these counter-protesters want? They want to keep welcoming refugees into the UK. They want to keep promoting the idea of British multiculturalism. Yesterday, these people, the counter-protesters, were out in full force all over the UK, and they heavily outnumbered the potential rioters. Look at this picture from Brighton. There's a sea of counter-protesters, and there's a small area cordoned off by the police. They're in bright yellow vests. The police made that little bubble to protect the anti-immigrant demonstrators. Only 4 or 5 of them had shown up. And they couldn't do much. They were surrounded. The sea of counter-protesters raised slogans. They kept chanting, "Nazi scum off our streets." In fact, this chant was heard all over the UK yesterday.
Right? You good, dude?
So the rioters are being called Nazis. Before this, they were labelled far-right thugs by Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He's been in damage control mode for days, but he seemed pleased with how things turned out yesterday.
Last night, I think the fact we didn't see the disorder that was feared is because we had police deployed in numbers in the right places, giving reassurance to communities.
Starmer may insist that it was all down to the police, but even the police know where the real credit goes.
It was a massive policing operation. I'm really pleased with how it went. And we put thousands of officers on the street, and I think the show of force from the police and, frankly, the show of unity from communities together defeated the challenges that we've seen. And it went off very peacefully last night.
A show of unity from communities. It was ordinary people who stopped the rioters last night, not the police, not the government, but ordinary people from all walks of life. On the one hand, it's inspirational, people coming out to support their neighbours, to protect British multiculturalism. But it's also worrying. The rioters were ordinary British people as well. Their actions show that there is simmering resentment in the UK waiting to erupt at a moment's notice. Yesterday's demonstrations may bring some joy to the scared minority communities, but it won't make Britain's division suddenly disappear. Something has to be done to address the root cause of the riots. The anger in British society needs to be addressed, or another riot will only be one social media rumour away. Let's turn to Ukraine now, where the war is set to escalate. Kiev has launched a major attack inside Russia, and Vladimir Putin is lashing out at them. This is quite a twist in the plot, because for the past 2 months, Russia had been attacking and Ukraine had been hanging on. But this week, the direction has changed. Kiev launched a daring operation against Russia. They breached Russia's borders in the Kursk region. They advanced almost 10 kilometers into Russian territory, and this is a major attack. We've seen Russia's borders breached before, yes, but that was by Russian rebels. This time, it was Ukrainian soldiers. And listen to the details. Around 1,000 soldiers crossed the border. They brought along tanks and armored vehicles, even air support. This Ukrainian convoy was backed by swarms of drones. In fact, Moscow has released some aerial footage. Take a look at this. So what's the status now? The Ukrainians managed to reach a city called Sudzha. This is now the third day of fighting. Russian soldiers are trying to flush out Ukrainian troops. Chances are it will be done soon. Moscow says Ukraine has lost 82 armored vehicles, and that includes 8 tanks. But was this incursion worth the cost? Symbolically, yes, you could say, Russia is the largest nuclear power in the world. It is a country in a state of war, yet a massive enemy convoy managed to sneak in undetected. They breached 2 lines of Russian defense and 1 Russian stronghold. It's a massive intelligence and military failure. And Vladimir Putin knows this. He convened a key meeting yesterday. He was briefed by the military and the regional governor. Afterwards, he called the attack a major provocation.
We will have to start with the events in the Kursk region. As you know, the Kiev regime has undertaken another large-scale provocation and launched indiscriminate shelling of civilian buildings, residential houses, ambulances with different types of weapons, including missiles.
A couple of questions here. 1, why did Ukraine launch this ambitious attack? And 2, did the Western allies know about it? Well, Kiev has not said much about the operation, but we can only speculate why they did it. One reason could be tactical. Russia launched a summer offensive this year. They captured around 200 square kilometers of land in July, and the fighting has been brutal. Russian soldiers have been putting immense pressure on Ukraine, especially in the Donetsk region. So maybe this incursion is a strategy to release that pressure, to force Russia to concentrate elsewhere. And it's not just Kursk. Ukraine is also targeting Russian troops in the Black Sea. Moscow has occupied an island off Kherson. But on Wednesday, Kiev's special forces landed on this island. They destroyed Russia's armored vehicles there. Kiev also claims that Russian soldiers suffered heavy losses. So that's 2 fronts opened by Ukraine, both away from the main battlefield. And it is working because Moscow is calling in reservists. They're digging deep to repel Ukraine. A second reason why they did this could be political. Remember when Ukraine used drones to attack Moscow? It's the same strategy. Scare the citizens of Russia, hope they put pressure on Putin, and maybe he'll end the war. But frankly, it's a long shot. Russia has been fighting for more than 2 years. If they haven't revolted yet, they probably won't now. Which also now brings us to the second question that we asked in the beginning. Did Ukraine's allies know about this? The US claims it did not. The White House says it will seek more information from Ukraine. Europe too claims to have been blindsided here.
So we're going to reach out to the Ukrainian military to learn more about their objectives. As far as the specifics on that, I would refer you to the Ukrainians to speak about their own military operations.
We think that Ukraine is fighting a legitimate defensive war against an illegal aggression. And in the framework of this legitimate right to defend itself, Ukraine is entitled to hit the enemy wherever it finds necessary on its territory, but also on the territory of the enemy.
It's a bit hard to believe. Mounting a land attack inside Russia is very serious. Would Kiev really do that without US blessings? Highly unlikely. Also look at how the position has changed. The West was not in favor of Ukraine attacking Russian territory. They even refused long-range missiles for the same reason for the longest time. But now look at them. Ukrainian troops are 10 kilometers inside Russia, but the West says no problem. It tells you how the equation has changed. The war of attrition is taking its toll on both sides, so they're eager for some momentum. This operation may get Kiev that much-needed boost. But the repercussions could be huge because Russia now has an excuse to escalate. Our next story is about Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance. He's having a rough time on the campaign trail. Yesterday, he was in Wisconsin. Kamala Harris was also there to campaign, and they both happened to be at the airport at the same time. So Vance tried to confront Harris. He approached her aircraft, but couldn't find her. When reporters asked him about this, J.D. Vance said he just wanted to check out the vice president's plane. If this sounds bizarre, it's not his first or worst such act. And observers now say that such antics may be hurting Vance politically. Our next report tells you how.
choosing a vice president is perhaps the first big decision any future American president makes. It conveys their political priorities. It also tells the American voter who will replace the president if they can no longer stay on the job. By that logic, Trump couldn't have done better than J.D. Vance. As one expert said, Trump picked a younger clone of himself. J.D. Vance ticks all the boxes. He embraces Trump's hardline MAGA policies. He appeals to the white working-class blue-collar voters. That's Trump's core voter bank. But J.D. Vance has been having a rough time connecting with the voters. A few days ago, he tried to crack a joke at a rally, but it didn't land as he'd hoped.
Democrats say that it is racist to believe, well, they say it's racist to do anything. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but I love you guys.
Yesterday, Vance was campaigning in Wisconsin. Kamala Harris was there too. Vance tried to confront her. After getting off his plane, Vance headed straight towards Air Force 2. That's the vice president's plane. When Vance's team saw him walking, they tried to catch up to him. The reporters, sensing a potential confrontation, also tried to get closer.
Can we walk over there? Hannah? Hannah, can we walk over there?
Hang on, everybody, hang on.
But nothing came of it. When J.D. Vance returned, he met with the reporters. He tried to put a different spin on the event.
I just wanted to check out my future plane, but I also wanted to go say hello to the vice president and ask her why Kamala Harris refuses. Why does she refuse to answer questions from the media? You did see the vice president. I saw her car. I did not see the vice president. The windows are...
The Democrats sense an opportunity. They are intensifying their attacks on Vance.
J.D. Vance actually said that people with children should be assigned more votes than people without children, and that if you have a kid, you get like an extra vote, but then you get to control that vote until they turn 18.
The internet is making things worse for Vance. A joke on the internet about a couch in J.D. Vance has taken a life of its own. It has led to countless memes across social media. The trend grew so big so quickly that even the Trump campaign couldn't ignore it. They had to release a statement. The Trump campaign said that they won't talk about couches at all. All this may seem quite bizarre, but it has started to affect J.D. Vance politically. According to a new poll, he is now the least liked VP nominee since 1980. Will this impact Trump's fortunes as well? In the past, VP candidates have derailed an entire campaign. In 2008, the Republican candidate, John McCain, picked Sarah Palin as his running mate. On paper, she seemed like an excellent choice, but on the campaign trail, Palin proved to be a liability. She seemed unprepared during interviews and struggled with her speeches at rallies. McCain later regretted picking her as the VP candidate. Trump, who has seen a revival in his political fortunes recently, wouldn't want to repeat that same mistake.
Last year, Elon Musk recommended a book to his fans. It was called The Capitalism Manifesto. The Tesla CEO called it a must-read. According to him, capitalism is more than a good thing. It's morally right. That's what Elon Musk has been saying. But what happens when he faces the wrath of capitalism? When advertisers exercise their free will? When they choose his competitors over Musk? Well then, Elon Musk does an Elon Musk. He throws a fit and even decides to sue them. Look at this tweet. He says, and I quote, "We tried peace for 2 years, now it is war." Not like the world needed more wars, but here we are. So what is the so-called war about? Well, for that, we'll have to go back to the year 2022. Elon Musk bought Twitter for $44 billion. Then he renamed it X. And then he transformed the platform and its content, all of which made advertisers wary. Brands did not want their ads to run alongside harmful content or misinformation, so they pulled out. Now look at the numbers. In 2022, Twitter's advertising revenue was around $4 billion. In 2023, it dropped to nearly $1.1 billion. So it is quite a drop, and it's very significant, especially for a platform that runs primarily on ad money. For X, 90% of its revenue comes from advertising. It is what keeps the business going. So this slump was not good news for Elon Musk, and he tried to stem the tide in 3 ways. His first response was defiance. Listen to this.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f*** yourself.
Some unparliamentary language there, but the gist is this. Elon Musk behaved like he did not need advertisers. That did not work out well, though. The revenue continued to slump. So Musk tried another tactic, using the B word, not the one you're thinking, but this one, bankruptcy. He apologized for his use of expletives, and he said advertisers could kill X. So he tried to bury the hatchet, basically. Even that did not work out. The advertisers did not return to X. So now Elon Musk has chosen a third way. He's gone on the offensive. It is what he does best, so you could say that he's playing to his strengths here. Elon Musk is suing a group of major advertisers. It's called the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, or the GARM. It's a voluntary initiative of the ad industry. It has over 100 advertising members. 4 of them were mentioned in the lawsuit: Unilever, Mars, CVS Health, and Orsted. Along with them, he's also suing the WFA. That's the World Federation of Advertisers. It's a trade association. X claims that the advertisers are colluding, that together they decided to boycott the platform, because of which X is losing billions in revenue. At least that's what they say. And as a headline, it does sound great. A grand battle, Elon Musk versus advertisers. But will it stand in a court of law? Can you sue advertisers for not backing you? It's a very long shot. Musk will have to show actual proof that these advertisers had an agreement, that they ganged up against X. He will have to prove that, which would be almost impossible. But let's for a moment imagine that they do, that they prove it, and that Musk wins the case. What happens then? His company may get paid for damages, but the advertisers may still not return, because you cannot force them to do so. Neither Musk nor the courts, they cannot force a company to buy ad space. So then what's the point of this case? It is classic posturing, and not a first for Musk. He seems to have made a habit of it. Last year, he sued the Center for Countering Digital Hate. He blamed it for driving away advertisers. That lawsuit was tossed out of the courts. He also sued a watchdog called Media Matters, saying it was distorting facts. That case will go on trial next year. And now Elon Musk is taking on advertisers. His company is bleeding money. He bought it for $44 billion. This year, it's getting ad revenue of less than $1 billion. Whichever way you look at it, it's very poor performance. So this case may be a last-ditch effort by Elon Musk. It may not amount to much, though. He's also trying other things like subscriptions and audio and video call service and streaming games, but none of this is plugging the ad revenue hole. Of course, he can always put in more of his own money, but then again, it's not an endless pool. At this rate, X could be staring at bankruptcy. A few years ago, Taylor Swift mentioned her biggest fear: a terror attack at one of her shows. Well, that fear may not have been unfounded, as she learned today. The pop star was supposed to perform in Vienna. She had 3 sold-out shows. 170,000 people, 170,000 people were going to watch her perform, but all of it has been cancelled. On Wednesday, Austrian police arrested 2 people. They were linked to the terror group ISIS, and they were plotting an attack on the Eras tour. Thankfully, it has been averted. But with the shows cancelled, the Swifties are heartbroken. Here's a report.
It was a day of heartbreak for Swifties. They had spent thousands of dollars, travelled for days and nights, all to make it to the Ernst Happel Stadium. It was the venue for the Eras tour in Vienna. Today, it was supposed to be packed with over 65,000 people, cheering as they catch their favourite pop star. But the stadium stands empty. There will be no Eras tour here, with 3 sold-out concerts cancelled in the city.
Yes, I'm really heartbroken. It was really bad. When I heard the news, at first I thought it was a joke. I really did not want to believe it, and then I just cried for 3 hours straight.
It's really sad, flying all the way here from the Philippines and, hearing the concert will be cancelled due to suspected terrorist attacks. It's just heartbreaking, just frustrating.
So what went wrong? Why was Taylor Swift forced to cancel the Vienna leg? Well, it was because of a terror plot. There are very few details right now, but here's what we know. On Wednesday, the police arrested a 19-year-old Austrian. Last month, he had sworn allegiance to the new leader of ISIS. A second suspect was arrested today. He is a 17-year-old. A third person was taken into custody today. He too is 17 years old. Media reports suggest there are 2 more suspects who are still at large. There's a Europe-wide manhunt for them.
According to the current state of the investigation, the suspects radicalized themselves on the internet. The 19-year-old citizen of Lower Austria swore allegiance to the current leader of IS at the beginning of July. Subsequently, the suspects made concrete preparations for a terrorist attack.
So how did they plan to attack the concert? Media reports suggest the 19-year-old had stolen chemicals from his previous employers. He had built a bomb. He planned to plow a car into the crowd outside the venue. He even considered using knives and machetes. Authorities are keeping most details secret, but the Austrian Chancellor praised the early detection of the attacks. Taylor Swift is yet to comment on it, but she's talked about this before. She said that one of her biggest fears is a terrorist attack at one of her shows. For now, the Eras tour has promised a refund to everyone within the next 10 days.
So we're very upset, very disappointed, but we're just really happy that everyone's safe. And obviously, this is amazing. This is really heartwarming and lovely. So we're trying to look at the bright side.
Swift is currently on the Europe leg of her Eras tour. She has already performed in 16 cities. Vienna would have been the 17th one. However, this casts a shadow on the next leg of her tour. She's supposed to perform in London from next Thursday. She has 5 sold-out concerts there. Will that be cancelled too? The UK police says they are looking at all intelligence and are on high alert. For now, her London fans hope that it won't be a cruel summer for them.
Our next story is from Africa, from the West Africa region, where a number of events are making one thing quite clear. Russian influence is on the rise. We'll look at 3 recent incidents, starting with what's going on in Nigeria. Nigeria is Africa's most populous country, and it has been rocked by protests since August 1st. The protests are an outpouring of public anger over bad governance. Nigeria is facing a cost of living crisis brought about in part by the president's policies. President Bola Tinubu. He removed a fuel subsidy last year. So fuel became expensive and it caused prices of other commodities to skyrocket. By June this year, inflation had crossed 34%. That's a 28-year high for Nigeria, and people are feeling the pinch. This is what led to the protests. Now let's pause here. So far, these problems seem completely domestic, a failure of Nigerian governance. That's what this is about. No role of an external player. But then, this happened during a recent protest. Those were Nigerian protesters waving Russian flags. They were seen demonstrating in the city of Kano, that's Nigeria's second largest city, located in the country's north. But that wasn't the only place where the Russian flag was seen. It was also raised in Kaduna by some defiant protesters.
We don't have a leader. We are the leaders. Now we don't have a leader. Someone is asking who gave us this flag? We sewed it ourselves. We don't like Tinubu. Tinubu most go. We want soldiers.
Russian flags were raised in several northern Nigerian states, and this has left the authorities worried. Nigeria's Chief of Defence Staff had an emergency meeting with President Bola Tinubu, and then he issued a threat.
All of us have seen it, where some foreign flags have been flown within the sovereignty of Nigeria, and that is totally unacceptable. We are warning in clear terms, and the President has also said we should convey this, that we will not accept anybody, any individual flying any foreign flag in Nigeria. That is a treasonable offense, and it will be viewed and treated as such.
Waving Russian flags in Nigeria will be considered treason. About 40 people have already been arrested across northern Nigeria. This includes the tailors who sewed the flags. And that's not all. Some foreign nationals have also been picked up. 7 Polish citizens have been detained, a lecturer and 6 students. But Poland says that its citizens were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. This seems like a knee-jerk reaction by Nigeria, but maybe they have a reason to be scared because Russian flags have been flown in West Africa before. In Nigeria's neighboring country, Niger. This happened last year, while Niger's military orchestrated a coup. Last July, Niger's military took over the country, and the junta cut ties with its traditional Western partners, like France. The French were ousted. And in their place, the junta chose to ally itself with Russia. In fact, Niger is not the only country to have experienced this. It's the same story in Burkina Faso and Mali. They also went through coups in recent years, and their new military governments also allied themselves with Russia. In fact, in recent weeks, the West African nations have gotten even closer to Moscow.
Following the acknowledged and assumed involvement of Ukraine in the characterized aggression against Mali, the transitional government of the Republic of Mali decides to take the following measures. The immediate cessation of diplomatic relations between the Republic of Mali and Ukraine, the latter whose destinies are unfortunately entrusted to puppets, confusing the international scene and the theatre.
Mali has cut ties with Ukraine. It cut ties after Ukraine said it helped some militants. Now, why would Ukraine do that? Because Mali is working with Russia, with Russian mercenaries from the Wagner Group. They're operating in Mali. The Russians are helping Mali fight terrorists and separatist rebels in the country. Ukraine did not care about that, though. It just saw the Russian mercenaries. A Ukrainian intelligence spokesperson said that his country had helped the rebels, and those rebels carried out a devastating attack. Dozens of Malian troops and Russian mercenaries were killed in the attack. And that is what angered Mali, leading it to cut ties with Ukraine. The same anger has spread across the border to Niger. Remember, this is the same nation where Russian flags were raised last year. So we know that it was pro-Russia. Now it is also anti-Ukraine. Moscow accuses Kiev of opening an African front. If that is true, then the West African nations have chosen their side. The recent diplomatic moves and the Nigerian protesters waving the Russian flag, they show that Moscow's clout continues to grow in West Africa. Two US astronauts, Sunita Williams and Barry Wilmore, were launched into space on the 5th of June in the Boeing Starliner spacecraft. The mission was supposed to last for 8 days. Instead, it may go on for 8 months. After the craft faced issues in space, NASA and Boeing said that they were fixing the problems. They also held PR stunts. They said they were confident that Starliner could bring the astronauts back. But clearly it cannot, because the pair has been stuck in space for more than 2 months. Now Boeing may be replaced with Elon Musk's SpaceX to bring Williams and Wilmore home. So what is going on behind the scenes? What is the plan forward? Will the astronauts be stuck in space till 2025? Here is a report.
June 5th, 2024. That's when Sunita Williams and Barry Wilmore blasted off to space. The two American astronauts launched a test mission to the International Space Station.
And we all know that when the going gets tough, and it often does, the tough get going. So with that, LC, let's get going. Now let's put some fire in this rocket.
But the going only got tougher from here on. The astronauts were expected to be in space for 8 days, but things didn't go as planned. The spacecraft, Boeing Starliner, faced one issue after another. There were leaks in its propulsion system. Some of its thrusters started shutting down. Despite this, Williams and Wilmore safely made it to the space station. But the Starliner was deemed unsafe for their return. So, more than 2 months later, Williams and Wilmore are still floating in space. Fresh reports say they might not come back this year at all. How did it come to this? After the Starliner faced issues, multiple tests were conducted. Engineers pinpointed the problems and tried to fix them. But there was no clear update. No date of return was shared. But NASA and Boeing continued exuding confidence.
I feel confident that if we had to, if there was a problem with the International Space Station, we can get in our spacecraft and we can undock. So I have a feeling, I have a real good feeling in my heart that the spacecraft will bring us home, no problem.
Good feeling or not, the mission continued to drag out. Just last week, Boeing said that confidence remains high in Starliner's return with crew, but NASA is not buying this. Reports say there's a conflict behind the scenes between NASA and Boeing leaders. NASA is questioning Boeing's ability to bring Williams and Wilmore back home. They held a press conference this week and said that there are no firm decisions yet. But there is a backup plan which involves removing Boeing from the picture and bringing Elon Musk's SpaceX in. Needless to say, the Boeing executive was not present at the conference. But drama aside, what is the new potential plan? NASA is launching another astronaut mission in September this year. The flight will be made by a SpaceX crew, Dragoncraft. Williams and Wilmore can get on this and come back to Earth. But here's the catch. This mission will only end in February 2025, so the astronauts will have to remain in space till then. And what of Boeing's Starliner? It might be returned to Earth without any crew under computer control. This will be a big blow to Boeing, which has been battling a PR crisis over its aircraft for years now. At the same time, it has been competing with SpaceX, and the latter has been in the lead. Boeing was hoping its maiden Starliner mission would change this by getting more NASA missions. But it seems highly unlikely, and that's no shocker. Thanks to this mission gone wrong, astronauts who planned to spend just 8 days in space will now be stuck there for 8 months.
You know the main characters of the US presidential race? Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. But you can't tell a story with just the main characters. You need some interesting cameos. So let me introduce Robert Kennedy Jr. He's an independent presidential candidate. You may know him from these intense gym videos. He's basically Hulk Hogan without the hair. But tonight we are talking about Kennedy's trump card, environmentalism. He worked as an environmental lawyer for many years, but his green credentials are coming under fire, and he can only blame himself. In 48 hours, Kennedy has admitted to a lot of things: dumping a dead bear in New York, hunting falcons, and having a freezer full of roadkill. We just have one question to American voters. Where do you find these upright leaders?
The discovery of a black bear by a dog walker just a few feet from Central Park's main jogging and bike path today was alarming and strange.
Police now want to know how the bear died and how it got into the park.
I said, let's go put the bear in Central Park and we'll make it look like he got hit by a bike. Now, you may think to yourself, it doesn't really matter if we destroy a creature like this because I'm never going to see one anyway.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
I picked up the bear and put him in the back of my van because I was going to skin the bear, and it was very good condition, and I was going to put the meat in my refrigerator.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Thousands swim across China's longest river in Wuhan for a competition. North California's Park Fire continues to burn, growing into the state's largest fire so far. And the Kiev Zoo throws a birthday feast for Tony the gorilla as he turns 50. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 1942, Mahatma Gandhi launched the Quit India movement. It was a civil disobedience movement aimed to end the British rule in India. The British resorted to violent means to thwart this movement, but it initiated widespread acts of non-cooperation. We're leaving you with that. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in Europe. Russia has declared a state of emergency in the southwestern region of Kursk. This after around 1,000 Ukrainian troops crossed the border into Russia on Tuesday, accompanied by 11 tanks and 20 armored vehicles. Now, according to Russian authorities, at least 5 people have been killed and 31 others injured in the Ukrainian attack. Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin has called the rare incursion into the Kursk region a large-scale provocation from Kyiv.
We will have to start with the events in the Kursk region. As you know, the Kyiv regime has undertaken another large-scale provocation and launched indiscriminate shelling of civilian buildings, residential houses, ambulances with different types of weapons, including missiles.
Now, Ukraine is yet to comment officially on the attack, and the extent of the incursion remains unclear. The United States says it had no advanced knowledge of the Ukrainian attack.
So we're going to reach out to the Ukrainian military to learn more about their objectives. As far as the specifics on that, I would refer you to the Ukrainians to speak about their own military operations. That's where I would refer you to. But we are, generally speaking, as you know, we have been supportive of Ukraine as they are defending themselves against Russia's aggression.
Now, a Ukrainian parliamentarian said their army had established control over the Suja gas hub in Kursk. The Suja gas facility exports natural gas from Russia to Europe via Ukraine and has been doing so despite the war. Meanwhile, Russia has deployed National Guard troops to protect a nuclear power plant in the region, which also feeds the grid for over 19 other areas. And at a meeting with Putin, the chief of Russia's general staff said their soldiers had halted the Ukrainian attack and were pushing the enemy troops back to the border. He added that the Russian forces have killed at least 100 Ukrainian soldiers and destroyed 54 combat vehicles.
Currently, units of the Sever Group, together with the border agencies of the FSB of Russia, continue to destroy the enemy in areas directly adjacent to the Russian-Ukrainian border. The enemy's losses amounted to 315 people, including at least 100 killed and 215 wounded. 54 units of armored vehicles, including 7 tanks, were destroyed. The actions of the units covering the state border together with border guards and reinforcement units, airstrikes of missile forces and artillery fire stopped the enemy's advance deep into the territory in the Kursk direction.
Meanwhile, some popular pro-war Telegram channels suggested the situation on the ground was not as stable as the Kremlin has claimed. This latest attack shows Ukraine becoming more aggressive and taking the war directly to Russia. And now all eyes are on the Kremlin and how it might respond to the stepped-up fighting inside Russia. There's bad news for Taylor Swift fans. The global pop sensation has canceled her upcoming Vienna concerts, which were part of her Eras tour due to a security threat. The decision comes after authorities arrested 2 suspects who were reportedly planning an attack on a public event in the Austrian capital. The main suspect had reportedly pledged his allegiance to the terror group, the Islamic State. The investigators are now probing if the suspects conducted reconnaissance at the concert site. Here's our report with the latest.
Taylor Swift's highly anticipated concerts in Austria's capital Vienna have been cancelled due to a security threat. The shows, part of Swift's Eras tour, were scheduled for Thursday, Friday and Saturday at the Ernst Happel Stadium. On Wednesday, 2 suspects were arrested on suspicion of planning Islamist attacks in Vienna. A statement from the concert organizers confirmed the cancellation following the statement from government officials about a planned terrorist attack at the stadium. The organizers stated that safety is the priority and all tickets will be refunded within the next 10 working days. Austria's General Director for Public Security announced that a 19-year-old Austrian citizen was arrested on Wednesday morning in Ternitz, and a second arrest occurred in Vienna later that afternoon. The suspects, believed to have been radicalized via the internet, were planning attacks on large events around Vienna. The Director General further mentioned the 19-year-old suspect made an oath of allegiance to ISIS in July and that chemical substances were found at his home in Ternitz during a large police operation.
A 19-year-old Austrian citizen was arrested today in the morning hours in Ternitz. Another related arrest was made today in the afternoon in Vienna. According to the current state of the investigation, the suspects radicalized themselves on the internet. The 19-year-old citizen of Lower Austria swore allegiance to the current leader of IS at the beginning of July. Subsequently, the suspects made concrete preparations for a terrorist attack.
The Vienna police chief noted that 65,000 people per day were expected at the concerts, along with 22,000 fans outside the venue. But even after the concrete danger was minimized, special forces and special units, such as the Vienna Emergency Alarm Department, will be deployed to increase security for the upcoming Taylor Swift concerts.
Of course, we are also increasing the anti-terror component in this context. This means that we have special forces in plain clothes, uniformed personnel and long weapons, the use of special vehicles by forces with special training such as explosives, specialized bodies. Of course, we will also deploy our special units such as Vienna Emergency Alarm Department and service dogs for these concerts and will also be supported accordingly by Cobra.
This incident in Austria comes just days after a terrorist threat delayed Morgan Wallen's concert in America's Midwestern Kansas City. The arrested man had posted on social media targeting two men backstage believed to be Taylor Swift's boyfriend Travis Kelce and American footballer Patrick Mahomes. But despite the setback, Taylor Swift's Eras tour remains a monumental success. In October 2023, she released a concert film chronicling the record-breaking tour, which earned a Golden Globe nomination. At the tour's 100th stop in Liverpool, Swift described the experience as exhausting yet rewarding. The Eras tour is set to conclude in Vancouver, Canada on December 8th.
And now shifting focus to the Middle East, Hezbollah could be launching a large-scale attack on Israel rather than Iran. Now, this is according to media reports citing sources familiar with U.S. and Israeli intelligence. The reports go on to say that Hezbollah is preparing for an offensive and is looking to strike Israel in the coming days. Meanwhile, Iran is still reportedly working on a plan to respond and has made some preparations, but not all. Both Iran and Hezbollah vowed to retaliate after the killing of Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran and top Hezbollah commander Fuad Shukr in Beirut. While Israel has claimed responsibility for the Beirut strike, it has refused to comment on Haniyeh's death. Now, the intelligence reports also suggest that Hezbollah may independently strike Israel, as it's believed not to be on the same page with Iran about how to proceed. Now, this goes counter to earlier reports that said Iran and its Lebanon-based proxy could strike together. Still, the United States is clear that even if one of them attacks Israel, the other will definitely be involved. Now, unlike Iran, Hezbollah is likely to initiate an attack with few to no warnings as Lebanon borders Israel. Meanwhile, another media report says Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has asked Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei to refrain from attacking Israel. Pezeshkian has reportedly told Khamenei that an unwanted war could deepen public discontent with the regime and even lead to the country's collapse. Israel has reportedly conveyed to both Iran and Hezbollah that an attack on its citizens will lead to a disproportionate response. The country is already fighting Hamas in Gaza and is now readying for potential attacks from several other fronts.
From the looks of things, Nasrallah may drag Lebanon to pay heavy prices. They don't imagine what could happen. I guess if they take a photo of Gaza, they will understand. But reason doesn't always prevail.
Now, reports say Israel is also worried about its enemies attacking Israeli-linked targets overseas. However, there is currently no intelligence suggesting plots against specific locations linked with Israel abroad. And back here in the United States, Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump has lashed out at Google in his latest interview. Speaking to Fox News, the former president accused Google of deliberately censoring information about the U.S. presidential race. Issuing a stark warning to the tech giant, Donald Trump said that Google could face a shutdown if it does not act more responsibly. And without providing any proof, the Republican claimed that Congress has plans to take strict and severe action against Google. Now, baseless allegations from Donald Trump certainly are not new, and the latest against Google emerged from some reports which suggest that the search engine was censoring images from the assassination attempt on Donald Trump on July 13th. Along with Google, Donald Trump also accused Meta platforms of censoring images from his assassination attempt on Facebook and Instagram. Also chiming in, tech billionaire Elon Musk, who has openly endorsed Donald Trump for president. Musk, who owns social media platform X, has been feuding with Meta Platforms and its CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, and has even challenged Zuckerberg to a fistfight. The Tesla and SpaceX CEO has also accused Google of implementing what is called a search ban on Donald Trump. The ex-owner also said that Google's search bar was not showing Donald Trump as a suggestion in the autocomplete feature. After receiving public backlash, Google accepted that its autocomplete feature did face technical issues which have now been rectified. Joining Donald Trump in criticizing big tech is his running mate J.D. Vance, who has gone even further and called for the disintegration of Google. These attacks on Google by Donald Trump and J.D. Vance come after a federal judge ruled on Monday that Google holds an illegal monopoly as a search engine and has violated U.S. antitrust law. After the ruling, Google's parent company Alphabet saw its shares tumble by almost 5%, along with decreased internet activity, reflecting investor and user concerns about how the company carries out its operations. And finally, we head to Paris, where 24-year-old Filipino sensation Carlos Yulo, whose spectacular acrobatic displays earned him 2 gold medals at the Paris Olympics. From cash prizes to lavish condos and even a lifetime supply of ramen, Yulo's gold medal run has brought him national adoration and some incredible perks. Our final story brings you more details about Yulo, the young gymnast, who is only the second Filipino to win an Olympic gold.
Gymnast Carlos Yulo scripted history after he became the first Filipino man to win 2 golds at the Olympics. However, it wasn't just gold that he took home with him. Yulo left the Paris Games with more than just victories. The moment his scores were announced, his joy was palpable. He punched the air and shared heartfelt hugs with fellow athletes. And that's when the fun began. His triumph ignited a whirlwind of celebration back home. The Philippine government quickly jumped in with a generous offer of 10 million pesos, which is over $173,000 for each gold medal. The House of Representatives added an extra 6 million pesos, which is about $311,000, hailing Yulo as a sports hero and a national treasure. And hold up there, because the celebrations don't stop here. Local brands and businesses lined up to shower Yulo with incredible rewards. Mega World Corporation, known for its luxurious properties, upgraded their offer from a 2-bedroom condo to a sprawling 3-bedroom unit at McKinley Hill. This condo comes fully furnished and is ready for Yulo to move in. A Japanese restaurant, Hagemu Sushi and Ramen Bar, also promised Yulo a lifetime supply of ramen, making sure his post-Olympic diet is as satisfying as his victories. Then Viking's luxury buffet joined the festivities with an offer of endless meals, ensuring that Yulo will never run out of delicious options. Various other restaurants also gifted the gymnast lifetime supplies of mac and cheese and grilled chicken. And not just restaurants, medical professionals also pitched in, with a gastroenterologist offering free consultations and procedures for life. Even though Yulo's path to the podium was paved with hard work and modest expectations, his spectacular performances captivated audiences worldwide. With a vault score of 15.116, he outperformed Armenia's Artur Davitian and Britain's Harry Hepworth. Just a day before, he claimed gold in the floor exercise, narrowly beating Israel's reigning champion. Yulo became the first male athlete and gymnast from the Philippines to achieve an Olympic gold medal in the country's century-long participation. He is also the second Filipino to ever win an Olympic gold medal after Hidilyn Diaz's victory at the women's 55 kg weightlifting event at the Tokyo Games in 2020.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. South Africa's national beauty pageant has gone deeper into turmoil. The controversy around one of the contestants, now a finalist, Chidimma Adetshina, is getting bigger, with South African governments stepping in. Now in the latest, Chidimma Adetshina has withdrawn from the beauty pageant ahead of the Saturday final. This comes after the South African government accused the mother of the contestant of fraud and identity theft. From the moment she became a finalist in the South African beauty pageant, Chidimma Adetshina has been subjected to a torrent of online abuse and xenophobic attacks over her Nigerian heritage. Many, including South African cabinet ministers, have questioned her credentials, and the pageant organizers requested an investigation after uproar. They initially backed Adetshina, saying that she is a South African citizen by birth with a valid ID and passport and met all eligibility criteria. Now the Home Affairs Ministry is investigating the matter. In its reports, the ministry said it has prima facie indications that Adetshina's mother might have committed fraud and stolen the identity of a South African woman after the Miss South Africa hopeful was born. The Home Affairs Ministry is now obtaining legal advice on the implications on Adetshina's citizenship, adding the contestant did not participate in the alleged unlawful actions as she was an infant at the time. Adetshina and her mother had given their written consent to the initial probe. 23-year-old Chidimma Adetshina was born in Soweto to a Nigerian father and a mother of Mozambican descent. South Africa grants citizenship by birth to anyone born in the country after 1995, and Adetshina was born in 2001. Now Adetshina is due to compete in the Miss South Africa finals this weekend. But the anti-foreigner sentiment stoked by her participation is only intensifying as she moves closer to the crown. Now she has been witnessing heavy scrutiny, backlash over her identity and questions about her bloodline. It has become a matter of national importance in South Africa. Her nationality has been a hot topic among politicians and celebrities, and even on TV news and radio talk shows in recent weeks. The debate intensified after a video of Adetshina surfaced showing her celebrating her success with her Nigerian relatives. This further fueled the argument by many that she was not South African enough. While many came to her defense, the others argued that she should be disqualified over her Nigerian ties. Among the loudest critics was Arts and Culture Minister Gayton McKenzie. His far-right party won 2% of the vote in the May election, where immigration was a key issue. McKenzie earlier said it would be a travesty for the country to be represented globally by someone who identifies more with Nigeria than South Africa. In recent years, South Africa has witnessed an increase in hostility toward foreigners. This is because its people are suffering due to unwavering unemployment. Despite a low economic growth, the country attracts millions of migrants, mainly from other African countries. But the latest pageant controversy has only highlighted South Africa's deep-seated history of xenophobia, particularly towards African immigrants. Now, for more on this, we are being joined by Lauren Landau, a senior researcher with the African Center for Migration and Society at the University of Witwatersrand, joining us live from Johannesburg. Thank you for being with us.
It's a pleasure.
Now, Chidimma Adetshina has received a torrent of online abuse and xenophobic attacks over her Nigerian heritage, which has led to her withdrawing from the competition. How does Adetshina's experience highlight the challenges faced by immigrants in South Africa, if we can explore the broader issues related to acceptance, citizenship, and the treatment of immigrants?
This is a complicated issue, and of course, a beauty pageant is not the most important thing going on in South Africa at the moment, but it has crystallized a series of debates among the South African people and, as you've said, among politicians over who is a South African and who should represent South Africa. What we see in this case is a very interesting one. South Africa has embraced foreign-born musicians, foreign-born sports stars as representative of the country at the highest level. But there's something about her, about the pageant, about beauty, about her having Nigerian heritage that seems to have triggered a debate over what it means to be a South African, who can be a South African. Of course, South Africa is a country of massive diversity, and these sorts of debates have always been just below the surface.
Yeah. What led to the xenophobic backlash against Chidima during the Miss South Africa pageant in terms of the specific incidents and the social media reactions that targeted her based on her heritage?
It's hard to say what specific event triggered it, whether it was a post, whether it was a flag on her social media, or whether it has been a sort of broader set of issues over the last few years in which politicians, popular figures, etc., have made immigration a central issue. And given the symbolism of this, I think people are very sensitive to the idea that someone who is not fully South African or fully loyal to South Africa might represent the country. They said, or they showed, as you said, pictures of her celebrating, claims from her father about when he was here. There's been questions about her parentage. But I think to some extent, it's not really about what she did or about anything that she has represented particularly. It's more that people are putting on her all of these debates over what it means to be a South African and to try to assert a certain type of definition for what it means.
Right. And what steps, in your view, can be taken to promote unity, inclusivity, and human rights within the pageant and South Africa as a whole? What practical solutions are there to combat xenophobia with a view to the importance of celebrating diversity and a multicultural identity?
Right. At the pageant level, it's disappointing that while the pageant organizers at first embraced her and defended her, and I think would have allowed her to continue to compete, we didn't see a certain outpouring from politicians. We did to some extent from celebrities saying, look, South Africa is a diverse country. She was born here. She has citizenship, and we need to celebrate this. We've had Miss South Africas who are white, Miss South Africas who are Indian, Miss South Africas who are mixed race. This is just part of what it means to be South African. At a broader level, I think there is a need for a kind of family meeting over this. We have, as you mentioned, a minister whose last name is Scottish, accusing her of not being South African enough, and to ask questions about what does it take to become a South African? How do we talk about where we're from, how we manage this diversity? Those discussions have been ongoing, but clearly we need to have a better and more inclusive debate.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your very valued insights on this latest story. Shifting focus to the Democratic Republic of Congo, the president of the conflict-hit nation, Felix Tshisekedi, has warned of a rebellion from his predecessor. Now, Tshisekedi has accused the former Democratic Republic of Congo president, Joseph Kabila, of preparing an insurrection and of belonging to an armed rebel movement called the Alliance Fleuve Congo, or the AFC. It is a political military coalition that seeks to overthrow the DRC government. It was formed in December last year by Corneille Nangaa, the former chairman of the DRC's Electoral Commission. A principal member of the AFC is the March 23 or the M23 movement. It is an ethnic Tutsi-led rebellion that has waged an insurgency in the eastern DRC and has occupied significant areas. In an interview, President Tshisekedi has accused Joseph Kabila of being part of the AFC. Joseph Kabila came to power in 2001 following the assassination of his father. He stayed as the Democratic Republic of Congo president for the next 18 years until he agreed to step down and handed over power to his rival Felix Tshisekedi as a part of an agreement. Now, Tshisekedi and his party got the presidency, but Kabila dominated the parliament and the provincial governorship. It marked the first peaceful transfer of power in the DRC since independence in 1960. But this deal did not last long, and in 2020, Tshisekedi ended the alliance. He had already challenged Kabila's dominance with his appointments to the Constitutional Court and the Electoral Commission. His party had also overthrown Kabila's party's majority in parliament. Since then, Joseph Kabila has kept a low profile, and now he has been accused by the president of planning a revolt. Several members of Kabila's party had also joined the AFC. They are awaiting the verdict of a military court in the capital of Kinshasa, where they could face the death penalty, and a crackdown on Kabila is already underway. The headquarters of his foundation was searched by military intelligence in March of this year. In December, general elections were held in the DRC, but were boycotted by the Kabila camp. Tshisekedi was re-elected with over 73% of the vote. However, the opposition claimed that it was marred by a multitude of irregularities. Moving on to the Comoros in East Africa. Comoros President Azali Assoumani has granted new powers to his son, which critics say makes him the de facto president. The latest move by the president has raised concerns over him allegedly trying to consolidate his family's grip over the island nation. President Assoumani's 40-year-old son, Nur al-Fath al-Azali, was appointed Secretary General of the government in July, and now he is being granted new powers that require all decrees issued by ministers and governors to be approved by him before they are officially published and enacted. Opposition says that this gives al-Fath presidential constitutional rights that resemble monarchical rather than democratic practices. Experts say that the step also further expands Azali Assoumani's authority. However, a government lawyer has said that the decree was merely a structural reform that formalizes the role of the Secretary General as coordinator of government affairs. Now, the Comoros is a group of 3 islands in the Indian Ocean. As per constitutional reforms in 2018, the presidency needs to rotate among the 3 main islands from every 5 to 10 years. Now, this makes al-Fath ineligible to replace his father at the end of the presidential term in 2029. The new powers also mean that decrees issued by the governors of all 3 islands must be approved by the Secretary General. The small island nation of the Comoros has witnessed around 20 coups or attempted coups since gaining independence from France in 1975. Assoumani first came to power in 1999 through a coup. He has won 4 elections since 2002. He was re-elected as president in January after a disputed election. That was followed by 2 days of deadly protests. Assoumani has been accused of growing authoritarianism under his rule. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Algerian boxer Imane Khelif is one step closer to clinching gold in boxing at the Paris Olympics. Despite the heated gender controversy, Khelif has stood tall and strong. She has battled not just her opponents, but also prejudice and misconceptions. Our final report gets you all the details on Khalif's struggle and her chance at making history.
As the ongoing Olympics unfold, the world's gaze is fixated not just on the athletic prowess and fierce competition, but also on the story of Iman Khalif, an Algerian boxer. Khalif's journey to the ring has been fraught with unexpected turmoil and controversy. She will now face China's Liu Yang in the women's 66-kilogram finals on August 9th for the Olympic gold medal. She's also the first Algerian woman to achieve this feat. But it was not as easy as it sounds. Her story transcends the boundaries of sport. It's also about societal issues and personal triumph. 24-year-old Iman Khalif is from the bustling city of Algiers. She has been nothing less than a beacon of hope for Algerian sports. She started training as a boxer at around 18 years of age. However, her career as a boxer quickly soared as she gained numerous national titles and accolades. Her tactical style in the ring, coupled with her relentless spirit, earned her a spot on the Algerian Olympic team. Khalif's qualification was celebrated across Algeria, along with just one expectation: to bring back a gold medal. However, as the Olympics commenced, Khalif found herself ensnared in a controversy that transcends her sporting achievements. Whispers and speculations began to surface regarding her gender, thus casting a dark shadow over her journey. In an age where gender identity and sports eligibility remain contentious issues, Khalif's participation became a focal point of debate. The controversy began after Khalif faced Italian Angela Carini, who withdrew in 46 seconds, citing that a punch from Khalif had hurt her too much to continue. An anonymous source then leaked documents suggesting that Khalif had undergone gender verification tests, a standard procedure for many female athletes, but particularly scrutinized in her case. The results indicated elevated levels of testosterone, a condition found in males. This prompted questions about her eligibility to compete in the women's category. Critics argued that these hormonal levels could confer an unfair advantage, reigniting the long-standing debate about gender and competitive fairness in sports. The controversy reached a fever pitch as governing bodies and officials grappled with the delicate and highly personal nature of the allegations. The International Olympic Committee, or the IOC, and the International Boxing Association, or the IBA, found themselves at the center of this gender-row storm, with calls for Khalif to be disqualified. The issue polarized the sporting community and the public. While some advocated for her removal from the competition to preserve fairness, others argued for her right to compete as she is biologically female. This was followed by the expert advice from medical experts. They explained that elevated testosterone levels could be natural or the result of an underlying medical condition, so this should not automatically disqualify an athlete. Despite the mounting pressure and the intense scrutiny, Khalif stood resolute. In a heartfelt statement, she expressed her dismay at the controversy. She said, and I quote, "I have always been true to myself and my sport. This is not just about a medal, it's about dignity and respect." As Khalif advances to the final round, her quest for the gold medal transcends the mere pursuit of athletic glory. It has become a fight for recognition, equality, and respect. The boxing ring, which was once just a place of competition, is now a stage where she battles not only her opponents, but the prejudices and misconceptions that have sought to undermine her journey.
We will defend you until the end for this harassment that you have experienced, which is a shame.
It is a real success, a real pride for Algerian women. This fight, this victory, she did not win, she snatched it. She will bring us the gold medal.
We are proud of her. It's a good response for people who doubted her. It's a good response. Algeria should not be provoked. That's it.
As she steps into the ring for her final bout, the world watches with bated breath. Khalif's fight for gold is a fight for all those who have been marginalized, misunderstood, and unfairly judged. In the end, whether she clinches the gold or not, Iman Khalif has already emerged victorious, etching her name into the annals of Olympic history as a symbol of resilience and a catalyst for change.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. The war in Ukraine is back in focus. For months, the front lines were frozen, but this week, a fresh round of fighting has broken out with a twist. The war has shifted to Russia. Ukraine has breached Russian borders. Zelensky has taken the fight into Russian territory. He says the Russians should feel the war. His operation began 4 days ago, and now Kiev says Russian troops are surrendering. This video is from the Kursk region. It's in western Russia. It shares a border with Ukraine. Earlier this week, Ukrainian forces crossed into this region. There were some 1,000 troops here. Reports say they were all well equipped. They had Western armored vehicles, artillery, tanks and drones, and they're said to be fighting in multiple Russian villages in this region now. These are Ukrainian troops on the offensive on Russian land. In fact, Kiev has leaked some details about the operation, mostly to the Western press. Here is what they claim. Ukraine has seized about 100 square kilometers in Kursk. They've captured a gas metering station. This is used for Russia's energy supply to European countries like Hungary and Slovakia. And Ukraine is targeting this infrastructure. It also claims to have taken hundreds of prisoners. Remember, these are all Ukrainian claims. No one has been able to independently verify them. But some videos have emerged. They show a destroyed Russian military convoy. Russian authorities are trying to evacuate the locals, but it is proving to be a challenge. President Vladimir Putin has declared a state of emergency. He spoke to the governor of Kursk.
We started moving people out. It was quite difficult because these Ukrainian diversion groups are shelling the civilian population.
Please, together with your colleagues from various agencies, including the Ministry of Emergency Situations, this compensation work will have to be done. Meaning loss of property, loss of housing too, on a full scale. We will have to do it all.
Putin's troubles escalated today. Ukraine has broadened its campaign. Ukrainian drones struck the city of Lipetsk. Again, this is a Russian city in the west. It's about 400 kilometers from Kursk, and the fighting is on here. The Ukrainian drones targeted a Russian airfield. They bombed ammunition warehouses. So Ukraine is ramping up its attacks on Russia. Earlier, such operations used to be undercover. Ukraine never took responsibility or showed direct engagement. But that is not the case anymore.
everyone can see that the Ukrainian army knows how to surprise and knows how to achieve results. This is demonstrated by the battlefield, where our soldiers not only withstood the overwhelming force of the occupiers, but also are destroying it in the way necessary to protect Ukraine, our state and independence.
Zelensky is not even pretending to keep this a secret now, which shows a clear shift in Ukraine's approach. Earlier, they followed the policy of plausible deniability. Their operations were tactical and discreet. Their teams were smaller, often made up of special forces or local sympathizers. Russia labeled such elements as saboteurs. They were the ones who carried out the attacks, mostly sporadic. What you have now is a sustained wave of strikes, with Kiev not shying away from showing direct involvement. It's a bolder, even provocative approach. Ukraine has sent a large number of troops into Russia. They're heavily armed, and they're engaged in days-long battles against Russian forces. This is a high-risk mission. How does it help Kiev, though? For starters, these attacks could distract the Russian military, force them to shift focus away from the fighting in Ukraine and towards defending Russian territory. That could be one objective that would help Kiev, but perhaps they have a bigger prize in mind. If Ukraine manages to take control of some parts of Kursk, it will get some much-needed leverage over Moscow. In fact, one of Zelensky's advisors hinted at this. He suggested that this could be the only way to push Russia towards a negotiation.
Escalation is exclusively what the Russian Federation is doing. Everything that Ukraine does is an attempt to get to just peace. Russia will not react to any proposals before it receives appropriate, aggressive retaliatory strikes.
It's a risky gamble, one that will come with consequences, like a Russian reprisal. In fact, it's already begun. Russian forces are striking more targets in Ukraine. Today, they bombed a supermarket in eastern Ukraine. At least 10 people were killed. And if the Ukrainian operation continues in Kursk, these attacks from Russia will only increase. So the question here is, how long will Kiev run this operation? And the numbers are not in their favor. Russia has more troops, it has more military equipment. Kiev is completely dependent on Western partners, and it cannot take that support for granted. Germany, for one, plans to slash military aid. The US can go either way, depending on the election result. So success on the battlefield may help Zelensky's case. It may help him persuade the West to continue funding this war. But he needs to show results quickly, and time is not on his side. Also, the lives of his people hang in the balance. Let's turn to India now, which is hosting the most high-profile refugee in the world, at least for now. I'm talking about Sheikh Hasina. She's been here for 5 days now, so naturally questions are being asked on how much longer will she stay and where will she go next. Well, Hasina's son has dropped a bombshell statement. He says Sheikh Hasina has not applied for asylum anywhere, not in the UK, not in Finland, and not in West Asia. That's what he says. She's not going anywhere. Instead, she plans to return to Bangladesh. I know it sounds ludicrous. Protesters literally stormed her house on Monday. They're toppling her father's statues everywhere. Her party leaders are being lynched. So how can Sheikh Hasina return home? Well, the logistics are not clear yet, but her son says that she will return once elections are called. As a strategy, honestly, it makes no sense. Lawyers in Bangladesh are already planning legal cases. They want India to arrest and extradite Hasina. So what happens if she willingly returns? What will happen? At best, she will be arrested. At worst, let's not even go there. It's also a U-turn for Hasina's family. Her son was saying something very different on Monday. He said Sheikh Hasina wanted nothing more to do with Bangladesh. Then on Wednesday, he changed his tune. He said Hasina cannot abandon Bangladesh, and now he says she plans to return.
What will happen to you after post-Sheikh Hasina regime? It is none of my concern, nor my family's anymore. You will realize. I had said my family will no longer be involved in politics, but the way our party leaders and workers are being attacked, we cannot give up.
Maybe the family knows something that we don't, or maybe it's just wishful thinking. Either way, it is a concern for India. You see, India doesn't have an official refugee policy. So Hasina's status is ambiguous. The government doesn't have any rules to follow. It's all very ad hoc. But a bigger concern is the politics. India is clearly looking to engage with the interim government in Dhaka. Prime Minister Modi congratulated Mohammad Yunus. The Indian High Commissioner also attended his swearing-in yesterday. So New Delhi is looking ahead. But what if the interim government wants Sheikh Hasina back, not to rule but to prosecute? What if they ask for her? Then things could get complicated. The BNP, or the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, is already talking about this. Listen to what their senior leader said, and I'm quoting, "The BNP believes that Bangladesh and India should have cooperation. However, supporting our adversaries complicates the maintenance of that cooperation." It's a clear message to India: stop supporting Sheikh Hasina. And Mohammad Yunus also sent a similar message. He said he was hurt by India's reaction to the protest. Remember, India had called it an internal matter for Dhaka. But listen to what Mohammad Yunus said. This is his assessment. I'm quoting, "If there is a fire in the brother's house, how can I say it is an internal affair?" So the sentiment is quite clear. The new masters in Dhaka are not quite fond of India. So what can India do? We saw New Delhi's reaction to the Maldivian pivot. Their new president expelled Indian soldiers. He said India out. But New Delhi handled it with grace and, more importantly, with patience. Having said that, time is of the essence because other countries are also watching this closely. Countries like China and Pakistan. Now, we know India was Sheikh Hasina's top ally, but the new regime may want a new ally. So let's look at the contenders. First is Pakistan. Their defense minister is celebrating Sheikh Hasina's ouster. He says she led an India-backed government. He also said it's a great chance to reset Pakistan-Bangladesh ties, sort of like a fresh start. Now, Yunus may not engage Pakistan as much. He's almost 84 years old. He must remember the trauma of liberation. But Mohammad Yunus is only a caretaker. We don't know what elections will bring. From all accounts, the Jamaat-e-Islami has made giant strides in Bangladesh, so they could play a key role in the next government. And the Jamaat has long had ties with the ISI. That's the Inter-Services Intelligence, Pakistan spy agency. So this political churn suits Islamabad very well. Which brings us to the second contender, China. Their response has been very measured. You see, Beijing did not mind Sheikh Hasina's rule. Yes, she was pro-India, but she never really acted against China's interest. Bilateral trade hit new records. Chinese investments flowed in, so Beijing was more than happy to engage with Hasina. Even during the protests, they did not take sides. They called it an internal affair, just like India did. But unlike India, China is also close to the opposition in Dhaka. In 2016, Xi Jinping had traveled to Bangladesh. He held a meeting with Khalida Zia, the leader of the BNP. Plus, China doesn't care about ideology. Jamaat, Taliban, junta, it's all the same for them. They will do business with any regime in Dhaka. Their only concern will be instability. China has dozens of infrastructure projects in Bangladesh, meaning they have money tied up there, and instability is never good for business. But beyond that, this regime change is just an opportunity for Beijing to turn an Indian ally into an Indian rival. What would this regime change mean for the people of Bangladesh? It depends on how the new dispensation manages their affairs. Right now, it's a toss-up. There's political uncertainty, and that is hurting their economy, which should be a big worry for Bangladesh because economy is what they were getting right. This country was among the fastest growing economies in the world, and now it is in a chaos which could undo decades of progress. Trade has already been disrupted. Yesterday, there was a long line of trucks waiting to cross into Bangladesh. This is a checkpoint at the North 24 Parganas in the Indian state of West Bengal. This route connects West Bengal to Benapole in Bangladesh. 30% of India's land trade with Bangladesh happens through this border. And Bangladesh imports all kinds of goods from India, from cotton to food supplies like onion and even crude oil. But the events of this week have hampered supplies. The situation has improved in the last 24 hours. Some of the border checkpoints have opened up again, but the disruption has been significant. There have been large-scale losses to the Bangladeshi economy. Take the garment industry, for instance. Garments are the biggest export of Bangladesh. They make up 90% of all exports. The protests and violence hit the garment industry. They had to stop production for several days. The factories had to be shut. They came back online just 2 days ago.
During this ongoing movement, the factories were fully closed for 6 days. We faced huge loss in these days. We lost 228,000 pieces of production and $107,000 in this factory alone.
Bangladesh can ill afford such disruptions. It has bills to pay. Debt repayments are due. Bangladesh owes more than $100 billion. $100 billion, this is the external debt, the money that Dhaka owes to outside lenders. The political chaos has a direct bearing on the finances of the country. Over the past few weeks, they've lost more than $1 billion in foreign currency reserves. Regular trade and economic activity has been hit. Exports have fallen, so have the earnings. So how much money is left in the reserve now? We don't have an exact number. Last month, they had around $20 billion in the bank, which is just about enough to sustain them for 4 months. The economy is on shaky ground at the moment. It has been for a while, in fact. Last year, Dhaka sought help from the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. Dhaka needed help to shore up its reserves, and the IMF agreed. It extended a loan of $4.7 billion. And like most IMF loans, this one too came with strings attached. The IMF imposed some tough conditions on Dhaka. It was asked to meet certain economic benchmarks to keep receiving the money. And the progress is reviewed regularly. The last review happened this year in June, and the IMF was not too happy. It said Bangladesh was falling short of its commitments, so the IMF tightened the screws. It imposed 33 conditions on Dhaka. So Bangladesh has to fulfill these 33 conditions to get the next tranche of the loan. And what were these conditions? Well, most of them were about fixing the macroeconomic situation, like keeping inflation in check, boosting government revenue, better regulating the banking sector, and managing the debt more effectively, all of which are fairly reasonable demands for a stable government to meet. But Bangladesh no longer has that. It doesn't have a stable government. Can the interim government deliver here? Can they fix the finances? It is going to be tough. This financial crisis has been brewing for a while, like I said. The Sheikh Hasina government was trying to manage it. Last month, they also reached out to Beijing for help. They wanted a loan from China. Bangladesh wanted a loan. It asked for around $5 billion, but in the Chinese currency. Dhaka had asked for a yuan-denominated loan. Did China agree? We cannot confirm yet. We don't know what came of that request. But we can hazard a guess about the IMF's response going forward. They may not be inclined to give more money in a hurry. If the political uncertainty continues, the IMF may impose stricter terms, which puts Dhaka at risk. If they don't get a grip on the situation, they will lose more lenders. And they'll become more vulnerable to loan sharks like China. Beijing could rush in to help Dhaka and push it into a debt trap. You see, the protesters said they fought to save democracy, and they did manage to topple Sheikh Hasina. But who will save Bangladesh's economy now? That's the question they must dwell on. We have talked about Hasina's future. We've also looked at Bangladesh's economy. But how has life changed in the country? I know there's a lot of information on social media, and it's not always reliable. Half the people have an agenda to push there. The other half has old or fake videos. So we decided to find out ourselves. We've been trying to do that for the past few days. We've spoken to multiple sources in Bangladesh. We asked them about the situation on the ground. What do they see around them? And here's what we've learned. Law and order is the biggest problem. Nobody knows who is in charge of the situation. A lot of police stations were burnt, weapons were looted, so the officers are not showing up for duty. Meaning, the police stations are still empty. There's no one to register complaints, no proper patrolling on the streets, and no intelligence gathering. So residents have taken matters into their own hands. They're using lathis to guard their own property. But nights are the worst, because that's when miscreants try to take advantage, either by attacking minorities or by stealing or by settling personal scores. Since there are no cops, it's a free-for-all. Which brings us to the Hindu community. What is their status right now? Our sources say that Hindus and temples were attacked after Hasina's ouster. They were attacked, especially on Tuesday and Wednesday. We brought you some of those pictures. Those were not fake videos. The attacks on Hindus and temples did happen, but since Wednesday, the attacks have reduced. And I know this may sound confusing. Maybe your social media feed is still flooded by videos of such incidents. But we can tell you a lot of them are old videos. They're being recycled to spread fear. Today, the Hindu community held a protest in Dhaka. Hundreds of them gathered in the city. They asked the administration to protect them. Take a look at this. So what happens next? The army is on the job. They're looking to make the police stations functional again. But time is of the essence. Right now, there is a sense of the unknown, a sense of being rudderless. So a lot of people are looking to flee. Let me show you these pictures from the India-Bangladesh border. It's from the Cooch Behar region in West Bengal. A large group of Hindus gathered there to cross over. But India's border agency, the Border Security Force, pushed them back. We reported a similar incident yesterday as well. Around 500 people tried to enter India illegally. The border agency said it wasn't a Hindu exodus. They blamed this on local unrest. So from what we've gathered, there are two problems at the moment. One is a security vacuum. The people don't know who is in charge on the ground. And problem number two is trust deficit. The interim government has promised to protect minorities, but we haven't seen concrete actions yet. Hence, these attempts to flee the country. These next few days will be crucial for Bangladesh. We'll be tracking all the updates closely for you. Now let's shift our focus to Southeast Asia, to China and the Philippines, and the constant tension between them. Up till a few weeks ago, the two nations were clashing regularly. Chinese Coast Guard ships kept entering the West Philippine Sea. That's the area of the South China Sea, which belongs to the Philippines. Therefore, it's called the West Philippine Sea. But Beijing doesn't care much for borders. The Chinese Coast Guard was constantly violating Manila's territory. They kept obstructing and attacking Filipino ships, and it got so bad that a sailor lost his thumb. When the Chinese Coast Guard attacked his ship with knives and an axe, it was an act of barbarism. Tensions between Manila and Beijing were at their peak. But then, something unexpected happened.
Based on China's three-point principal positions on handling the current situation at the Second Thomas Shoal, the temporary arrangement with the Philippines on the delivery of humanitarian supplies reflects China's goodwill.
China and the Philippines negotiated a temporary deal. Manila could resupply its outpost in the Second Thomas Shoal, and China said it would not harass Filipino vessels. That was the deal, and that's why the clashes subsided. But remember, this is China we're talking about. Beijing isn't the type to renounce its bogus claims. It agreed to a temporary deal, but only at one disputed territory. Meanwhile, it's been busy at another part of the sea, the Subi Reef. This video emerged earlier this week. It shows the level of Chinese activity at Subi Reef. That's the Subi Reef. Look at all those buildings again. There's also a harbour at the back. There are hangars and a massive runway. All of this is at Subi Reef. And remember, this is an artificial island built on top of a low-lying atoll within the disputed Spratly Islands. The Spratly Islands are claimed by a number of countries. The Philippines, China, Taiwan, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, all of them lay claim on some or all of these islands. And what does China do? It builds artificial areas like the Subi Reef and then militarizes them. The Philippines has in fact confirmed this. A spokesperson for the Filipino Navy gave an update this week. He said that the Subi Reef already has airstrips and harbors for warships. And we saw those in the video. It also has military-grade communications equipment. The Navy spokesperson added that China was putting up more structures on the island. Subi is not the first to get militarized, though. China has also built 2 other artificial island bases, Mischief Reef and Johnson Reef. Manila claims that these 2 fall inside Filipino territory. But China has put anti-aircraft and anti-missile guns on these islands. It has set up harbors and airstrips there. And Manila believes that they are being used as staging areas for Chinese activity in Filipino waters. Between July 30th and August 5th, 122 Chinese vessels were seen in the West Philippine Sea. 122 Chinese vessels. This was after the 2 nations signed the temporary de-escalation deal. So clearly, Beijing is not backing down. It is carrying on with its incursions. And what is Manila doing about this? Well, it is trying to find partners to help it counter the Chinese threat. The Philippines signed a defense agreement with Germany last weekend. It will allow for joint military training and the possible sale of German weapons to the Philippines. Yesterday, the Filipino Navy held drills with the US, Australia and Canada. It was a show of force in the disputed waters. Another set of drills began today, the first ever joint drills by the Filipino and Vietnamese Coast Guards. Remember, both these countries also have territorial disputes, but it seems they've decided to put their differences aside and counter China together. It's a good strategy. The Philippines is a small nation, but with enough partners, it may be able to give China pause. That may be the only way to get Beijing to back down and stop its militarization of the entire South China Sea, especially the parts that don't belong to it. Our next story is from Africa, from Kenya in the east. Kenya has been facing protests for weeks. The demonstrations were initially against new taxes that was part of Kenya's annual budget. People wanted the new taxes to be scrapped. Thousands took to the streets. They protested for days and they eventually succeeded. Kenya's President William Ruto backed down. He did not implement the new taxes, so the demonstrators won. But some of them have not stopped protesting. They're still taking to the streets and demanding Ruto's resignation. But the Kenyan president has lost patience with the demonstrators, it seems, and his police force is now taking a heavy-handed approach. Here's our report.
Those were the scenes from Kenya yesterday, from the capital, Nairobi. People had taken to the streets once again to protest against Kenya's President William Ruto. Kenyans have been protesting since mid-June. But yesterday's demonstration was subdued, especially compared to the early days. This is what Nairobi looked like when the protests had begun. There were thousands on the streets. But yesterday the numbers were far lower. It shows just how much steam the protests have lost. What was also noticeable was the police response. Officers were seen marching in full force, firing tear gas at the small groups that had gathered.
It is very, very sad that we came here today. We have been tear gassed, people have been beaten, knife bullets have been thrown all over. It is not right. So our president should understand that we are not doing this for ourselves. We are doing this to save his soul, to save this country.
The police arrested 174 people across Kenya yesterday. They picked up 126 people in Nairobi alone. By the looks of it, the protesters are unlikely to make much headway in the future. The Kenyan protests began with a clear goal in mind. Young people initially took to the streets to demonstrate against new taxes. Ruto had proposed increasing taxes on basic goods like bread, diapers and sanitary napkins. This had infuriated the people, so they decided to protest. Eventually, they got Ruto to back down. He scrapped the new taxes, so most of the protesters got what they wanted. But by the time Ruto relented, a number of protesters had died. They were killed by the police while protesting. This angered some of their fellow demonstrators who came up with a new demand. You could hear one chant all over Kenya: Ruto must go. The people wanted the president gone, and Ruto was on the back foot. But he did everything he could to stay on as president. First, he scrapped the new taxes. Then he dismissed his entire cabinet. After that, he co-opted the political opposition, bringing his rivals into the cabinet and forming a unity government. That new cabinet was sworn in yesterday while the smaller protests were taking place.
I am persuaded that this moment in the life of our nation calls on us to build a strong team of rivals to give our transformation agenda the best chance of success and to enhance inclusivity in our national development.
The protesters have been marching for weeks, and at every turn they have been thwarted. The police are cracking down on the protesters harder than ever. This explains yesterday's turnout. It seems the people are tired now, and most have made their peace with Ruto staying in charge. Does this mean Ruto has won? Perhaps not, because Kenya is still a democracy. Ruto will face another election in 2027. That's when people can force him to go via the ballot box.
Iraq is considering a draconian step, one that would drag the country back centuries, one that would endanger its women. The plan is to reduce the age of marriage for women. It's 18 right now, but a new bill says it should be 9. Let me repeat that for you. A new bill in Iraq wants 9-year-old girls to be married off. What explains this barbaric decision? Well, the changes are part of a larger push. Let me explain. Personal matters in Iraq are governed by a 1959 law. Personal matters are things like marriage, divorce, and inheritance. Now, you may think a 1959 law is outdated, but it's way better than the new proposal because that law, the old one, allowed courts to decide on personal issues. The new one seeks to change that. It requires couples to select a sect ahead of marriage, either Sunni or Shia. You choose a sect, and then all your issues will be decided by jurists of that sect. Not a civilian court, not a government arbitrator, but an Islamic jurist of your sect. You can see why this is a problem. Many hardline clerics in Iraq have no issue with child marriage. In fact, they promote it. Most Iraqi marriages are never registered with the government anyway. They're conducted by religious figures. A lot of them are child marriages. 28% of Iraqi girls are married before the age of 18. 22% of unregistered marriages involve brides under the age of 14. So the thinking is quite clear. Legalize all those illegal marriages. Give it a legal cover to what is already happening in the shadows. And how are the people of Iraq responding to this? Activists and women's groups are opposing it. They have held protests in major cities. They want this bill to be withdrawn, which brings us to the politics of it. You see, the 1959 law represents a different time. Iraq had just overthrown its monarchy. Left-wing ideology was gaining momentum, so the law tried to limit the role of religion. But today's Iraq is very different. It has a number of hardline Islamist parties, and they want to roll back the personal laws. One attempt was made last month. A similar bill was pushed in Iraq's parliament. But the outrage was huge. So what has changed this time? Why are they trying again? The biggest Shia coalition of Iraq is now on board. As a result, the bill is more likely to pass this time. It is still being discussed by the lawmakers. But just consider the absurdity of it. Child marriage in 2024. And it's more common than you would think. Around 20% of young women today were married before the age of 18. That's 1 in 5. The United Nations wants to eliminate this practice by 2030, but at this rate, it will take 300 years. Let me show you some data. Sub-Saharan Africa makes up 20% of all child marriages. South Asia makes up 45% of all child marriages. India alone makes up 33%. And just to be clear, child marriage is illegal in India. Yet there are so many child brides. And what does that tell you? That young girls are suffering because of outdated religious beliefs everywhere in the world. In some places it's child marriage, in some places it's inheritance, elsewhere it's abortion. Women are basically being treated as pawns. Iraqi hardliners want to burnish their Islamic credentials, so they want to legalize child marriage. Donald Trump wants to show that he's a good Christian, so he opposes abortion rights. The Taliban wants to show that they are true Islamists, so they ban women's education. I know these are vastly different examples, but the principle remains the same. Limit women's rights to prove your religious commitment. It's about time politicians stop doing that. Their little games have real-world consequences. Just consider child marriage. Girls getting married at the age of 9, these girls are more likely to experience domestic abuse, less likely to be in school, and more likely to experience health problems. No imaginary religious renaissance is worth it. Can you predict earthquakes? Well, not really. You can detect some signs, but there's no sure shot way to predict a coming quake. But Japan aims to change that. They have introduced a new system. It will warn ahead of an earthquake. And how accurate is it? Well, we don't know yet. But Japan has already issued its first warning for a mega earthquake, something with a magnitude of 8 to 9 on the Richter scale. There's a 70% probability of it striking, apparently. 70% probability. But when will this quake come? And should the world worry about this? Our next report tells you.
Deprem oluyor, deprem oluyor. Çok büyük deprem oluyor.
From 1998 to 2017, earthquakes killed over 750,000 people across the globe. That's half of all the deaths from natural disasters. Earthquakes strike suddenly. There's often no warning. But Japan has now issued one. It's the first of its kind. For the first time, Japan has warned of a megaquake. The warning says there is a risk of a huge earthquake along the Pacific coast. So much so that the Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida cancelled his visit to Central Asia. He was supposed to visit Kazakhstan and Mongolia, but those trips stand cancelled. So what does this mean? Until now, there has been no system to predict earthquakes. No one can do it with surety. There are some signs like odd animal behavior or rock patterns, but nothing too concrete. In 2011, a 9.0 magnitude earthquake hit Japan. Nearly 20,000 people died. So Japan set up a new system. It's to predict if a quake is coming. This is the first such advisory from that system. So what does it say? The advisory talks about the Nankai Trough subduction zone. It's located between two tectonic plates in the Pacific Ocean. The 800-kilometer undersea trough runs from Shizuoka to the southern tip of Kyushu. It's been the site of destructive earthquakes. In 1707, all segments of the Nankai Trough ruptured at once. It led to the second most powerful earthquake on record. The warning says Japan should prepare for a possible earthquake one day that could kill hundreds of thousands of people. Japan says the magnitude could be between 8 and 9. It will be along the Nankai Trough. There's a roughly 70% probability of it happening, and it could happen in the next 30 years. So how worrying is it? In a worst-case scenario, 300,000 lives could be lost. The damages could be worth $13 trillion. Major infrastructure could be wiped out. So, should Japan start preparing? Well, there's a caveat. The warning doesn't mean it's imminent. It says that while the likelihood of an earthquake is higher than normal, there's no indication that a major earthquake will definitely occur during a specific period of time. For now, Japanese people have nothing to worry about. Tokyo has asked people living in quake zones to take necessary precautions like securing furniture or locating the nearest evacuation shelter. Households also usually keep a disaster kit. But for now, there's no need to panic. Japan has often talked about the big one, a big earthquake that could ravage the country. But while Japan's warning may sound ominous, it's not imminent.
Our next story is from the US. The country is heading for a major election. They will choose a new president this November, so you would think that the people are all fired up. They have the chance to decide their fate. They get a say on how the next 4 years will pan out. It's not something that every country can boast of, but it seems that the Americans aren't too excited about their democracy. Here's a new poll that just came out, and the findings are bleak. It says about 80% of Americans feel that their democracy is at stake. 80%. 4 out of 5 Americans feel that this democracy will crumble, depending on who wins. On the one side, you have the Democrats. They're the ones who are the most alarmed. They think that if Donald Trump wins, American democracy will die. I suppose this does make sense. After all, Trump did say that he wanted to be a dictator on day one, but he also said it would only be for one day. Despite that disclaimer, it seems Democrats haven't been reassured. Only 20% of all Democrats feel that American democracy will survive another Trump presidency. What about the Republicans, though? Well, most of them also feel that democracy won't survive. Only 24% Republicans do not fear a Kamala Harris presidency. Why is that? Well, they think the Democrats are a danger to democracy because of how Donald Trump has been treated over the last few years. He's faced a number of lawsuits. Republicans think that he is being unfairly targeted via the judicial system. And that is why they fear for democracy. And then you have the third group of American voters, the independents. They are the most pessimistic bunch. 1 in 3 independents believe that American democracy is already broken. They think that it doesn't really matter who wins. American democracy is already too far gone to save. That is the result of this new survey that's come out. Like I said, it's very bleak. And it's in complete contrast to the way that America projects itself. What do you usually think of when you hear the term USA? Perhaps the American flag comes to mind, or the bald eagle, America's democracy mascot. You can almost hear people screaming the word freedom. Well, that's how the US has always projected itself anyway. It keeps calling itself the world's oldest democracy, and it has certainly used this freedom and democracy image to justify its actions, no matter how undemocratic. Think about all the wars that America has waged in the name of democracy. Sure, a lot of these wars were fought against countries with oil deposits like Iraq and Libya and Iraq again. But that was just a coincidence, right? The US insisted that it was really about democracy. So what if these countries ended up in a worse place after the US got involved? Like Afghanistan, or Libya, or Haiti, or most of South America. Whether it's a war or CIA intervention, America always says it is working for democracy, but now its own citizens believe that democracy is dead. So what can be done? How will the US reassure its citizens that democracy really is going to be fine? Perhaps the rest of the world can help. We can follow America's own example and start sending election observers, perhaps a UN-backed monitoring team that can certify that the elections are free and fair. Maybe that would reassure American citizens. Another way to follow Washington's example is to keep commenting on everything. We can all release parliamentary reports monitoring the health of American democracy. We can keep flagging any discrepancies and issuing strongly worded messages whenever US democracy looks like it is under threat. Worst case, we can impose sanctions as a punitive measure for faltering democratic credentials. It may seem harsh, but that's how the US behaves whenever it feels that democracy anywhere else is under threat. Now that Americans feel their own democracy is failing, perhaps it's time for the rest of the world to repay the favor. Speech is silver, silence is gold. We've all heard this, but how many of us truly practice it? Well, to be fair, it is hard. We live in a world dominated by noise, whether it's honking cars, doom-scrolling reels, white noise to sleep, podcasts on your run. We're always listening to something. 1.1 billion of us are subscribed to some music streaming service or the other. Podcast streams have doubled in the last 6 years. Audiobook sales are up by 94%. So we are constantly overstimulated. The buzz around us has become a way of life, almost like an addiction. So our question tonight is this: are we overdosing? Are we subjecting ourselves to too much sound? Do we need a moment of silence? Well, here's what science says. Sound is good, but constant exposure is not healthy. And loud noise is especially bad. I guess we all knew this already. It leads to elevated heart rates, increased blood pressure, and even a flood of stress hormones. It hampers concentration, raises the risk of cardiovascular disease, even depression. So what should you do? Embrace silence. And how do you do it? Well, here's what experts say. At least one meal in the day should be consumed in silence, preferably breakfast, which does not really mean eating alone. It means eating without gadgets, focusing on your food. There is something called the crunch effect. Apparently, if you can hear yourself chewing food, you end up consuming less of it. But if that's not your thing, you could try other ways. There are lots of new trends. Silence seems to be the new hot commodity. Trust Gen Z to turn silence into a vibe too. Take silent walks, for example. It's the new favorite on TikTok. And it's as simple as it sounds. You go on a walk without headphones. You can't listen to music, podcasts, or anything else. You focus on your surroundings with your mind in the present. It's a bit like meditation, only here you're walking. Then there's something called silent travel. What does that mean? Well, a whole lot of things. Meditation retreats, digital detox cabins, or even just a night camping in the middle of nowhere. The idea is quite simple. Disconnect with the world, reconnect with yourself. It's a practice that is growing in popularity. Silent travel was named one of the top travel trends of 2024, and we get why. Endure a crying baby on a plane, and suddenly silence seems precious. But it's not new. Silence has been cherished through centuries. In Christianity, it's a form of devotion. In Hinduism, it's a form of awareness. We have something called Maun, the sacred practice of remaining silent intentionally. In Buddhism, silence is noble. It's a way to achieve inner peace. Socrates talked about listening before speaking. Silence also has cultural significance. Asian and Nordic countries value it. In Asian cultures, silence is a form of respect. In Nordic nations, it signifies careful thought. Plus, it's a psychologically powerful tool. It makes you more self-aware. It helps regulate emotions. It can also be a form of communication. Sometimes silence can convey more than words. But it's not all great. Silence doesn't always have the best reputation. It can also be seen as passive-aggressive. It could be a barrier to communication. It can be manipulative. It can also affect your mental health. Too much silence could be detrimental too. So what's the right balance? Well, for starters, understand what silence means to you. For an introvert, it's a way of life. For a dictator, it's a tool of oppression. And for a busy mother, it's 2 minutes of mental peace. Silence means different things to different people. How then do we embrace it? Well, it doesn't have to be TikTok trends or elaborate hashtags. Silence is not a novelty, really. You don't need to spend hundreds of dollars stuck in a mountain without network. There's actually a short and sweet way to do it. It's called staying quiet. In a world overrun by words, saying absolutely nothing sometimes can be a fine art. Maybe we can start with that. Sports can be heartbreaking. Sports can also be unforgiving. But when it clicks, there is no better feeling in the world. Just ask Arshad Nadeem. He's won a gold medal for Pakistan in men's javelin. Now it's mixed feelings for us because Nadeem's win took the gold away from Neeraj Chopra. Neeraj had to settle for silver and all of us were heartbroken. But then we read Nadeem's story. He was born in a small village around 300 kilometers from Lahore. His father was a construction worker, also the only breadwinner. So growing up, things were tight. At first, Nadeem tried his hand at cricket, but since everyone in the country was an aspiring cricketer, he gave up. Instead, he chose athletics. And that's how Nadeem discovered javelin. Of course, the government did not support him. In Pakistan, it's cricket or nothing. Nadeem used to practice with carved bamboo sticks initially. Even his practice javelin was almost 8 years old. So in the month of March, he released an appeal. He sought assistance to buy a new javelin. In the end, it was crowd-funded. In fact, that's how Nadeem managed most of his expenses. The villagers would pool their resources to send him for competitions, and on Thursday, all of it paid off. Nadeem won Pakistan's first ever individual gold. It was also Pakistan's first Olympic medal in 32 years. So it is a very big deal for the country. And on cue, the credit seekers crawled in. The Prime Minister, the ruling party, all of them jumped in to bask in Nadeem's glory. So Nadeem is our inspiration heading into the weekend, and Pakistan's politicians are our joke of the day. And social media is having a field day with them.
देसी शॉप है आपसे बेहतरीन 70 साल से चल रहा है सर आपका विजन है सर आपका विजन है सर
एकदम इन्होंने वक्त बदल दिया जज्बात बदल दिए Bruh.
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Body cam footage shows police officers being hit by fireworks during the UK riots. A cargo ship explodes into flames at a busy port in eastern China, and giant pandas make their much-awaited public debut at the San Diego Zoo. Finally, we're taking you back in history on this day. In 1173, Italy began reconstructing the Leaning Tower of Pisa. The tower began to lean in the 12th century due to the soft ground. By 1990, the tower had tilted by 5 degrees. Since then, Italy has tried to prevent any further tilt. Today, it is one of the 7 wonders of the world. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin with the race for the White House. Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump launched a volley of verbal attacks against his Democratic rival Kamala Harris. Hosting a press conference at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida, the ex-president repeatedly called Vice President Harris incompetent and accused her of being disrespectful towards her ethnicity. The GOP presidential nominee also said that his campaign was prepared for President Joe Biden and will now have to change tactics against Harris.
We have somebody that hasn't received one vote for president, and she's running, and that's fine with me. But we were given Joe Biden, and now we're given somebody else. And I think, frankly, I'd rather be running against somebody else. I haven't recalibrated strategy at all. It's the same policies, open borders, weak on crime. I think she's worse than Biden, because he got forced into the position. She was there long before. She destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California as the AG.
Trump then went on to take pot shots at the Democrat as he evaded questions about how exactly he would prepare to take on the Kamala Harris-Tim Walz duo.
Kamala, who, by the way, is worse than Biden, and she's actually not as smart. Okay? She's actually not as smart. That's hard to believe, isn't it?
And when asked about recent nationwide polls that show Kamala Harris leading the race by 5 points, the former president conveniently blamed the lead on gender politics.
Well, she's a woman. She represents certain groups of people. But I will say this. When people find out about her, I think she'll be much less. And I see it right now. I see her going way down in the polls now.
Also, when asked about the massive crowds he was seeing at her rallies, Donald Trump said that he pulled the best and biggest crowds in the United States and compared himself to civil rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Spoken to the biggest crowds. Nobody's spoken to crowds bigger than me. If you look at Martin Luther King, when he did his speech, his great speech, and you look at ours, same real estate, same everything, same number of people, if not, we had more. And they said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact same picture, and everything's the same because it was the fountains, the whole thing, all the way back to from Lincoln to Washington, and you look at it, and you look at the picture of his crowd, my crowd, we actually had more people. They said I had 25,000, and he had 1 million people, and I'm okay with it because I liked Dr. Martin Luther King.
Now, after weeks of refusing to debate Kamala Harris, Trump has finally agreed to debate the vice president on the 10th of September, a debate previously agreed to by the Trump campaign and hosted by ABC News. However, the Republican proposed at least 3 more debates in September, to which Kamala Harris said she was open to them after the September 10 debate. Now, during the press conference, the GOP nominee continued his rant against President Biden and Vice President Harris as he criticized their tenure in the White House. He claimed the Biden administration was pushing the United States towards an economic depression and setting the stage for a possible world war.
I think that our country is right now in the most dangerous position it's ever been in from an economic standpoint, from a safety standpoint. You could end up in a depression of the 1929 variety, which would be a devastating thing, took many years, took decades to recover from it. And we're very close to that, and we're very close to a world war. In my opinion, we're very close to a world war. We have people that don't know how to handle it.
Now that Trump has given in to a debate with the vice president after initially saying he wouldn't, perhaps the one-on-one will be an opportunity for the convicted felon to finally blunt the growing momentum Harris has been building since President Joe Biden exited the race. One thing is for certain, for a man obsessed with crowd sizes, Trump can expect a massive television audience when they do finally meet face to face. And moving to the Middle East, where tensions are escalating rapidly, in a surprise move, a senior Biden administration official warned Iran that it would face significant consequences if it chooses to strike Israel. The official highlighted the substantial military reinforcements that have been deployed to the region, including the arrival of F-22 fighter jets. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller said that Washington is not sure what Iran is thinking when it comes to a retaliation against Israel, but they would hope the country would not want to see the wider region spiral out of control.
As we've said for several days now, and it's been the focus of our diplomatic engagements, is we continue to make clear to Iran that they should not escalate this conflict. They should not take any further escalatory steps if those steps are not in their interests. They're not in the interests of the wider region, and that is a point we will continue to impress in all of our diplomatic engagements in the region.
When commenting on the newly appointed Hamas chief Yahya Sinwar, Miller even categorized Sinwar as a brutal terrorist who helped mastermind the attack on Israel on October 7th and added that he, quote, has blood on his hands, end quote.
Sinwar is a brutal terrorist with blood on his hands, including the blood of American citizens, and not just American citizens, but citizens of many countries around the world. So remember, it's not just citizens of Israel that were killed on October 7th. There were citizens of multiple countries, as I said, including the United States. That is true. It is also true that he continues to be the person that calls the shots for Hamas, and that was true before the death of the leader of the political leader of Hamas.
Now, amid fears of the crisis leading to an even greater war, a diplomatic push is gaining momentum. The United States, Egypt, and Qatar have jointly called for urgent negotiations between Israel and Hamas. These talks, scheduled for August 15th, are set to take place in either Doha or Cairo to finalize a ceasefire and hostage release deal. Now, following this, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said in a statement that a negotiating team will be dispatched to finalize the details of implementing the framework agreement. However, the road to peace remains fraught with challenges. Saudi Arabia on Wednesday blamed Israel for the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. And speaking for the first time since Haniyeh's killing, the Saudi kingdom described it as a serious infringement on Iran's sovereignty. With Iran poised to respond and a new, more radical leader at the helm of Hamas, the coming days could determine the future of the entire region. And in Latin America, the Brazilian Foreign Ministry has expelled Nicaragua's ambassador in a tit-for-tat response to a similar move by the Central American country. Brasilia said the Nicaraguan envoy had already left the country, while Nicaragua said ambassadors of both nations have left their positions. Now, this comes as souring relations between the formerly allied left-wing governments deepen into a fresh diplomatic feud. 2 weeks ago, Nicaragua's government protested that the Brazilian ambassador skipped an official ceremony in the capital city of Managua. The celebration on July 19th marked the 45th anniversary of the Sandinista revolution that eventually led to Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega's coming to power in the 1980s. Local media reported that Brazil's ambassador was not the only diplomat absent from the event. Nevertheless, Nicaragua asked him to leave the country, leading Brazil to reciprocate on Thursday. A rift between Ortega and Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has grown over the last year. Once a firm supporter, Lula steered away from Ortega after the Nicaraguan president ignored a request from Pope Francis to stop his repression against Catholic clergymen. Last June, Lula tried to mediate talks between Ortega and Pope Francis to help secure the release of a jailed bishop, but it did not get a positive outcome. Their relations further declined with disagreements over Venezuela's disputed presidential election results last month. While the Brazilian president refused to accept Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro's re-election and demanded transparency, Nicaraguan leader Ortega, on the other hand, extended his congratulations to Maduro for securing a third term. Brazil has frozen relations with Nicaragua, which means a complete halt to meetings between the leaders and envoys of the two nations. Brasilia was already keeping relations with Nicaragua at a bare minimum, as the Brazilian ambassador was residing in Managua only to deal with the needs of citizens from his country. And now we turn to Asia, where China is urging its nationals to shame Taiwanese leaders online. The Chinese Communist Party has launched web pages about senior Taiwanese officials, including their vice president, labeling them as quote-unquote diehard secessionists. With this move, Beijing hopes to assert more control over the self-governed island, at least on the internet. Here's our report on the latest standoff.
China has intensified its campaign to intimidate Taiwan, taking new steps that reveal the seriousness of its intentions. This week, the Chinese government launched a series of web pages aimed at identifying and denouncing those it calls diehard secessionists. These pages, established by China's Taiwan Affairs Office and the Ministry of Public Security, list 10 prominent Taiwanese figures, current and former officials, whom Beijing has labelled as the key architects of Taiwan's independence movement. Prominent on these pages is an email address inviting citizens to report any clues and crimes linked to these officials, as well as others who might be involved in what Beijing views as serious offences against the state. The move represents an escalation in China's long-standing effort to assert control over Taiwan, despite Taiwan's self-governance and the clear opposition of its people to Chinese rule. The names listed on the site are also significant. Among them are Taiwan's Vice President Xiaobhi Kim, a key figure in Taiwan's diplomatic efforts; Joseph Wu, the former foreign minister and now head of Taiwan's National Security Council, who has long been a vocal critic of Beijing's policies; and Wu's deputy, Lin Faifan, a former student leader of Taiwan's Sunflower Movement, who opposed closer ties with China. These names, although not new, were previously announced in 2021 and 2022, are now placed on an online platform that explicitly calls for public action against them. This shift reflects Beijing's broader strategy to create an environment of fear and suspicion in Taiwan and to demonstrate to the world its resolve to bring Taiwan under its control. The campaign is also backed by a recent shift in Chinese legal policy. Back in June, the Chinese Communist Party declared that the quote-unquote ringleaders of Taiwan's independence efforts could face the death penalty under Chinese law. Beijing issued new guidelines instructing courts, prosecutors and security bodies to take severe action against those promoting Taiwan's independence, framing it as a defense of China's national sovereignty and territorial integrity. Taiwan's government, however, responded with firm rejection. Taiwanese leaders again ascertained that Chinese laws have no jurisdiction over Taiwan and that the island, with its democratically elected government, operates entirely independently of Beijing. Responding to the new web pages, Taiwan's Mainland Affairs Council urged Taiwanese citizens not to be intimidated. They emphasized that the Chinese Communist Party's threats, while loud, hold no power over Taiwan's people.
And finally, avocados are known as the green gold of Mexico, but the fruit has led to deforestation of more than 70,000 acres in an effort to feed the rapidly growing demand in the United States. In fact, reports say American importers are sourcing avocados from illegal Mexican orchards and supplying them to major U.S. supermarkets, including Walmart, Target, and Trader Joe's. Our final report takes you inside Mexico's destructive $3 billion avocado industry.
Avocado, a velvety, nutty fruit with a hint of sweetness. From guacamole dip to creamy pasta, you can make almost everything out of it. Avocados contain healthy fats, antioxidants, vitamins and minerals. And this superfood has become a staple in American kitchens over the years. But the growing demand of the green gold in the United States is draining natural resources in neighboring Mexico. According to the latest report by the Climate Rights International and Guardian Forestal, Mexico exports avocados worth $3 billion every year. And this may have led to the deforestation of more than 70,000 acres over the past decade.
About 8 or 10 years ago, it was pure wilderness here. It was just as you see the forest over there. It reached a field we call charco. This was all wilderness. But the avocado producers came in and logged everything, and now they have avocado orchards.
The environmental horror is evident in these satellite pictures that show the same pieces of land over time. Most of this land has been cleared illegally by setting forest fires, which is also a crime in the South American country. And the worst affected Mexican states are Michoacán and Jalisco, which are officially permitted to participate in the avocado business. It is worth noting that the Mexican law also requires an environmental impact study and permit to store and use water for avocado farming. However, government data shows that very few reservoirs and wells are registered with permits in Mexico's avocado heartland. The report includes some other shocking revelations as well. There are 4 leading American avocado importers that continue to source from Mexican orchards containing illegally deforested land. These suppliers provide avocados to major US supermarket chains, including Walmart, Trader Joe's, Target, Costco, and Whole Foods.
So far, no large Mexican or American supermarkets have approached us, the government of Michoacán, to discuss this issue. These large multinational chains need to take larger responsibility because they are both in Mexico and the United States, such as Walmart. They should be concerned that the avocados they sell comply with the environmental and labor certifications. This is a large business. It's a business of $3 billion.
2 of the avocado importers are now facing lawsuits in New York for labeling the Mexican fruit sustainable and responsibly sourced. Moreover, the flourishing avocado trade has also attracted crime syndicates in Mexico that extort payments from producers and forcefully displace locals to deforest the land. There are over 30 recorded cases of such intimidation, including 5 deadly shootings and 4 kidnappings. Avocado exports in the US have soared over 48% since 2019. The US market accounts for about 80% of Mexico's avocado exports, and Mexico's production volume of this fruit is forecast to grow 5% this year. So Americans, the next time you think of enjoying a Mexican avocado, just be aware that you might be buying a fruit that has caused deforestation and violent exploitation of Mexico's forests.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope you have a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing you right back here next week. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. First, let's take a look at the headlines. The continent of Africa is on the brink of a public health emergency. At least 12 countries have been affected by the latest outbreak of Mpox. The African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or the Africa CDC, is likely to declare a continent-wide public health emergency over the growing Mpox outbreak. The CDC says because of increase in Mpox cases and its continued spread across borders, it has resolved to start active engagement with African Union member states to prevent the outbreak from becoming another pandemic. A total of 887 new confirmed and suspected cases of Mpox have been reported in Africa in 1 week, pushing this year's total to over 15,000. The cases have increased 160% compared with the same time period last year. The CDC announcement came a day after the World Health Organization said it would convene an emergency committee meeting to determine whether the Mpox spread in Africa should be declared a global emergency.
In light of the spread of Mpox outside DRC and the potential for further international spread within and outside Africa, I have decided to convene an emergency committee under the international health regulations to advise me on whether the outbreak represents a public health emergency of international concern. The committee will meet as soon as possible and will be made up of independent experts from a range of relevant disciplines from around the world.
Let's break down what we know about Mpox and the current outbreak so far. Now, first things first, what is Mpox? It is an infectious disease caused by a virus. The symptoms include fever, chills, and muscle aches, and are typically followed by a rash that starts as raised spots, which turn into blisters filled with fluid, and these eventually form scabs. There are broadly two different types known as clades. Now, clade 1 was once known as the Congo Basin clade. Now, the clade 2 as the West African clade, and both can be fatal, but clade 1 has had a higher death rate. Now, the Africa CDC says 34 countries in Africa are either reporting infections or are considered at high risk. At least 12 countries have reported cases so far, including the Democratic Republic of Congo, which has more than 90% of the cases. Some countries like Burundi, Kenya, and Rwanda have reported Mpox cases for the first time. Like I mentioned, the most severe outbreak is in the DRC, which has over 90% of the cases in Africa. 511 Mpox deaths have been reported this year. Cases of a deadlier strain of Mpox have been confirmed in 4 countries. A new offshoot of the clade 1, called clade 1b, has been detected in East DRC. It has also been confirmed in Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda.
Fatality ratio overall in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is around 3.6%, higher in endemic areas and especially in infants and young children, and lower in the eastern part of the country at the moment, where spread is more rapid through sexual transmission.
Earlier, clade 1 typically spread by people eating infected bushmeat, but clade 1b is spreading person to person, often via sexual contact. It is also spreading through other physical and face-to-face contact, or via contaminated bedding or towels.
We live in an interconnected world, and these pathogens do not respect borders. So I just want to get across the urgency that we're trying to say that the action is now, the time is now for us to take much more measures and provide much more support to the African region, to the countries that are affected across the entire spectrum, from surveillance to prevention to risk communication to clinical care to infection prevention control to R&D to the use of vaccines. It's now.
There are vaccines, but there are issues with access. Africa CDC says it needs 10 million doses, but only 200,000 are available. Authorities say a lack of treatments and diagnostics is hampering the response. Plans for vaccination programs are still under review. But other plans, including tracing and vaccinating contacts of cases, could be launched.
There are 2 vaccines for Mpox that have been approved by WHO-listed national regulatory authorities and which are recommended by WHO Strategic Advisory Group of Experts on Immunization, or SAGE. I have triggered the process for emergency use listing of both vaccines, which will accelerate vaccine access, particularly for lower-income countries, which have not yet issued their own national regulatory approval. Emergency use listing also enables partners, including Gavi and UNICEF, to procure vaccines for distribution.
Now, for more on this, we have with us Dr. Sultani Matendechero, the Deputy Director General at the Ministry of Health, Kenya. Welcome to Firstpost.
Thank you, and thank you for having me.
Right. Now, like I mentioned, Africa is on the brink of a public health emergency due to the rapidly increasing Mpox cases. How alarming is the current outbreak?
Yeah, so I would just like to confirm that yes, we have been able to record some Mpox virus infections, and specifically because in Kenya, where I can be able to speak for, we have been able to confirm 1 case, and we are aware that there are also a few other cases in other areas. However, whether this constitutes a public health emergency of international concern, that is not yet declared. So we can only wait until the full process is undertaken, because there is a procedure that has to be followed before any kind of public health issue like this one can now be declared a public health emergency of international concern. But what we can say as at now is that there are some cases. Yeah.
Right. And what are the measures that could be taken to interrupt the transmission of the virus in the affected countries?
So the quick and behavioral measures that we are currently encouraging are trying to avoid contact, because this is a virus that is transmitted through contact. So if we avoid contact with especially with the infected persons who are already displaying signs and symptoms, then it contributes to a very large extent to being able to stop the transmission of the virus. Secondly, we are also encouraging that, of course, as part of avoiding contact, those who display the classical signs and symptoms should really, present themselves to the health facilities nearest to them, so that they can self-isolate, or they can be isolated from the general public, and even managed at the same time. However, it is good to note that Mpox is a viral disease that also has vaccines. So it is possible for us to also vaccinate, which is a very effective way of being able now in the long term to be able to stop the outbreaks and even transmission at large.
Yes. That is very good to know. Doctor, a COVID-19 surge and the pandemic transformed the way of living. Could Mpox outbreak in Africa also force people to bring in changes? If yes, what steps could people take on an individual level to avoid the spread of infection?
Yeah, COVID-19 was fundamentally different when you look at it in terms of the natural history, even the symptomatology and the cause of disease. We are seeing fundamental differences here, because when we talk of Mpox, we are talking of a disease that has a very low case fatality rate. We have variants. So one of the variants actually, which is less virulent, the West African clad, we call them clads. The West African clad, the mortality rate is less than 1%. And when it comes to the other Central African clad, then the Congo Basin flood, the mortality rate is about 5 to 10%. So you'll find that we might not really have the same level of changes that we observed when it came to COVID-19. However, we are still concerned because unlike COVID-19, this is one disease that actually has very extensive cosmetic, effects, and at the same time, it also has quite a bit of stigma related to it, because when we talk of contact, one of the key ways of contact is through sexual contact, and so there's a bit of stigma that is related to it, which many times complicates the interventions that we implement. So it is bound to change the way in which we do things, but not as fundamentally as COVID-19. Now, how do people go about trying to prevent transmission? As I have already said, first of all, we avoid contact with infected people. Number two, we observe hygiene, wash our hands more frequently, and, with soap and water. And also, where necessary, we need to, use protective equipment, such as masks, when we are in crowded areas. And even when we are handling things and people, we can also probably consider using other protective equipment like gloves and so on, especially in the clinical areas.
Right. Right. And Doctor, the Democratic Republic of Congo has reported the highest number of cases and a new deadlier variant. Can you share any details on this?
I might not be able to share specific details about the Democratic Republic of Congo because the ministry responsible for public health in the Democratic Republic of Congo would be better placed to give such details. But indeed, we know that some of the cases that have been confirmed have been actually found in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I cannot speak with authority around the numbers. We know that most of the cases are of the Central African clade, which I said is a little bit more virulent than the West African clade. And one of the things about this particular, strain is that it has much better efficiency when it comes to human transmission. Remember, Mpox is a zoonotic disease. It can be transmitted from animals to humans and also between humans. So this one has a better efficiency, the one that is predominant in the Congo. But with regard to the details, then I would advise that either we get authorities from the Public Health Ministry to give the details, or the World Health Organization, because this is something that we also report to the World Health Organization.
Yes. Right, and the World Health Organization has convened an expert group to determine if the increasing spread of the Mpox virus in Africa warrants being declared as a global health emergency. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, that is one of the responsibilities of the Director General of the World Health Organization. Because when cases are reported of such a public health issue, then, of course, depending on how it spins out, then sometimes it might need to be considered for declaration as a public health emergency of international concern. Because this is a virus that is showing tendencies of fitting the bill of a public health emergency of international concern. Number one, it has shown the ability to move from country to country across international borders. Number two, it is also, it is a virus that it is an infection that can easily, can easily overcome some of the public health facilities that we have, so that we really need to be aware in terms of detection and to handle such cases. So the Director General is mandated to convene the emergency committee, which from reports, I think is considering doing that. And when the emergency committee meets, then they will consider the merits of this infection and determine if it meets the criteria of being declared as a public health emergency of international concern. However, I just want to add that one of the criteria that is very important for declaration of a public health emergency of international concern is that we should be able to see cases in several regions in the world. What we are seeing here is a situation where the cases are confined to the African region, but then these are issues that will be handled by the emergency committee, which will now advise the Director General accordingly.
Right. And what is the situation via the mpox in Kenya right now, and how is the government there handling it?
So as I had said earlier, we were able to detect one case of a suspected case of mpox infection at the Kenya-Tanzania border while he was crossing into Tanzania, traveling towards Rwanda. We took samples and we were able to confirm that this is an mpox case. We immediately went into action. We heightened our surveillance. We instituted contact tracing. We also issued case definitions to our teams, and we also beefed up our health facilities. Now, so far, we have been able to run quite a number of samples, which we have collected from contact tracing and also from suspected cases. So far, we have not gotten any other additional positive case. And we have also been able to constitute what we call an incident management team. We have formed an incident management structure, bringing together all the relevant stakeholders who are supposed to participate in this response. So far, we are confident that if any case comes in, we have screened more than 120,000 people who are coming in through our borders and our points of entry. And we are sure that we are now very well equipped to detect any other case that would come in. And if there is any other case in the country, then we should be able to detect it as fast as possible. And one of the things I'd like to say is that we are also encouraged by the fact that the transmissibility of mpox is not as bad as we would imagine. And so we are not very worried of a widespread outbreak. We believe that with the measures we've put in place, then we should be able to contain the situation as it is right now. Thank you.
Fantastic. Right. Doctor, thank you very much for being with us on First Post. Very glad to have you and your valuable insights. Appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
Shifting focus to Kenya now, anti-government protests have once again erupted in the East African nation, and so has the police crackdown. Sporadic rallies erupted on Thursday as small groups of protesters gathered in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi. The protests were dubbed Nane Nane, which in Swahili means White 8, and signifies the date of the 8th of August, and protesters demanded better governance in Kenya, with many chanting slogans for President William Ruto to resign.
We would just want the current president to resign, because that would give us an opportunity to restart this country. We need to restart this country. Personally, I'm reliving the pre-independence days. I feel like we are in 1960s today, because if we want to redeem this country, we should start at the presidency, because we've noticed as a country that we never get the right presidents through elections.
Kenyan police fired tear gas to disperse the protesters across Nairobi's financial district. Shops were shut and streets were left deserted after police began their crackdown. At least 174 arrests were made across the country, including 126 in Nairobi, while at least 3 journalists were wounded, as per the International Press Association of East Africa. Police also raided the home of opposition financier and presidential hopeful Jimmy Wanjigi, as per his lawyer. The lawyer said that Wanjigi seems to have been placed under house arrest illegally. However, he did not say whether Wanjigi was among those arrested or explain how the raid was linked to the protests. A day before the Nane Nane protests, police warned about criminals planning to infiltrate the rallies. Organizers of the protests have also in the past accused goons of hijacking their plans for peaceful protests. At least 60 people have been killed in the protest that started in June, initially against the planned tax hikes, but spiraled into a campaign against the government. President William Ruto was forced to scrap the proposed tax hikes and even sack his entire cabinet. Ruto then named opposition members to his cabinet, but activists have criticized the move as a corrupt deal. They have reiterated demands for him to resign.
I've been out on every protest, and I wish even this protest started earlier, because we've really suffered as a country. We have some problems we could really cure as a country, but we're not taking steps to cure that, because those that are supposed to transform this country are part of the problem. So it is not in their best interest to transform the country. It is not in their best interest to kill corruption, because they dine at the high table of graft.
Ruto, meanwhile, says the new cabinet reflects national unity and will address the protesters' demands. He has also promised to investigate alleged abuses by the police during demonstrations. Kenyan police have been accused of using excessive force, firing live bullets at protesters, and rights groups claim dozens of people have gone missing. The protests have emerged as the biggest challenge for President Ruto in his nearly two-year presidency. While Kenya remains burdened under a massive $78 billion debt, now its citizens have been facing economic hardships and a rising cost of living. This has left William Ruto caught between the demands of international lenders and ordinary Kenyans. Moving on to Zambia in the south, an opposition leader has been arrested in the country over sedition charges. Fred Membe, the leader of Zambia's Socialist Party, was arrested on Thursday. His arrest comes as he claimed in a post that the leader of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Felix Tshisekedi, had paid his Zambian counterpart, Hakainde Hichilema, millions of dollars to buy off criticism. In an article published on the 16th of July on the Zambian whistleblower Facebook page, Membe claimed that Tshisekedi had revealed to his critics that he will stay in power no matter what they do. This as he has bought off support from the regional leaders. As per the article, Tshisekedi has said that he had paid millions of dollars to the region's leaders, including a sum of $20 million to the Zambian leadership. Membe, in his article, demanded that the Zambian authorities come clean on Tshisekedi's huge payout claims. The Zambian police say the content of this article intends to bring hatred or to incite disaffection against the government. Membe will now appear in court to respond to the charges. The 65-year-old is a journalist and a lawyer. He has often clashed with authorities for his outspoken criticism of Zambia's government led by Hakainde Hichilema. The journalist running the Facebook page, the Zambian whistleblower, was also arrested on Tuesday on the same charges. His arrest was made as an article on the page alleged that a government department was renting office space from a building owned by the Zambian president. However, he was released on bail on Thursday. For decades, Zambian leaders have used the charge of criminal defamation to suppress critics, and the trend has continued during the reign of the incumbent Hakainde Hichilema, despite his promise to prevent the same when he was elected in 2021. Zambia has been arresting critics of President Hakainde Hichilema. As per reports, in 2022 alone, at least 12 of his critics and opponents had been arrested for insulting the president. In May this year, Rafael Nakasinda, the leader of the main opposition party, was sentenced to 18 months in jail for defaming the president. Now, this has raised concerns that the Zambian president intends to stifle critical voices, just like his predecessors. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. In the heart of Rwanda, a remarkable transformation is taking place. one that promises to revolutionize healthcare across Africa. Surgeons from all corners of the continent are mastering the art of minimally invasive surgery. This cutting-edge training center is not just teaching new techniques, it's cultivating a new generation of medical heroes. Our next report takes you to the forefront of Africa's medical revolution.
Nestled in the heart of Rwanda, a remarkable transformation is underway, promising to reshape healthcare across the African continent. At the forefront of this revolution is IRCAD Africa, the only center of its kind in the continent dedicated to training surgeons in the art of minimally invasive surgery. Since its inauguration, IRCAD Africa has successfully trained over 300 surgeons from various African countries, marking a groundbreaking step in addressing the vast disparity in medical technology and healthcare quality between high and low-income nations.
I can assure you, a lot of heroes are being developed here. A lot of legends are going to come out of this lab. And this is a welcome development, not only for Rwandans, not only for Africa, but for the whole world.
Minimally invasive surgery, or MIS, is a modern medical marvel. It drastically reduces pain and trauma for patients. And unlike traditional surgery, MIS involves making small incisions, allowing surgeons to perform complex procedures with the help of high-tech instruments and cameras. The benefits are profound. Patients experience shorter hospital stays, reduced risks of bleeding and infection, and quicker recovery times. Yet, despite these advantages, many African nations still rely on traditional, more invasive surgical methods that entail prolonged and often painful procedures with lengthy recovery periods.
We actually get to practice real time on actual tissue. That's also something that we don't normally get trained with. So the first encounter that you normally have is a patient, and then you don't have the laparoscopic dexterity, or you don't have the skills necessarily. So then your procedures take a long time. So this is definitely a valuable tool to be able to learn on live tissue.
The managing director of IRCAD Africa has been a vocal advocate for the urgent need for advanced surgical techniques across the continent. He emphasized the staggering statistic that more than 95% of the African population lacks access to essential medical and surgical procedures.
As you know, on the African continent, more than 95% of the population don't have access to medical and surgical procedures. This is also one of the solutions we brought here in Rwanda, especially serving the African continent. So far, we have trained around 300 African surgeons, even beyond African. We have Middle East, so we have trained more than 300 from more than 25 African countries.
The choice of Rwanda as the host country for IRCAD Africa was not coincidental. Rwanda's global rankings in safety and internet connectivity made it an ideal location for such a high-tech facility. Furthermore, the Rwandan government's unwavering commitment to improving public health infrastructure played a pivotal role. President Paul Kagame has been a strong supporter of the initiative, praising IRCAD Africa for its potential to significantly enhance healthcare across the continent. At the launch event, Kagame highlighted the importance of continued investment in public health infrastructure to support such transformative projects. IRCAD was originally founded in France in 1994. Over the years, it has established itself as a global leader in advancing and teaching minimally invasive surgery. The African branch of IRCAD is poised to make a substantial impact on healthcare in both low and middle-income countries by reducing surgical mortality rates in hospitals with limited resources. The center's training programs are designed to equip surgeons with the skills and knowledge necessary to perform MIS, thus improving patient outcomes and strengthening healthcare systems across the continent.
For the population of this country, they will get direct benefit from this project, because you're training Rwandan surgeons. They will be the ones going back and train and treat and do surgeries.
As IRCAD Africa continues to train the next generation of medical professionals, its impact is expected to ripple across the entire continent And as the centre grows and evolves, it promises to leave a lasting legacy on the health and well-being of millions across Africa. Its story is one of triumph, innovation, and an unwavering commitment to improving lives through advanced medical training and technology.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye. Across continents, one powerful news source.
Bringing you diverse perspectives on the issues that matter.
We go beyond the boundaries to give you that little extra about every sporting moment.
So thank you for making Firstpost 5 million strong. We're counting on your support, and you can trust us to bring you the news unfiltered and unvarnished.
Climate change is on our doorstep. It's time for a revolution to take root. And it starts with 1.4 billion Indians. It starts with one tree for humanity, one tree for Mother Earth, one tree for our future. Project One Tree, a News 18 network initiative.
On the show today, the T20 World Cup bandwagon has moved across to the West Indies. What can you expect from this?
Hello, I'm Alison Green, coming to you from Durban, South Africa. Today we have a special show.
We'll start with a report on India's shifting nuclear posture. For the first time since India officially became a nuclear power.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham.